everybody. This is Bob Wolf with Wade Hoyt, welcoming you to the second World Series game of 1961. Brought to you by
Chrysler Corporation, where engineering puts something extra into every car. Chrysler Corporation, with alive new cars for 62.
And Gillette, maker of the 195 adjustable razor, and the remarkable Super Blue Blade that gives all but unbelievable shaving comfort. Omi, the cream of all instant lathers. And Right Guard, the new power spray deodorant for men.
We're here in Yankee Stadium, New York, and in a few moments, we'll be all set to bring you the second game in this 1961 World Series. The Yankees won yesterday's series opener, and as we get set for game number 2, it's a mild, pleasant, sunny afternoon here in New York. Before coming up to the broadcasting booth, I checked with the rival managers, Ralph Houck of New York and Freddie Hutchinson of Cincinnati. And we have some interesting disclosures for this afternoon's starting lineups for both sides. First of all, for the New York Yankees, attention is centered on Mickey Mantle's condition. And Mantle is out of the lineup once again this afternoon. Ralph Houck told me that Mantle's strength is coming back, but that his hip still pains him, still hurts. And Ralph added to me that it is now problematical at the moment whether or not Mantle will or will not be in the starting lineup on Saturday when that game gets underway. Mickey is available for pinch hitting duties if needed this afternoon. Now, after speaking to Ralph Houck, I went over to the Reds dugout and I was writing down the starting lineup for Cincinnati when Freddie Hutchinson put his hand on my shoulder and stopped me. He said, "Bob, hold up on the lineups. I think we'll make a change right here." And I accompanied Freddie then up to the batting cage, and a change was made. As a matter of fact, 2 changes in the Reds lineup. Elio Chacon is starting at second base in place of Don Blasingame. And the reason for this change is that Blasingame, yesterday, prior to the ball game, while batting practice was going on, took a throw in from the outfield near second base, and he jammed the first finger on his right hand, his throwing hand. And Don told me as I spoke to him before the ball game that the finger was sore during the ball game yesterday, but overnight it stiffened up, and it's difficult for him to bend it, and a mite painful as well. And he told me also that whereas he is able to swing the bat, although the finger is off it just a bit, that the problem that is very acute with him is this. He is not sure on certain throws that he can grip the ball right. And rather than gamble on that possibility that an errant throw might be made, he is not in the starting lineup. So Chacon is playing in place of Blasingame. And one other change. I was standing with Freddie Hutchinson when the catcher, Darrell Johnson, was attempting to swing in his batting practice. And after a couple of swings, it was evident that Johnson was trying but would not be able to play. He has a pulled muscle in his side. He gave it a couple of rather meek tries trying to swing that bat, but he came out of the batting cage shaking his head sorrowfully, and he is out of the lineup with Johnny Edwards taking his place in the catching ranks. So those are the changes, and let's now go over the starting lineups for you. Elio Chacon is at second base for the Reds. Eddie Casco is at shortstop, batting second. Vada Pinson bats third and is in center field. Frank Robinson bats fourth. He is in left field. Gordy Coleman bats fifth. He is at first base. Wally Post bats sixth. He is in right field. Gene Freeze bats seventh at third base. Johnny Edwards is batting eighth and catching, and Joey J is doing the pitching, batting ninth. For the New York Yankees, Bobby Richardson at second base leads off. Batting second, it's Tony Kubek playing shortstop. Batting third, Roger Maris, who is in center field. Yogi Berra bats cleanup. He's playing left field. Johnny Blanchard is in right field. He is batting fifth. Elston Howard, the catcher, bats sixth. Bill Skowron at first base bats seventh. Clete Boyer, the third baseman, bats eighth. And Ralph Terry is on the mound and batting ninth. Chrysler has been asked to bring you the following public service message. President Kennedy said in his inaugural address, "Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country." Thousands have responded to this call by volunteering for the U.S. Peace Corps. Now, a great need exists for Peace Corpsmen with farm skills. You need not be a college graduate. Any citizen over 18 with farm experience may qualify. Write to Peace Corps, Washington 25 D.C., or consult your local 4-H or Future Farmers of America headquarters. And now the umpires are making their appearances along with the rival managers. Jocko Conlon of the National League will be at the plate. Frank Dumont of the American League at first. Augie Donatelli of the National League at second. And Ed Runge of the American League at third. And Shag Crawford along the left field line of the National League. Bob Stewart of the American League along the right field line. Well, there's a stir here in the crowd as we are just a few minutes away from play ball. And with the Yankees leading 1-0 in the series, the Reds will have to call on one of their favorite tricks, their bounce-back ability. Cincinnati gave a lively demonstration of this art early this season when, after losing 8 games in a row, they then rallied to win 9 straight. As manager Freddie Hutchinson put it with a wry smile after yesterday's loss, we're 1 down on the losing side, but there's only 1 club ahead of us. Here are the foul dimensions along the lines here at New York to the foul pole in right and to left. In right, it's 296, and there's a very low ledge there, about 4 feet high, that curves away. The favorite target is over the 344-foot sign into the right field seats. To left, it's 301 on the line, and it breaks away very sharply, 402 to left center, and 461 to deepest center field. The New York Yankees taking the field. Elio Chacon will be coming up for the Reds to get the second game underway in just a moment. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the man who was the New York starting pitcher in the first World Series game played by the Yankees in Yankee Stadium, now famed as the broadcaster of the Cincinnati Reds, Wade Hoyt. Wade?
All right, here we go. And good afternoon to you all. This is the first half of the first inning here at Yankee Stadium. The second game of the World Series. Elio Chacon will be the first batter. He is substituting for the injured Blasingame, who yesterday injured his finger in infield practice and played with the injured digit. So Elio Chacon from Caracas, Venezuela, who only understands a few sentences in English, is the first batter. Now, he's a right-handed batter. He batted .265 during the season. He had 2 home runs, 5 runs batted in. He will bunt. He'll go to the bunt if he can make it. And he can run. He makes the double play pretty well. He's a pretty nice little ball player. He's strangely very much interested in art. And I can tell you a very funny story, a cute story about Elio Chacon. He's been with the Reds a season and a half, this being his first full season. He was with them a half a season last year. And at the Reds victory party in Cincinnati, a fellow who spoke Spanish and he were talking. And Elio Chacon finally discovered that I had one time played ball. I thought that was rather cute. After a year and a half, Chacon discovered that I had once in my lifetime played baseball. So he's up there, batting right-handed. And Ralph Terry is the pitcher, Elston Howard the catcher. Terry, the pitcher, I understand, haven't seen him too often, but I know he has become a very settled, good-paced worker. In other words, he has good rhythm, he throws well, he studies, he's careful, he has a good curve ball, he's developed a slider, his fastball is good, and he is not in the term of professionals, a thrower or a slinger. He's more the idea, the type that pushes the ball toward the plate, but he has good stuff, and he won the clinching game. The Yankees won the clincher down at Baltimore with this man pitching. So Ralph Terry is about to make his pitch. He's from Oklahoma, Chelsea, Oklahoma. So Terry is about to come in there with his first one as Chacon took it inside. Ball 1. Jocko Conlon is the home plate umpire. Frank Dumont of the American League at first. Augie Donatelli of the National League at second. Ed Runge of the American League at third. Shag Crawford of the National League down the left field line. Bob Stewart down the right field line. Strike 1 called. Now that was a fastball. That was over the inside edge. 1 ball, 1 strike on Chacon. That ball took off inside a little bit. What we used to call when we were kids in curves. but they don't call them those in professional baseball. The curve ball is strike 2. That was sort of a slow curve, and it isn't liked by Chacon. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 and 2. This fellow uses a curve with good effect, and he's a good control pitcher. And the ball hit out in left field, and Berra starts back with the ball, still going back, and caught it. Back on the racetrack, way back in left field. Chacon hit the ball pretty well. But Berra went back and caught it, and there's 1 out for the Reds in the first inning. Eddie Casco, who played such a great defensive game yesterday for the Reds, is the batter. He had 1 hit in yesterday's game. He has a 1961 series average of .250. He batted .271 in season with 2 home runs, 27 runs batted in. And Eddie played a bang-up game at shortstop for the Reds yesterday. He leaped and caught a line drive. He started a nice double play, or started the back end of the double play, as Ralph Terry cut loose with his first pitch. That's called a ball by Conlon. That was a fastball. Boyer, who played such great defensive play for the Yankees yesterday, playing in. Strike 1 as Terry broke that curve over the plate. He snapped that one off beautifully. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 and 1. The Yankees are not playing Casco too deep. They're equidistant, one from the other. And the next pitch made now to Casco. He fouled the ball. That's back of the Yankee bench into the box seats. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 and 2. This is the first inning of the 1961 World Series, the second game here at Yankee Stadium. So Terry took a look at the scoreboard to check out there. Also possibly a center fielder who is Roger Maris. The next pitch to Casco. Casco hit another foul. That's in the upper deck over there to the right. So Berra is the left fielder. Maris is the center fielder, as Mickey Mantle is still on the injured list. And they say that it's possible he may not play even Saturday in Cincinnati. And Johnny Blanchard, who has done such great work with his bat, is in right field. Terry in action again. The right-hander pitches. The curve stayed high. 2 balls, 2 strikes. He tried to break that one in there, but it sort of, he did what we call roll it in professional baseball. It rolls off your fingers, in other words, and you lose the snap on it. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, the top of the first inning. Terry ready to go. He pitches again. That's strike 3. That was the high fastball inside as Casco took his cut and struck out. 2 away for the Reds in the first inning. And, of course, there is no score so far. 2 men up, 2 men down. Veda Pinson is the batter. Veda was up 4 times yesterday with no hits. His seasonal batting average was .343. He was second in the league in batting. He had 16 home runs, 87 runs batted in. He was second in doubles with 34, and he led the league in hits. The pitch to him, he bounced on 2 bounces down to Richardson at second, who threw Veda out at first base, and the Reds went down 1-2-3 in the first inning. 1-2-3 in the first inning, and so at the end of the first half of the first inning, the score is the Cincinnati Reds 0, the Yankees coming to bat in the last half.
What's the word on the new cars from Chrysler Corporation? What's the word you hear?
Lean is the word for Dodge, the new lean breed of Dodge for 1962. For 1962, Dodge features the new Dart 440 with a new functional shape, full size, people size. Dead weight has been engineered out. There's no automotive fat to make the Dodge eat gas. What's left is road-hugging live weight that's easier for the engine to move. For 62, Dodge is probably the easiest handling car you've ever driven. Try the excitement of simplicity. Yours in the new lean breed of Dodge from Chrysler Corporation.
Simplicity.
And they're simply beautiful.
Looks like it's gonna be a Chrysler year.
See your Dodge dealer during October open house.
The second game of the World Series here at Yankee Stadium moves into the last half of the first inning. The New York Yankees at bat. The Reds did not score in their half, nor did they put a man to base. And Richardson, Bobby Richardson, the Yankee second baseman, who is leading both teams in batting so far, with 4 times at bat and 3 hits, batting .750, is up at the plate. He had the most hits as a New York Yankee this past season. He had 173 hits, and he was 5th in the American League in the number of hits. In the season, he batted .261 with 3 homers and 49 runs batted in. Bobby Richardson, and of course, he also was very plaguing to the Pittsburgh Pirates last year in that series. So this is that fine defensive second baseman for the Yankees, and a fellow who can do things with his bat occasionally. A little bothers you a great deal. So Joey Jay out there pitching for the Cincinnati Reds, making his first pitch to Richardson over the plate, strike 1. In season, Jay won 21 games and lost 10. He's 6'4", 225 pounds. A couple of years ago when he was with Milwaukee, he hurt his finger and he could not pitch. He broke his finger, could not pitch in the World Series. As Jay is in action again, he fires. That's the curve, but low outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1. I would say that Jay and Terry are very similar in the methods of pitching, although they might not be as similar in build or the exact curve of the ball or the fastball, but they use the same basic principle in pitching. As Jay is going in there with another one now. There's a ball hit in left field, and there's another base hit for Richardson. They have trouble with Richardson. The Reds are having trouble with him the same way that the Pirates had trouble with Richardson last year. And that is the first man in the second game to reach base. The score is the Cincinnati Reds 0, and the Yankees have their first man up on base. Tony Kubek, the left-handed batter and left-handed hitting shortstop, is up. Kubek yesterday was at the plate 3 times with no hits. This season, or this past season, he batted .276 with 8 homers, 46 runs batted in. He was second in the league in doubles with 38, batting left-handed. Richardson is edging off first base now as Joey Jay is hesitating, ready to go on Kubek. The throw to Kubek, not good. It's outside high. Ball 1. Kubek. Rangy lad. As Jay is hesitating again. Throw to first. Richardson got back without trouble. 1 ball, no strikes. Jay ready to fire now. Hesitates. Here it comes. Outside with the fastball. Ball 2. 2-0. They play Kubek, slightly right field. They don't shift a lot. Robinson comes in a few steps in left field, but he moves over toward left center. Pinson is shifted, just shading Kubek a little bit in right center. And Post in right field is playing him rather normally. The infield shifted 1 step to the right. He pitched now to Kubek. That's strike 1. Jay broke a slider in there, just slid one off over the plate. 2 balls and 1 strike, 2-1 on Kubek. Kubek keeps pumping that bat out there, Jay, and Jay just stands there taking the signs from Johnny Edwards, checking his man on first base. Pitches over there. Well, he didn't throw it hard. He just wanted to remind the man on first base that he was thinking of it. As the next pitch made to him, there's a foul. Kubek hit it up on the backstop. 2 balls, 2 strikes. There is no score in the game as yet. The Reds failed to score in their half of the first inning. The Yankees are at bat in the last half with a man on first and no one out. I wanted to tell you that pitchers don't always throw to first base to pick men off. They just try to hold the runners close there to cost them steps in case they should try to steal or in case a double play might be attempted. In other words, try to head the runner off and not give him a running start if possible. So the pitch made again to Kubek. He hit another foul. He hit the backstop with that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. No one out in the bottom of the first. A man on for the Yankees. Strange how down through World Series history you find fellows that jump up to plague a certain club, or some fellows have the ability to rise in a clutch and play great ball when the chips are down. Richardson has been that kind of a ball player for the Yankees. Of course, the Yanks have had a great many of them, for that matter. The throw in there now to Kubek has bounced down to Casco. There's one out at second. The throw to first. Safe at first base as Chacon's throw to first base was just too late to get Kubek. Richardson was a force out at second. Casco to Chacon. So Kubek is on first with one out. The bottom of the first inning. No score in the game so far. The Reds did not score in their half. The Yankees at bat and their big slugger up there, Roger Maris. Yesterday, Maris did not get a hit in 4 turns at bat. For the season, he batted .269 with 61 homers. They pitched to him outside at ball 1. Now, as the commissioner of baseball, Mr. Ford Frick, has said, Maris did not break an old record. He set a new one. He set a record with 61 home runs in 162 games, which was a tremendous feat. It really was. He had 31 home runs here at the stadium, 30 on the road. He pitched to him. Maris missed. 1 ball, 1 strike as he chased a slider. He also led the league in runs batted in with 142. So he had a real big season, this fellow, and a good ball player. One ball, 1 strike. So Joey Jay is checking his man on first. He pitches to Maris, who grounded the ball down to Chacon, who snapped it to second. One out there. Throw to first. A bad throw past first, but it's fielded by Jay as it bounced off the box seats. Maris made no attempt himself to go to second base. He ran down the line and turned to the right. So it was just a force out of Kubek at second. Chacon to Casco. 2 out in the bottom of the first inning for the Yankees. And there's no score in the game so far. The Reds did not put a man to first in their half of the first inning. And the Yankees at the moment have a man on with 2 out. Maris on first base and Yogi Berra up. Yogi went to bat officially yesterday twice with no hits. So he hasn't had a hit as yet in the series. Yogi batting left-handed. Right in the center of the batter's box. He pitched to Yogi. Yogi hit a foul. That's coming back in the upper deck of the grandstand. Strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. So Yogi, I think, has 17 records, including some minor ones. But of course now he is playing in his 12th World Series, which is a record. He is playing in his 69th World Series game, which is a record. This is his 248th time at bat in the World Series, which is a record. So Joey Jay fires again. Yogi took a high fastball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1-1. As, of course, Jay keeps trying to work outside more or less on these slugging left-handed batters to keep them from pulling the ball if they can possibly do so. That seems to be the main objective of pitchers pitching here in the stadium. I know it was in my day, and it still persists. 1-1 on Yogi. The pitch now to him is high, and that's ball 2. There's another high fastball. Now, of course, Yogi is the type of batter who's a bit unpredictable. You get one up around his eyes up in there, he's liable to comb one into the seats. I don't know what's going on over the Reds bench, but somebody's been yelling out of there, and Yogi gave him a glance or 2 over there. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2 out. Bottom of the first inning, man on first base, Maris on first. The throw is to first base, but Maris just trotted back there. No score in the game so far. The score is 0-0. So Jay let loose. No good. The high curve didn't break. 3 balls and a strike. 3-1. A World Series such as this, when you pitch a World Series game, you must keep bearing down all the time at the count of 3. And what will you do in season, too, for that matter? but it's just a little more necessary right now. The pitch to Yogi, he hit on the ground, he hit down to Chacon, and the second baseman fielded the ball and threw to Coleman, and Yogi was out at first. And so the Yankees in the first inning, no runs, one hit, and a man left on. We move now into the top of the second inning here at Yankee Stadium, the second game of the World Series. A 0-0 score, and Frankie Robinson will come to bat. Robinson was up twice officially yesterday with no hits. In the season, he batted .323. He was second in the National League, rather third in the National League in home runs with 37. He was second in the league in runs batted in with 124. He was second in the matter of stolen bases with 21, and he was third in the matter of 2 base hits when he had 33. So Robinson up, batting right-handed. And the Yankees are going to play him, straight away. They haven't shifted one way or another. Robinson is up close to the plate, standing very close to it, as Ralph Terry pitches. The pitch to Robinson, he hit foul. That's down toward the seats, the box seats beyond third base, and that's no balls and a strike on Robinson. Ralph Terry certainly has been a good pitcher for the Yanks this year. He won 16 and lost 3. He was second in the league in that respect in the matter of winning percentage, and Arroyo was third. So the Yankees had 3 top men right at the top of the pitching lists. Robinson hit a high fly ball back of shortstop, and Kubek is moving into the outfield, and he caught the ball, and Robinson is out. The score is the Cincinnati Reds 0 and the New York Yankees 0, with 1 out on the top of the second inning. Gordy Coleman up. Coleman was 3 times at bat yesterday in the first game with no hits. During the season, Coleman batted .287. Had 26 home runs and 87 runs batted in. He had 27 doubles. Batting left-handed, standing squared away at the plate. As Ralph Terry starts his action, makes his pitch. Strike 1 call with the fastball. No balls, 1 strike. Terry fires. Ball bounced down to Kubek, who moved in, grabbed it on the big bounce. The throw to first, and Coleman is out at first base. Skowron had a feel for the bag with his foot then. Coleman was almost safe there as Skowron had a feel for the bag with his foot, before he found it, which is kind of odd, as it doesn't happen very often, but once in a while you become a little confused. Now the batter will be Post. Post had 1 hit and 3 turns yesterday for a .333 average. The pitch to Wally, he struck at the curve and he missed for strike 1. During the season, Post batted .294 with 20 home runs, 57 runs batted in, and he had 15 2-base hits. And Wally very often came through to help the Reds in their determined pennant drive. So Terry winding again, throws. That's outside with the slider. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1-1. The score is 0-0, with 2 out on the top of the second inning of the second game here at Yankee Stadium. The Yankees have no runs and 1 hit. The Reds no runs and no hits. The Reds haven't put a man to bases yet. Post hit the ball off the glove of the third baseman. He's safe at first base as Skowron failed. His foot may have come off the bag, but Boyer made another great play, knocking down a line drive, and he knocked the ball over to Kubek. And Kubek picked the ball up, shot the throw to first base, and darn near got the man at first. The body of Skowron rather blocked us off from sight. So it goes as a base hit for Wally Post. He hit the ball well. He hit a hard line drive. That's the Reds' first hit. Brings up Gene Freese now with Post on first base, 2 out in the top of the second inning. The score 0-0. Freese was up 3 times yesterday with no hits. Last season he batted .277, 26 home runs, 87 runs batted in, and 27 doubles. As Terry hesitates, pitches. There's the line drive. Foul! 6 inches foul outside the left field foul line. A line drive on the part of Freese that came almost being an extra base hit. 6 inches foul down It was a line drive over the third baseman's head. It was virtually fair as it started out, and then at the last moment curved around and landed foul. And the umpire down there, Shag Crawford, was very decisive and very alert and quick in his decision and gave it a quick punch outside. The pitch to Freeze has another foul past third base, and that was hit fairly well, but not as well as his first drive. So there are 2 away for the Reds in the second inning with Post on first base. That Boyer has played great defensive ball, certainly top defensive ball for the Yankees. And of course, yesterday, the Yankees are certainly at their best. The 25-game winner at his best, and a good team at their best. The pitch in there now to Freeze is strike 3 as Freeze took a cut and missed and struck out for the second strikeout for Terry in the ball game. And in the top of the second, the Cincinnati Reds, no runs, 1 hit, and a man left on. And at the end of an inning and a half, the score is Cincinnati nothing and the New York Yankees nothing.
Say, how lucky do you feel right now? Well, you may be luckier than you think. Chrysler Corporation is offering 180 brand new cars free during October open house, and one of them may be yours. It's an open invitation to see the new cars and sign up to win one. If you own a car, any make or model, any year, you could be one of the lucky winners. To qualify, all you have to do is come in and register with any authorized dealer who sells Plymouth, Valiant, Dodge, Lancer, Chrysler, or Imperial. That's all there is to it, but remember, you have to register by October 31st. Visit your dealer during October open house. Why not tonight? You may win a brand new 62 car from Chrysler Corporation. Free car offer void in Nebraska, Wisconsin, Florida, Canada, and wherever else prohibited by law.
The batters in the bottom half of the second inning for the New York Yankees will be Johnny Blanchard, Elston Howard, and Bill Skowron. Johnny Blanchard coming up was at the plate once yesterday. He went in as a pinch hitter. He didn't have a hit. But Blanchard has been a tremendous man for the Yankees this season in many, many ways. Whenever he was in there, why, he did yeoman work for the Yankees. Johnny Blanchard batting left-handed. During the season, he batted .305. He had 21 home runs and 54 runs batted in. And he pitched into it. Blanchard now is high outside, way high outside. Ball 1. Score 0-0 as we move into the bottom of the second. Neither team has scored. Each team has had a hit. As the pitch made to Blanchard now, he took a cut and he popped the ball in the air down to Casco at shortstop, who moved in under it, caught it, and Blanchard is out. 1 away in the bottom of the second inning for the Yankees. The score is 0-0. Each team has had 1 hit. Elston Howard, who batted .348, second in the American League in batting with that average of .248, had 1 hit yesterday, and of course that was the home run that started the Yankees on the way to victory. 1 run, 1 homer, 1 run batted in. The pitch to him, he hit a grounder down to Freeze, who backed up, grabbed it through to first, and got his man at first. So Howard is up and out. 2 away for the Yankees in the bottom of the second. Still no score in the ball game. Bill Skowron, the other home run hitter of yesterday, is up. Yesterday, Skowron went to bat 3 times with 1 hit. His 1 hit was the home run, and that capped the climax for the Reds yesterday. And by the way, the Reds can look with pride on yesterday's game. They played a fine ball game. A fine ball game. Bill Skowron at the plate. He batted .267 during the season with 28 homers, 89 runs batted in. The throw to him by Jay is a little inside low. Ball 1. 0-0 still as the game moves along. So Joey Jay's taking the sign from Johnny Edwards. the rookie catcher. The pitch in there now to Skowron is called ball 2. That was a curve ball, but it wasn't over. 2-0. Playing Skowron straight away. Robinson in left field is not too close to the left field foul line, by the way. He's playing a little over toward left center. A 2-ball, no strike count on Skowron. With Jay in action. He pitches. Foul ball. That's hit in the upper deck over there to the right. A 2-ball, 1 strike count. This fellow's another clutch player. This fellow plays his best when the chips are down, too. Of course, the Yanks have been in so many World Series, they've had a great deal of that experience. But the World Series is always a thrill. No matter how many you're in, it's still a thrill. 2 balls, 1 strike. That's a little low inside with the fastball for Joey, and that's 3 balls and 1 strike on Skowron. Three and 1. No score in this game. Scoreless game so far. Jay Wines pitches. Ground foul as Skowron chased the curve. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Three and 2. So Joey takes a little time. He's not in a hurry, and he studies his batter, and he tries to pitch with sort of an even pace and an even tempo. Both these fellows do. That's why I say both Jay and Terry are somewhat similar in pitching design. The next throw to Skowron is very high, and that's ball 4, and Joey walked him. This will bring up Clete Boyer, and this fellow will doubtlessly get a big round of applause. He's played tremendous defensive baseball for the Yankees. Yesterday he had 1 hit and 3 turns at bat, a single to right field. So his World Series batting average so far in this series, .333. On the season he batted .225. He had 11 home runs and 55 runs batted in, 19 doubles and 5 triples. So Skowron is on first and Clete Boyer up there. So Joe Jay checks his runner on first base. Well, he lobbed a throw over to first, not much on it, but the throw now to Boyer is batted on the ground. Casca made a great stop to second. Man out at second, another great play. A fine play by Casco. A backhanded stop, forcing Skowron at second. In the second inning, since the New York Yankees, no runs, no hits, 1 left. And so at the end of 2 innings, the score is Cincinnati 0, the New York Yankees 0.
Dodge for 62, the new lean breed of Dodge. All live car. That means dead weight and fat are out. Every ounce that doesn't help strength or performance is gone. What's left is all live weight, road-hugging live weight. With dead weight cut out, acceleration is up as much as 11%. And with dead weight cut out, the Dodge handles gas as if it were ration. All live car, full size, people size. And the Dodge Dart looks just as live as it acts. It's a car built to follow its long, lean hood. A car with clean, uncluttered lines. See the new lean breed of Dodge for 1962 from Chrysler Corporation.
Looks like it's gonna be a Chrysler year.
See your Dodge dealer during October open house.
We'll pause here 30 seconds for station identification.
Are you mixing with the best? Saratoga Vichy with the yellow label, it outsells all the rest. The genuine Vichy with the yellow label tastes better tonight, feel better tomorrow. Saratoga with the yellow label.
What's the score when you want to mix with the very best? That's easy. Look for the bottle with the famous yellow label, Saratoga Vichy. WGY Schenectady.
Johnny Edwards, the catcher, batting left-handed, leading off the top of the 3rd inning. as Ralph Terry's about to pitch. He does, and Edwards bounced a slow roller out to Terry, who moved in, fielded the ball, the pitcher threw to first. Edwards is out at first. We didn't have even an opportunity there of telling you that Edwards is from Columbus, Ohio, 23 years old, a rookie catcher, just came up in the middle of the season. On the season, he batted .186, but he hit 2 home runs, and one of the home runs he hit started the Reds in their winning victory in Chicago, the day that they eventually won the pennant. Now Joey J is coming up, getting a nice hand. This season he won 21 and lost 10. Warren Spahn won 21 also, so between them they led the league in the most number of victories with 21 apiece. And Jay pitched a total of 247 in the third innings, allowing 217 hits with 102 runs. The pitch to him now is ball one, a low inside. All right, this is the third inning at Yankee Stadium, the second game of the World Series. The score is 0-0. Jay took the curveball in there. That's strike one. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Cincinnati Reds have had no runs and 1 hit. The New York Yankees have had no runs and 1 hit. As Ralph Terry pitches again. There's a fly ball out along the line in left field. Yogi Berra over to the line, made the catch, and Joey J is out. 2 away for the Reds in the third inning. Score is still 0-0. With Elio Chacon coming up for his second appearance. The first time up, he forced Berra to go back in deep left field. As a matter of fact, this young man at the plate, who substituted for, or is substituting for the injured Blasingame, who jammed his index finger of his right hand in yesterday's fielding practice, although he played with the injured digit. Chacon has hit the hardest ball of the game so far in this game. He pitched outside low, a curve ball, ball 1. He hit the ball quite well. He hit the ball about 385 feet out there in left field, and Berra went back and caught it. 2 away for the Reds in the third. No score as yet for either team. There's a ground foul, a hard-hit ground foul, a line drive. Actually hit past third and hit the box seats and bounced onto the playing field, and Yogi Berra is clearing the field of the ball. So there's 1 ball, 1 strike. It's a beautiful day here at Yankee Stadium. Just a typical, wonderful World Series day. This huge crowd sitting watching this game, waiting for the break, the thrill, and the drama. That's why it's a great sport. Terry throwing again. That's a little high outside. 2 balls and a strike on Chacon. The Reds have had 1 man to base. Wally Post singled in the second inning. The Yankees have had 2 men to base. Richardson, who singled, and Skowron, who walked, but not in the same inning. So Terry fires again. Chacon took it a little high. 3 balls and a strike. 3-1. 0-0 the score. 2 out in the top of the third. Elio Chacon from Caracas, Venezuela. The pitch to him, high, ball 4 as he tossed his bat away and started for first base. This brings up Eddie Casco. Casco, the first time at bat, struck out. Today there are certainly a couple of pitchers pitching, and that was true yesterday when Ford and O'Toole were pitching too. Next throw, there's a foul rolled over into the Yankee bench. No balls and a strike on Casco. What I mean by that is, yesterday there was Whitey Ford with power and skill, O'Toole with power, I might say, and skill, perhaps not as much experience as Ford, but nevertheless who pitched a beautiful game. Today, 2 fine pitches moving along, both of them trying to get the edge. The throw now is a pitch out, outside high, and that's ball 1 and strike 1. The Yankees probably had a notion that the Reds were going to put on a hit and run play, or that Chacon might try to steal second with the no ball, 1 strike count. They wasted a pitch, in other words. They threw high outside, but it was a pitch out. 1 ball, 1 strike then on Casco. Batting right-handed as he stands in the center of the box. There's a foul. That's back up into the upper deck behind the home plate. It's a 1 ball, 2 strike count. There's no score in this second game as yet. 2 men out for the Reds in the third inning, with Chacon on first base. I might add That's so far as it's gone. The Reds have been shut out for 11 2/3 innings in this World Series. Another pitch. Strike 3 as Casco chased a low breaking curve outside and struck out. And so in the third inning, the Cincinnati Reds, no runs, no hits, and a man left on. And so at the end of 2.5 innings, the score is the Cincinnati Reds nothing and the New York Yankees nothing.
Lancer, one of the new breed of Dodge and livelier than ever for 62. Dead weight has been engineered out. Every pound is live weight, road-hugging live weight. Acceleration is up, gas consumption down. This new lean breed of Dodge is simplified inside and out. The starter motor, for example, has 27 less parts, yet it works quieter and better than ever. Electrical circuits have been simplified. You'll go 32,000 miles between major lube jobs. Less maintenance, easier maintenance. It's a lean, clean car with the accent on the front end. Lancer for 62. One of the new lean breed of Dodge from Chrysler Corporation.
Looks like it's gonna be a Chrysler year.
See your Dodge Lancer dealer during October open house.
Here at the Yankee Stadium, we're going into the bottom half of the third inning. Of course, both teams have men out with injuries. Darrell Johnson, the Cincinnati catcher, is out with it as he aggravated the injury to his side. Blasingame out with an injury to his index finger. Mickey Mantle out also, of course, with the I might say the almost historic abscess that will make baseball history. One time, Babe Ruth had an abscess on his right arm, and he had to miss part of the series, which we played in the 1921 World Series, I believe. And he was out for part of the series. So there have been some injuries to the stars. Mickey Mantle's been affected a lot. Ralph Terry batting now, and the pitch to him is inside, ball 1. Terry is batting .227, and that's not a bad average for a pitcher. That's through the courtesy of Bob Wolf, who is my associate here, and who knows Terry pretty well. This Ralph Terry. Joey J stands there taking signs from Edwards. Jay in action. He cut loose again. There's a pop-up out there to Chacon. Over towards second. Chacon moved over, made the catch, and Terry is up and out. One away in the third inning for the Yankees. The score is 0-0. The Yankees have no runs, 1 hit, no errors. The Cincinnati Reds, no runs, 1 hit, no errors. They're exactly even in totals. Both teams have had 2 men left on base. Both teams have had a single and a base on balls. This is Richardson, who had a single in the first inning up there now, with 1 out in the third. The pitch to this right-handed batter, low inside. Bobby Richardson, who had 3 hits yesterday and 1 so far today. So Richardson actually has had 4 hits and 5 turns at bat in this series so far. See Frankie Crosetti down there coaching at third. He has played in and coached in a total of 20 World Series. His total World Series checks, or the total of them, around $116,000. A pitch in there to Richardson, who took a shot at that, popped it out in the short center. Chacon is going out in the short center, caught the ball, and Richardson is out. 2 away for the Yankees in the third inning. The score, 0-0. Tony Kubek up. Tony forced Richardson in the first inning when he hit the ball down to Chacon, who played it to Casco, and Richardson was out at second. Tony batting left-handed. We said yesterday a little taller than you would suppose. This fellow's well over 6 feet. As Jay pitches to Kubek, outside high, ball 1. I shared the locker with Kubek when I came back here for Old Timers Day about a month ago, and that's why I know he was so tall, because I thought he was a shorter man, and when I spoke to him and talked to him, I'm 5 feet, around 5 feet 11, and I was just about up a little over his shoulders. As Jay is in action again, he pitches, and he threw his screwball, but it was inside, and that's 2 balls and no strikes, 2-0. The screwball is thrown by a right-hander with the reverse twist of the wrist. The curve, you twist the wrist to the right with a right-hander at the last-minute snap. If you throw a screwball, you twist it to the left with a reverse twist. 2 balls and no strikes, 2-0. So Jay is winding again. pitching. That's strike one as he just caught the outside edge. A very nice pitch with that one. His control was pinpoint perfect with that. No score as yet. It's a 0-0 ball game. With Joey in action, he wheeled around and he let loose. Strike two. He got the next one in there. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2-2. The score is 0-0. The Yankees and the Cincinnati Reds. So Joey J. came up and over. He pitches. Kubek missed for strike 3, and that's Joey's first strikeout. And the Yankees are out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. In that inning for the Yankees, no one to base. And so at the end of the 3rd inning, the score is the Cincinnati Reds 0, the New York Yankees 0.
You know, the only thing more exciting than the World Series is your first look at the new cars. And this year, Chrysler Corporation makes it more exciting than ever. 180 brand new cars are offered free during October open house. One of them could be yours. 30 Imperials, 30 Chryslers, 30 Dodge Darts, 30 Lancers, 30 Plymouths, and 30 Valiants. If you own a car, any make or model, any year, all you have to do to qualify is stop in and register with any authorized Plymouth, Valiant, Dodge, Lancer, Chrysler, or Imperial dealer. But this is important. You must register during October open house, and that ends October 31st. Why not see your dealer tonight? Free car offer void in Nebraska, Wisconsin, Florida, Canada, and wherever else prohibited by law.
Well, the meat of the Reds' batting order is coming up in the 4th inning. Pinson, Robinson, and Coleman, as Beta Pinson will come to the plate. The Reds' hitters in this series, as yet, have not been too potent. Post has had 2 hits, and Casco has had 1. Post had a hit yesterday, and he had another one in the 2nd inning today. And, of course, Casco had his in the 1st inning yesterday. But Pinson and Robinson and Coleman have been held hitless so far. Also Freeze and Chacon and Blasingame in the others. So Pinson is up at the plate now, leading off in the top of the 4th inning. The score is 0-0 as we move into the 4th. So Ralph Terry, the right hander for the Yankees, is taking the signs from Elston Howard. The Yankee team has shifted to the right. Left field is wide open behind 3rd. Yogi Berra's in left center. The pitch now to Pinson is a strike. That's a fastball at the top of the strike zone. Kubek, the shortstop, is over towards 2nd, and Boyer, the 3rd baseman, is playing in, way in front of 3rd, as Ralph Terry is in action again. That's a pitch low, 1 ball, 1 strike. That looked like a screwball. It sort of broke down and away from Pinson. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1-1. Pinson is a left-handed batter, standing right even with the plate. Dips his knees a little, keeps pumping that bat as Terry is winding again, pitching. Pinson hit a fly ball out in left field. Berra is moving coming in toward the line, and he made the catch, and Pinson is out. Berra cut in diagonally. Now, Pinson doesn't hit out there too much. That was rather a surprise. 1 away for the Reds in the 4th inning. The score is still 0-0. The Reds with no runs, 1 hit. The Yankees with no runs, 1 hit. Robinson up. Robinson popped up to Kubek in the 2nd inning. Batting right-handed. And now the Yankees have shifted to the left on Robinson. As Terry is winding, pitching to Robinson. Robinson grounded a ball down to Boyer at 3rd, and the ball hit him, bounced away from him, and Robinson is safe at first base. We'll await the official scorer's decision. And Boyer is charged with an error. That is the first error of the series by either team, as a matter of fact. Boyer tried to play that on what we call the short hop, the short bounce, or in between bounces. And a little difficult to play it that way. The batter is Coleman now. Coleman took the curve ball for strike 1 call. Robinson on first, 1 out. The top of the fourth inning. There is no score in the game so far. 0-0. Coleman drove a long drive in right field. The ball is still going and gone. It's a home run for Coleman. As Coleman drove a long home run into the right center field seats. The Reds are ahead 2-0. So the Reds have dented the scoring ice, you might say, as Coleman tagged the long one. Put the Reds out in front 2-0 with 1 out in the fourth inning. That was well hit. So Robinson scored ahead of Coleman. Coleman hit his homer. A long blast. Now Terry is pitching to Post. Post took strike one. Call. That was right in there. Post hit a ground foul. He bounced it against the backstop. No balls and 2 strikes. So the Cincinnati Reds are leading 2-0. 1 out in the fourth inning. And while he took his cut, he missed, and that is strike 3 as Post struck out swinging at a breaking ball. Now, a breaking ball can be anything from a curve to a screwball to a slider. Sometimes they're a little hard to identify here in the press box. 2 away for the Reds in the fourth inning. The Reds are leading 2-0. They have 2 runs, 2 hits. The Yankees, no runs and 1 hit. Gordy Coleman of Rockville, Maryland, hawked one. So Terry winding again, pitching. Post hit a ground ball down to Quebec. Quebec came up with it, got a throw off, and Freeze hit the ball down at Quebec. Quebec threw Freeze out at first base. And so in the fourth inning, Cincinnati scored 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 New York error, and there was no one left on. And so at the end of 3.5 innings, the score is Cincinnati 2 and the New York Yankees 0.
What's the word on the new cars from Chrysler Corporation? What's the word you hear?
The word on the new Lancer is GT, a brand new Lancer model with the handling and look of a sports car. GT, a car that will corner level, stop fast, and respond like a jackrabbit. It's all live weight. The GT has bucket seats that adjust individually. The carpeting goes from door to door. The leather-grained vinyl interiors will keep their good looks for years to come. See the new GT and all the exciting Lancer models from hardtops to station wagons. Lancer for $62 from Chrysler Corporation.
Simplicity.
And they're simply beautiful.
Looks like it's gonna be a Chrysler year.
See your Dodge Lancer dealer during October open house.
Here in the Yankee Stadium, the World Series is moving into the bottom half of the fourth inning of the second game. And the Cincinnati Reds are leading 2-0. Roger Maris will be the first batter for the Yankees in the bottom of the fourth, followed by Yogi Berra and then Johnny Blanchard. Quebec was on first base in the first inning when Roger Maris forced Quebec at second base. The second baseman, Chacon, to Casco. So Maris up there batting left-handed now. I guess Roger Maris, you might say, is the most talked about man in baseball today, wouldn't you? And Joey J is concentrating on Maris. He starts his pitch. Maris tried to bunt a ball and he popped a foul into the Reds bench. Strike 1. No balls, 1 strike, 0-1. Chacon, the second baseman, is playing 5 to 10 feet back in the outfield, in right field. The next pitch to Maris is outside. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1-1. Coleman is playing a very deep first base. Casco is shifted to the back edge of the infield, almost behind second. And Freeze is playing, well, he's off of third, but not way off of it. The outfield is shifted to the right. Jay swings into action again. Now he pitches. No good. He missed outside with the curve. 2 balls and a strike. 2-1 on Maris. So Maris stands squared away at the plate. Has that bat back waiting as the next pitch made is high and outside, and that is ball 3. 3-1 on Roger. Three and one. So Jay is just busy preparing a ball, standing in the back slope of the mound with his glove under his arm. And Maris is adjusting his helmet. Jock Conlon, the umpire, called for time until everybody was ready. Here we go. Outside high, ball 4, and Maris has taken a base on ball. Maris on first base, and Yogi Berra is waiting outside the batter's box. The score is 2-0. The Cincinnati Reds leading. The Cincinnati Reds have 2 runs, 2 hits, no errors. The Yankees, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error. No one out in the bottom of the 4th. Might add that Gordy Coleman's home run was the first hit by a left-handed batter in the series. Joey J pitches to Berra now. That's outside. Ball 1. You know, whenever we speak of Gordy Coleman here in the Yankee Stadium, you have an inclination to say Jerry Coleman, you know, who used to play here. And you have to stop to think to yourself, because phonetically it's Gordy and Jerry. It's somewhat similar, you know. Jay is standing there stationary, taking the signals from Johnny Edwards as he checks his runner on first. He pitches. There's a ball hit out of right field, and there goes a home run. And that's into the right field, not the bleachers, but the reserve section of the right field pavilion, as Yogi Berra hit his home run. And that not only ties the score, but it breaks some records. As Maris scores ahead of him, the score is tied at 2-2. Maris waited at the home plate, of course, to congratulate Yogi. And that ties it up again now, a 2-2 ball game. So Joey J is facing Johnny Blanchard. He pitched to this left-handed batter, strike 1. Berra really powdered that one. That was well hit. And that was his 12th World Series home run. Another throw. Johnny Blanchard took that one high from Joey J. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1-1. Well, of course, that Berra has some records that he just adds to, like the most hits in a series, you see. So that just adds another hit to his 68 that he already has, I believe, and that's 69, if I'm not mistaken. Jay whining again, delivering a ground ball down to Coleman, who grabbed it. He's handing off to Jay, and the man is out at first. Blanchard out at first, Coleman to Jay, or otherwise the first baseman to the pitcher. Elston Howard coming up now. The score is 2-2. The Yankees have 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 error. The Cincinnati Reds, 2 runs, 2 hits, and no errors. So the game moves along at a rather even keel as far as statistics are concerned. Elston Howard, who banged that home run yesterday, is up there. He was thrown out by Gene Freeze in the 2nd inning today. He's been up once. One out in the bottom of the fourth inning. Score 2-2. Joey J pounded the ball in his glove a couple of times. Edwards has been looking over at the Reds bench. The Reds are playing straight away now on Howard with Jay working. He pitches. The curve is good. Strike one call as Jay caught the outside edge with that hook. Generally in professional baseball, a curve is just described as a hook. And it's more or less identified by the individuals because the catcher knows what type of thing the pitcher throws. So just say when you throw your curve, you throw your hook. Another pitch. There's the fastball. That's hit foul right near us up here. No balls, 2 strikes, nothing in 2. We're a little bit exposed, and I hope that Bob Wolf, who is broadcasting with me, is a good catcher up here. Reach out and spear those fouls, if you will. One away in the bottom of the fourth inning. Score tied at 2-2. Jay bends forward, taking the signs from Johnny Edwards. The Cincinnati Reds infield ready, especially on the left side, as Jay is in action. He pitches. The foul ball hit the backstop. Strike 2. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Nothing in 2. Now Jay has called Johnny Edwards out to him to have a little chat, perhaps about signals or type of thing to be thrown, or perhaps Jay wants to waste a curve or waste a fastball or a screwball or some type of pitch. Maybe he'll say, well, hold your target a little outside or something like that. Nothing in 2. Jay in action again, and he throws, and the curve, that's low, and that's 1 ball and 2 strikes, 1-2. One thing they don't talk about, and which is a misconception, is some of the people in the stand or where they're going later. Pitching is a very serious business, those fellows who are pitching, and when they talk to the catcher, they talk about their business. Strangely how things can parallel in baseball. One thing can parallel another when you think that in the top of the fourth inning, Robinson was safe on an error, and then Coleman banged a home run, and then in the bottom of the fourth inning, Maris walked and Berra homered. So the homers came each time with a man on. The throw to the plate, inside high, and that's ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2-2. And prior to those 2 homers, no left-handers had hits in the series. And then both of them chipped in with round trippers. Jay goes again, and the curve is high. The high slider. Jay thought he had the man struck out. He was walked down the back slope of the mound out toward the second base. A little bit disappointed. Jocko, however, is in, as we say here, in a position to judge and should know. As the batter started to swing, held up the bat in mid-swing or before he cracked his wrists on it, you might say, or broke his wrists. So Jocko Conlon judged it was ball 3, 3-2. Reds infield on the left side is back now from Howard. So Joey stands with arms dangling, looking at the catcher, taking his signs. Now he's winding, now he's pitching. Missed outside for ball 4. Brings up Bill Skowron now with Howard on first base. 1 man out in the fourth. Jay made a very nice try on that pitch. He tried to keep the ball right over the outside edge and just missed outside with it. So it's Howard on first base, Skowron at bat. Skowron walked in the second inning and then was forced at second by Clete Boyer. Skowron batting right-handed. Of course, Bill hit his home run yesterday. He has 1 home run, 1 run batted in so far in the series. As the pitch is made now to Skowron, who took the pitch inside. Ball 1. So the score is 2-2. 2-2 with 2 hits each. On the batter, 1 ball, no strikes. Post, the right fielder, is playing in deep right, and it's really right center. He's not near the line down in right field there. Pinson is playing just to the left of the second base bag out there in center field. Robinson is playing in normal left field. And Jay cut loose again. The curve is hit through the middle, and Chacon flipped it off to Casco. The throw is to first. A double play. And the fourth inning wound up on the note of a DP. Chacon to Casco to Coleman. In the inning, the Yankees had 2 runs, 1 hit, and no one left on. And so at the end of the fourth inning, the score is the Cincinnati Reds 2, the New York Yankees 2.
Don't miss your chance to win a brand new 62 Chrysler Corporation car. Stop in at your dealers now and sign up to win one during October open house. Plymouths, Valiants, Dodge Darts, Lancers, Chryslers, Imperials. 180 brand new cars are offered free, and one of them may be yours. If you own a car, any make or model, any year, all you have to do to qualify is come in, see the complete rules, and register with any authorized dealer who sells Plymouth, Valiant, Dodge, Lancer, Chrysler, or Imperial. That's all there is to it, and you may win one of 180 beautiful 1962 Chrysler Corporation cars. But be sure to register at your dealers by October 31st. You can't win unless you do. Free car offer void in Nebraska, Wisconsin, Florida, Canada, and wherever else prohibited by law.
Looks like it's gonna be a Chrysler year.
Johnny Edwards leading off the top of the 5th inning, took a cut at Terry's first pitch of a curved ball, and he missed it for strike 1. Edwards, the first time up, hit back to the pitcher, who threw him out at first base. The score is 2-2. Score 2-2. The pitch now to Edwards, low inside, or rather more low than inside, though. 1 ball, 1 strike. The Cincinnati Reds have 2 runs, 2 hits, 2 men left on, and no errors. The New York Yankees, 2 runs, 2 hits, 2 men left on, and they have 1 error. As Ralph Terry throws, there's the curve, and it's hit on a half line to the Richardson, the second baseman, who grabbed it, and Edwards is out. Now, that ball wasn't hit as hard as it may have seemed. It took the trajectory of a line drive, but it was not actually a line drive, as Richardson made the catch, and Johnny Edwards is out. 1 out in the top of the 5th inning, and Joey Jay coming up. Joe Jay coming up. Jay flied out to Yogi Berra back there in the 3rd inning. So there's 1 out for the Reds in the 5th inning. The score is 2-2 here at Yankee Stadium. As Ralph Terry pitches, Jay batting left-handed, took the curve in there for strike 1 call. Boyer is playing him in a little bit. The third baseman has moved in on Joey. Kubek is playing a fairly deep short. The next throw, Jay hit hard at the ball, but he missed it, and that's strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Boyer is off at third now. When I say off at third, I mean he's down towards second base a bit. He's playing third. The pitch to Jay took a cut, and he missed for strike 3. That's the 5th strikeout for Ralph Terry. And 2 Reds are out in the 5th inning. The score is 2-2. And Chacon is coming to the plate. He's played nice ball so far today. Made a couple of nice plays, a couple of nice forced plays at second. Started a double play for the Reds. That double play the Reds made there in the bottom of the 4th was their second in the series so far. Ralph Terry is studying his batter, ready to pitch. Delivers. The curve is looped out back of short, and that's falling in there for a hit. Chacon dropped the single in the short left center. That's twice he's been on base now. Chacon from Caracas in Venezuela. The little man will only say 2 or 3 sentences in English. He keeps an American Spanish translator with him all the time. I mean, a book, and tries to speak from that. This is Casco up there now. The pitch to Eddie. Eddie took a strike, a fastball in there. Score is 2-2. 2 out in the top of the 5th inning here at Yankee Stadium. Ralph Terry is checking his man on first base. Now he pitches. Casco hit the ball to the middle, and that's in the center. That's a base hit. Chacon is trying for third base. The throw is over to third, but he's in there safely. Maris made the throw to third. Casco's on first. Chacon is on third. This will bring up Beta Pinson, who so far in the series has been hitless. Chacon is on third. Casco is on first. The score is 2-2. The Reds have 2 runs and 4 hits. The Yankees have 2 runs and 2 hits, and Vada Pinson batting. Runners at first and third. 2 out in the 5th inning. As Ralph Terry pitches, as the curve is low inside, and that's 1 ball, no strikes on Pinson. Third baseman's playing in. Pinson missed, and that's strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-1. Despite the fact that there are 2 out, well, the boy is playing in, but he would have to play in. This boy at the plate, Pinson, can fly. And should he top a ball down the third baseway, and a boy playing back, Pinson could beat it. And the man is safe at the plate as the ball got by the catcher. It was a pass ball or a wild pitch. We'll have to wait for the official score's decision. And Chacon slid into the plate under the throw of Howard. Howard did not exactly know where to throw the ball. When he retrieved the ball, he at first thought he might have to throw to second. He was prepared to throw to second, but the pitcher came in. He threw the ball to the pitcher. He dove at Chacon. He took a dive himself at Chacon. The pitcher was at the plate, but Howard elected to dive at Chacon, and Chacon beat him to the plate. No, the catcher did not actually see Chacon coming in. There has been no decision as we've had whether that was a pass ball or not. So the Reds have another run, are leading 3-2. Pinson bounced a foul against the box seats beyond the Yankee bench. Casca went to second on the play, so the Reds have a man on second with 2 out in the 5th and are leading 3-2. We did not get immediately the official scorer's decision as to whether that was a pass ball or a wild pitch. It bounced off the glove of the catcher. So on Elston Howard's pass ball, Chacon scored. The Reds are leading 3-2. 2 out in the 5th inning. Terry pitches again. Pinson took a swing and he missed for strike 3 as Pinson struck out. And so in the 5th inning, the Cincinnati Reds scored 1 run on 2 hits, a pass ball, and they had a man left on. And so at the end of 4.5 innings, the score is the Cincinnati Reds 3, the New York Yankees 2. The first half of today's World Series broadcast was brought to you by the Chrysler Corporation.
The second half of this game is being brought to you by the Gillette Safety Razor Company. Whitey Ford's 6 strikeouts yesterday brought his World Series record to 69. Going into the series, he had 63. A fact you can find in the Gillette World Series Encyclopedia, a handy pocketbook that I'm using right now to help me announce the game. It's a Gillette exclusive. Comes free when you buy the adjustable razor at the regular price of $1.95. This Gillette book is loaded with baseball highlights and sidelights. 256 pages brimming with facts, figures, sport cartoons, and good reading. Contains line scores of every series game, lifetime statistics of every man who ever played on a series, and more, much more. It's yours free with the Gillette adjustable razor. The adjustable has 9 different settings, one just right for your combination of skin and beard. And it comes with a supply of those remarkable Super Blue Blades. Get your free World Series Encyclopedia with the Gillette adjustable razor and Super Blue Blades for only $1.95. I call that a bargain.
Well, I am pleased in presenting to you my colleague, Bob Wolf, who has done such a tremendous job broadcasting for the Minnesota Twins. Bob?
Thank you, Wade Hoyt. And as we move into the bottom half now of inning number 5, it's Clete Boyer leading off against Joey J. The pitch is low and in the dirt, skipping away from Johnny Edwards for ball 1. Score of the ball game, Cincinnati 3 and the New York Yankees 2. And up to this point, the Reds have had 3 runs, 4 hits, and the Yankees 2 runs, 2 hits, and they've committed an error. And it was heads-up and alert play as Chacon came racing in as the ball bounded out of Howard's mitt to score the tie-breaking run. Here's the pitch coming up to Boyer, and he watches it come in low. Count now is ball 2 to Boyer, who went into a force out in the 2nd inning. To be followed by the pitcher, then the top of the Yankee batting order. The Yankees 2 hits so far. Bobby Richardson's is 4th in the series, and Yogi Berra with a home run to right field with Roger Maris on base to account for New York's 2 runs. The Reds 2 runs in the 4th on Coleman's homer, and then Chacon scored the tie-breaking run to make it 3-2. Boyer takes inside for a ball, and the count now is 3-0. The outfield is playing Boyer straight away, just slightly toward left. And there's very little breeze right now at Yankee Stadium. It's a very mild, pleasant, and sunny afternoon. Perfect day for this game. Tall right-hander Joey J. on the mound. It's a count now of ball 3 to Boyer. Right-hander starts the windup. And the 3-0 pitch on the way is low and away. And Boyer draws a walk as he now cuts down to first base. That will bring up the New York Yankee pitcher, Ralph Terry, who's been up once and has popped high in the air to Chacon, the second baseman. They'll be talking about that big play in the top of the inning for some time to come. With Pinson at the bat as the ball skipped out of Howard's mitt for a pass ball. Chacon took off from third as Reggie Otero, the third base coach, waved him on. And Howard cocked his arm to throw toward second, appearing for the moment as if he did not see the man breaking in from third. Then suddenly it dawned on him that Chacon was streaking for the plate, and Howard raced toward the plate, made a dive for the fleet speedster coming in from third, but Chacon slid in safely with the run. Here's the pitch to Terry, and it's bunted foul for strike 1. And Gordy Coleman, who was coming in from first base that time, charged in from first within 15 feet of home plate. You can hear the roar of the crowd here. They were aroused as Coleman looked like a sprinter coming in from first base right to the plate as he charged in anticipation of the bunt. So it's strike 1 to Terry. Boyer on first. Here's the pitch, and this one is swung on. There's a pop-up going to short right field. Chacon goes back, and he takes it just about 5 to 10 feet inside the line. Well, Boyer stays put at first base as Terry pops up. And there's 1 out and 1 on as Bobby Richardson, who was singled and popped up himself, now steps up for the 3rd time. Bobby Richardson now steps in. On a third, Gene Freese has moved in a bit, just about 3 or 4 feet off the infield grass there. Casco and Chacon at double play depth. The score of the ball game, 3-2 in favor of Cincinnati. Richardson the batter, Boyer on first, there's 1 down. We're in the bottom half of the 5th inning. Jay takes a look toward first, toward the runner. Then comes in with the pitch, and there goes the runner. There's a ground ball going into Casco. Over to second, it's too late. Back to first, it's wide. And they're safe at both bases. Freddie Hutchinson is going out to protest to Augie Donatelli. As on the play, Boyer was off and running. A grounder went out to Casco, just about 5 or 6 feet from second base, so that the ball was not hit too hard. And Casco got the ball over to Chacon, but as Boyer was running, he slid in, beat the throw to second base just by an eyelash. And then the relay throw from Chacon to Coleman was late and a bit wide of the bag, as Richardson was safe at first. Freddie Hutchinson rushed out for a closer interpretation of the play, and apparently satisfied, has now moved back off the infield and is going back to the dugout. It scored as a fielder's choice on the play, as the Yankees this time cashed in on the break with Boyer running on the pitch, and therefore he was unable to get into second just barely ahead of Casco's flip to Chacon. And Chacon rushing as he saw those flying feet come into second base. Came in wide to Coleman, who had to get off the base on the outfield side. So there are now 2 runners aboard. The batter is Tony Kubek. And the pitch is swung on and missed for strike 1. There's 1 away, runners on first and second. And strike 1 to Tony Kubek, who is 0 for 2. With the stretch and the pause by Jay. Here's the pitch, and it comes in low, 1-1. One and one, the count to Kubek, and on deck it's Roger Maris. There's one away. Boyer on second. Richardson is on first base. Terry, the pitcher, had popped up for the one out. Kubek waits with a 1-1 count. Here's Jay's next offering, and there's a dribbler going foul just off to the right of home plate. Score of the ball game: the Reds 3 and the Yankees 2. We're in the bottom half of the fifth inning. Jay taking a little more time as he looks in to get the sign. On the right-hander set. As the pause, a look back toward second. The pitch, it's swung on and missed. And Kubek goes out on a strikeout. Jay, this afternoon, has posted 2 strikeouts, and Kubek has been the victim in both cases. Roger Maris now comes up. 2 away and 2 on. And Maris this afternoon got into a force out in the first inning. And then in the fourth, he drew a walk, and it was on base when Yogi Berra swatted his home run. So Maris steps up now, 2 on and 2 away. The pitch, swung on and fouled, going over into the New York Yankee dugout. Strike 1 to Roger Maris. Maris was held hitless in yesterday's ball game. And so far this afternoon, he is 0 for 1 with a walk. The outfield finds Wally Post in right, playing just on the edge of the cinder path, near the 344-foot sign out there. And Pinson is way over in right center. Robinson is in left center field. The count is strike 1 to Maris. Here's the next pitch, and it comes in wide for a ball, and the count now is 1-1. They're giving Maris that left field line with plenty to spare. Maris, a pronounced pull hitter, and they're ganging up on him on the right side as Edwards, the catcher, now goes out to have a few words with Joey Jay. Boyer is on second. Richardson is on first base, and there are 2 outs in the bottom of the fifth as Cincinnati leads by a score of 3-2 in the second game of the World Series. Now Edwards is back behind home plate. Maris awaiting that next pitch. The count now is 1-1. Jay poised out there on the mound, all set to work. Right-hander with a stretch and the pause, a look back toward second. Here's the pitch, and it comes in high, and the count now is 2 balls and a strike to Roger Maris. Both these teams have been well scouted going into the World Series competition. And, of course, there was an extra chapter, I'm sure, devoted to Roger Maris and how to pitch to him. And Jay is taking plenty of time between pitches, knowing that one errant move can be costly for the Reds. Maris up there with 2 men aboard. And the Reds are leading by a score of 3-2. Count is 2 balls and a strike. Ready for the next pitch. Here it comes. And it is wide again. And the count now is 3-1. 3-1 to Roger Maris. Waiting on deck, if Maris draws the walk, is Yogi Berra, who had a 2-run homer last time up. And so Jay has to pitch carefully, but he cannot be overly cautious here, or the walk will load the bases. So it's a tough spot for this young fellow. 3-1. Maris the batter, looking out toward the mound. Boyer on second, Richardson on first, 2 away. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. And the count now is 3-2. So there'll be action aplenty coming up on the next one. Both runners will be moving. 3-2, 2 outs. Roger Maris the batter. You can hear this crowd here, the hum of anxiety and anticipation of what may develop on the next one. And on the mound, Jay has just given the ball a good roughing before putting that glove back on and looking in for the sign. 3-2 pitch coming up. It's a big one. All set for now. There's the stretch and the pause. The runners are moving. The pitch. Swung on and missed. The curveball as Maris goes down to the strikeout. Bottom half of the fifth. No runs. No hits. No errors. And 2 are left. The score at the end of 5 innings. The Reds 3, the Yankees 2. I'm told the baseball special will pull out early tonight, so the players will have to hustle. Well, they can shave in a hurry. Most of them use those instant lather shave creams. They're fast and convenient. One that's getting the nod from more and more of them is Gillette Foamy, the fastest growing instant lather in the country. Just nudge the nozzle and instantly rich, creamy lather billows out. Holds oceans of moisture against your beard. And this full-bodied lather keeps your beard drenched through the whole shave. What's more, Foamy contains K34, the antiseptic that destroys harmful bacteria. No wonder more men are switching to Foamy than any other instant lather. Give yourself a lift. Shave clean, shave fast with Gillette Foamy. Latch onto a can. Regular size costs just 79 cents. Giant economy size holds almost twice as much. Costs only 98 cents. With cooling menthol added, same price. From Yankee Stadium in New York City, Bob Wolf speaking with Wade Hoyt. The score, the Reds 3, the New York Yankees 2, and the batter is Frank Robinson, leading off against Ralph Terry. Terry winds. The first pitch is high and inside, and the count now is ball 1 to Robinson, batting in the number 4 slot for the Reds. He is 0-2. Popped up in the second, got aboard on narrow by Boyer in the fourth, and was on base when Coleman tagged the home run in the 4th inning. Pitch is high and inside. It's ball 2. Reds scored the tie-breaking run in the 5th. After 2 were away, Chacon singled to left center field. He moved to third base on Casco's base hit through the middle. And then he scored on a passed ball to give the Reds their 3-2 edge. Robinson with a ball 2 count. Here's Terry's next one. And there's a hard hit ball just inside third. Boyer with a dive for it, has it. Gets up, throws to first for the out. What a play by Boyer. This Boyer is just amazing in this series. Robinson slashed a hard hit ball just a few feet inside third. Boyer made a head-first dive for a ball, came up with it, scrambled to his feet, and threw Robinson out. Just to add to the list of sensational plays that Boyer has already made in just 2 games. Batter is Coleman. Brad is buzzing about that one. Boyer pulled 2 great ones yesterday. There's a foul outside of first off Coleman's bat, and it's strike 1. And the amazing thing, Boyer has shown that he can make the plays equally to both his right and his left. He made a great play on Freese going to his right yesterday, and then on Gurnett to his left also, this time to his right again on Robinson. Here's the pitch to Coleman, and it's inside, moving Coleman back. Count now is 1-1. Coleman grounded out in the second. He homered into the bleacher seats in right center in the 4th with Robinson aboard. Here's the next pitch to Coleman, and he fouls it back. Count now is ball 1, strike 2. The home run by Coleman sailed into the seats just over the extreme left end of the auxiliary scoreboard out there in right center field. Ball that was tagged over 400 feet. Count now, ball 1, strike 2 to Gordy Coleman. 1 away in the top of the 6th. Score, Reds 3, Yankees 2. Terry all set to work. Gets the sign now from Elston Howard. Coleman in and waiting. He's batting 5th in the batting order. Left-handed batter. Here's Terry's next one. And a changeup is missed. Oh, Terry pulled the string on that one as Coleman went down swinging. Coleman had dug in that time, expecting that Terry would be bearing down, but Terry changed speeds. And that's strikeout number 7. Posted by Ralph Terry. As Wally Post, it was an infield hit and is also whipped, steps in now with 2 away in the top of the 6th inning. Score 3-2, Reds in front. Here comes the pitch. And there's a liner going out to left of the line. It's in there for a base hit, and it hops up against the fence and left. There's Berra going over to field it. And in the second base goes Wally Post. Wally Post with a double. As he looped a drive into left, Barrow went over in the corner. The ball took one hop, and up against that low barrier that breaks away so sharply from the pole out there in left. Ball carrying back off the barrier there, and Post moved into second with his second hit of the afternoon. So the Reds have a man in scoring position is Gene Freese. Now it comes up. The throw is made over to first base as Bill Skowron, on the appeal to Frank Umont, claims that Post missed the bag, but the appeal is turned down by the first base umpire. As Post presides now on second base with 2 away in this top of the 6th. Gene Freese, who is struck out and grounded out, is now coming up. Score is 3-2, and they're going to walk Freese. There's the intentional pitch wide for ball 1. So they're taking no chances on this skilled veteran who hits that long ball as they're walking to bring up the rookie catcher, Johnny Edwards. And there is the intentional walk as ball 4 now comes in, and Freese puts down to first base. And Edwards, the youngster who didn't make the starting lineup until just about an hour or so before game time, is now stepping up. He's a left-handed batter. And despite the fact that he is a left-hander against the right-handed Terry, the Yankees are gambling on getting this young fellow out. Post is on second, Freese is on first, and Edwards, who is grounded out and lined out, is coming up now. Steps in. Score 3-2, the Reds lead. We're in the top of the 6th. Pitch, and there's a ground ball, which is into right field for a base hit. Here's Post grounding third. Blanchard makes the throw to second. Post scores. Freese is in at third, and Edwards comes through with a ground single to right. Johnny Edwards found the spot between Richardson and Skowron. As he was up to the challenge, the Yankees decided to pitch to him, and he responded by hitting a clean single in the hole to right field in between Richardson and Skowron, scoring Post and moving Freese to third base. So the Reds now lead by a score of 4-2. And here's Joey Jay, who is a switch hitter batting left-handed, coming up, hoping to keep things alive for Cincinnati. Jay steps in now, left-hander at the plate. Stretching the pause by Terry. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. Score is 4-2. The Reds lead the New York Yankees with 6 hits. 2-2 so far for New York. Those are the hit totals in reverse of yesterday's game. The pitch swung on, a ground ball moving forward as Richardson to his right. He's up with a throw to first base, fully out. So Jay is retired and the side is retired in this 6th inning. In this frame, the Reds come up with 1 run. There were 2 hits, no errors, and 2 are left. The score at the end of 5.5 innings: Cincinnati 4, New York 2.
What a moment! Bill Mazeroski blasting the homer that took all the marbles in last year's series. Listen to this actual play-by-play.
Sudden death now, last of the 9th. 9-9. There's a drive to deep left field. Look out now. That ball is going. The Pirates win it 10-9 and win the World Series.
Great moments like that. You can live and relive them on the pages of the new Gillette World Series Encyclopedia. Yours free with the purchase of the Gillette Adjustable Razor Set at the regular price of $1.95. What a book! 256 pages containing a history of the World Series since it began. Stories, facts, records, all there for you in this great new pocketbook encyclopedia. Get your Gillette adjustable razor and a dispenser of those sensational Super Blue Blades, all for only $1.95, and receive your book free.
Yogi Berra will be leading off for New York in the bottom of the 6th. And the fans here are still buzzing about that base hit by Johnny Edwards, who was a last-minute substitution for Darrell Johnson. Edwards, who had a 186 batting average during the regular season, and is only in his third year of pro ball. He played collegiate ball earlier at Ohio State. Came up as the Yankees had walked the man previously to get to him, Gene Freese, with 2 men on and 2 away. Edwards pumped the single into right field to drive in run number 4. So he was up to the challenge. Here's Yogi Berra now, all set to face Joey J as the right-hander winds, and the pitch to Berra is a strike in the outside corner, a breaking pitch. Berra, after grounding out on the first inning, laced a long home run deep in the right field seats with Maris on board in the 4th. His 12th World Series home run. Count of strike 1 to Berra. Here's the windup, and the pitch on the way is a curve, and it's looped in a very short center. Coming in is Pinson, but he can't get it, and it's in there for a base hit. And Pinson juggled the ball as he played it on the hop, squirted out of his glove. He picked it up, but Berra stayed at first base. It was interesting to note that time that Berra watched a curve, a beautiful curve ball by Jay as it was breaking down, and actually Berra golfed it up. He stayed with it, but he didn't take a big full cut. He was watching it very carefully as the curve was breaking down. He sort of golfed it up and looped the ball into short center field. So Berra's on with a single for New York. And the batter now is Johnny Blanchard, who has popped up and has grounded out. Berra takes his lead off first. The pitch to Blanchard. Swung on, and there's a ball going to short center. Back goes Casco. Still moving. He twists his body around and makes the catch. Casco started out looking toward the right field line, then he twisted his body around and made the catch looking toward the left field line as he stayed with the ball beautifully, and Berra moved back to first base. So Blanchard is out. Casco moving back 25 feet or so to short center to pull the pop-up. And that brings up Elston Howard, who has grounded out and has walked. Casco has come up with some fine plays in the series. Score of the ball game, Cincinnati 4, the New York Yankees 2. We're in the bottom half of the 6th inning. They're on first, there's one away. Howard the batter. There's a look toward the runner at first. The pitch to Elston. Swung on, a hot grounder, which is taken by Chacon near second. Over to Casco for 1, back to first for 2. Beautiful defensive play by Cincinnati as Chacon on a hard-hit ball. We're moving to his right. Come up with it over to Casco and back to Coleman for an inning-ending double play. And they've uncorked some beauties this afternoon. So in the bottom half of the 6th, the total show, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left. And the score at the end of 6 innings, Cincinnati 4 and New York 2. You know what is interesting, and I'm sure will come to the attention of you fans who are listening in right now, is the fact that newcomers in the lineup today, as so often happens, have spelled quite a difference in the Reds' play. The men whose positions they have taken, of course, are sterling ball players in every regard. And naturally, the first-line regulars, and because of their ability, that's why they got the jobs. But this afternoon, we have seen Chacon come up with a couple of dazzling plays defensively. And we have seen Johnny Edwards, also a replacement, come up with a big base hit. So it shows that the Reds bench is certainly doing the job as well as their first-line starters. Now as we move into the 7th inning, here is Elio Chacon, who is coming up to face Ralph Terry. Chacon has fly deep to left. Berra took his long fly back on the cinder path and left, back in the first inning. Chacon has walked, and then he singled to left center field. And it was his daring and speed which enabled him to come in as the ball bounced out of the mitt of Elston Howard in the 5th inning. Didn't roll too far from the plate, but Chacon got a quick break. And as Howard couldn't quite believe that Chacon might be coming in, Howard first looked to second. Chacon came legging in. Howard then saw the runner. He made a dive for him, but it was too late as Chacon slid in safely with run number 3. And there's strike 1 call to Chacon. We're in the 7th inning of an exciting ball game. The Reds lead 4-2. Ralph Terry on the mound. The pitch, a change-up curve, comes in low. On the count now is 1-1. Chacon is followed by Casco and by Pinson. The Yankees are playing Chacon straight away. Just very slightly shaded to left. Maris is just a little bit toward left center. Pitch is low again. The count now is 2 balls, strike 1. Maris is in center field this afternoon. Berra's in left, Blanchard in right. Mantle is out. This operation, post-operation, wound proving a bit too hard. There's a high fly ball off Chacon's bat to deep left. Berra's back in the cinder path, has it. And that's twice that Chacon has flied out to Yogi Berra on that cinder path out there in left. 2 long outs off the bat of Chacon. His first time up, and now leading off here in the 7th. And interspersed with those 2 outs, a walk and a single to left center field. This fellow's not very large, Chacon, but he swings with surprising power. Here's Eddie Casco, who has whiffed twice and singled once. The Yankee bullpen is active now. Here's the pitch. Casco swings, sends a fly ball to left center field. Maris is moving under it, waiting now, and has it. And Casco is out number 2. The Yankee bullpen is now active as the Yankees are trailing by a score of 4-2. We're in the 7th with 2 away, and the batter is Veda Pinson, another one of the Red speed merchants. There's Blanchard going deep and right. He's still going back, and he's playing right now on the edge of the cinder path and right for Veda Pinson, batting 3rd in the Reds lineup. Here's the pitch from Terry, and a curve is low and in the dirt, skipping right by Howard for ball 1. The 7th inning of play, the score of the ball game: Cincinnati 4, the New York Yankees 2. Pinson the batter, count is ball 1. Terry all set to work. Third baseman Boyer has come in for Pinson because of Pinson's great speed. Here's the pitch. Pinson swings, and there's a ball which is taken by Skowron just an inch or so off the ground. It was a sinking liner, topped, and Skowron went right down almost to the dirt as he made the catch. So in the 7th, there are 3 up and 3 down. And the score at the end of 6.5 innings: Reds 4, Yankees 2.
Paper-made credit card contest winners now leaving for London, Paris, and other world-famous cities.
How would you like to fly anywhere, stay anywhere, dine anywhere, and just sign for it, never get a bill? Well, the world is yours if you win the Paper-Mate $50,000 credit card contest. You'll fly the finest on TWA Superjets and just sign for it using your TWA Air Travel Card. You'll stay at luxury hotels like the Royal Hawaiian in Honolulu, dine at famous restaurants in Paris or Rome, and just sign for it using your Diners Club card. You'll have a car when you want it with your Hertz Rent-A-Car card, gas when you need it with your Shell credit card. When it's time to pay, just pull out your Paper-Mate pen and sign for it. Never get a bill. Grand prize is $10,000 in credit or cash, 500 other prizes. Get entry blanks and full contest details now wherever Paper-Mate pens are sold.
Here now is the bottom half of the 7th inning, and Bill Skowron will be leading off for New York. He walked in the 2nd, hit into a double play in the 4th. A well-executed play from Chacon to Casco to Coleman. So Bill Skowron now steps up to face Joey J with the score of the ball game: Cincinnati 4, the New York Yankees 2. There have been 4 runs, 6 hits for the Reds, and for the Yankees, 2 runs, 3 hits. They've committed 1 error. Skowron at the plate. Here's the windup by Jay. The first pitch to Skowron is bunted. Foul outside of first. And this bunt was almost in self-protection as Skowron had the bunting idea. He slid the hand up along the bat to bunt, and Jay's pitch came buzzing in on him, shoulder high. And Skowron actually used the bat as a shield as the ball was bunted foul. Strike 1 to Bill Skowron. Now steps outside the batter's box for a moment. Skowron is particularly dangerous here in Yankee Stadium because of his power to all fields. Post is playing him over a little bit toward right center. Now Jay set to work with a 1-strike count to Bill Skowron. The windup, here comes the pitch, and it's a curve for a called strike, and that one really broke on the outside corner. Strike 2 to Bill Skowron. Jay steps back off the mound. He's rubbing up the ball. The count is strike 2 to Skowron. All set to go once again. Here's the sign now from Johnny Edwards. Jay takes a long time looking in toward home plate before starting the windup. Up goes the right arm. Here's the 2-strike pitch. Curveball is missed, and Skowron is out on a strikeout. Jay worked very slowly, very carefully and cautiously as he posted strikeout number 4, and that brings up Clete Boyer, who is 0 for 1 and has walked. We cannot see the Yankee bullpen from our broadcasting perch as it's beyond the seats out there in deep right. However, the report has reached us that Arroyo and Daly are limbering up. Now the batter is Boyer. Here's the pitch, and a curve is high for ball 1. 1 away we're in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Score of the ball game is Cincinnati 4, the New York Yankees 2. And we have seen home runs by both sides today. Coleman with a 2-run homer for the Reds, and Barrow with a 2-run blast for the Yankees. Here's the pitch coming up to Boyer. He swings and lifts a high fly ball to deep center field, but Pinson is back deep and waiting, and he is there to take it. 2 away. And now for the New York Yankees, a pinch hitter coming up. Hector Lopez emerges up out of the dugout, and he will bat for Ralph Terry. Hector Lopez is now stepping in. Lopez was in yesterday's ball game, was hitless in 2 appearances. He's a right-handed batter. Comes up with 2 outs and nobody on. Good opposite field hitter. Pitch is foul to the right, and it's strike 1. So Ralph Terry is out of the game as Hector Lopez is now in as a pinch hitter with 2 away in the bottom of the 7th. The score 4-2 in favor of Cincinnati over the New York Yankees. The outfield has shifted slightly for Lopez, with Post moving a little closer toward that right field line, and Pinson is slightly to right center field, a big hole in left center. Here's the next pitch coming up. Inside and high, moving Lopez back from the plate. And the count now is 1-1 to Hector Lopez. 2 down, nobody on, bottom of the 7th inning. Lopez pauses outside the batter's box, knocks a little dirt out of his spikes, and now he's planting himself once again as he steps back in. Count is 1-1 to Lopez. 2 down, nobody on. Jay all set to work. Gets the sign now from Edwards. Right-hander starts the windup, and here's the 1-1 pitch. It's wide, and Lopez started to move for it. Held back on the swing. Count now is 2 balls, strike 1. Cincinnati scored first in the ball game. Yankees came back to tie it in the same inning, the 4th, and the Reds have scored single runs in the 5th and 6th to take their 4-2 lead. Here's the 2-1 pitch coming up to Lopez. Inside, and the count now is 3-1. 3-1 to Lopez. 2 outs, Bobby Richardson kneeling in the on-deck circle. It's been a bright, sunny afternoon here in New York, and a very exciting contest. 3-1 to Lopez. Right-handed batter, in and waiting. Jay, as the game progresses, working a little more slowly between pitches. Ready for that 3-1 pitch now. Here it comes, and it's a fastball low as Lopez draws a walk. So the Yankees have a runner on first base with 2 down, and the batter is Bobby Richardson, 1 for 3 this afternoon. Richardson singled his first time up. Then he popped up. Gone on a fielder's choice in the 5th. He's up now for the 4th time. Eddie Casco, the shortstop, trots over to the mound to say a few words to his pitcher, Joey J., and now jogs back to his shortstop post. And there's activity now in the Reds bullpen as Richardson steps in. Bobby, the Yankee leadoff batter, comes up with Lopez on first, 2 down. As a look toward the runner, the pitch to Richardson. It's swung on. There's a hard hit ball on one hop to Chacon. He races the second, makes the force-out play there on Lopez to retire the side. Chacon moved to his right, come up with the ball on the hop, went over to touch the bag for the force-out. So that ends action in the bottom half of the 7th with the totals here showing no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. And the score at the end of 7 full innings of play, the Reds 4 and the Yankees 2. Wait, when you were calling the plays, I looked you up in Gillette's new World Series Encyclopedia and see where you won 6 series games. This handy volume contains the record of every player who ever appeared in a game. You fans can get your copy free when you buy the Gillette adjustable razor at the regular price of $1.95. The World Series Encyclopedia has 256 pages. The complete text of the new $5 volume contains line scores of every series game. It sparkles with illustrations and lively reading. And it's free with the purchase of the Gillette adjustable razor set at the regular price of $1.95. The adjustable is the world's only razor with 9 different settings on a micrometer dial, one just right for you. With it, you get a dispenser of those amazing new Super Blue Blades for incredible shaving comfort. Get yours while this deal's still around. Free World Series Encyclopedia, Gillette Adjustable and Super Blue Blades for only $1.95, the price of the razor set alone. We pause 30 seconds for station identification.
Are you mixing with the best? Saratoga Vichy with the yellow label, it outsells all the rest. The genuine Vichy with the yellow label tastes better tonight, feel better tomorrow. Saratoga with the yellow label.
Saratoga Vichy brings you all the sparkle of a true champion. Make sure you're mixing with the best Saratoga Vichy. WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
Here's the 8th inning. Bob Wolf with Wade Hoyt here at Yankee Stadium in New York. The score is 4-2. The Reds lead the Yankees, and the new Yankee pitcher is Luis Arroyo, the Yankees' ace reliever, a left-hander who has moved on the scene, had a fabulous record in relief this past year. Here's Robinson leading off the 8th, and the first pitch is low and away, ball 1. Arroyo throws a fine screwball, good sinker pitch. Left-hander, all set to work. Ball 1 to Robinson. There's the next offering, and it's a strike in the outside corner. Count now is 1-1. Louis, who's 33, comes from Puerto Rico. He's a chunky left-hander, 5'8.5", 190 pounds. What a record he had this past season. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Robinson. It's inside for ball 2, 2 balls and a strike. This past year, Arroyo had 15 wins and just 5 losses, as he was the big stopper in the bullpen for New York. Had a 2.19 earned run average. 2-1 the count to Robinson leading off in the top of the 8th. The score is 4-2. The Reds lead the New York Yankees. And as Arroyo takes too much time, Robinson steps out. The attendance this afternoon is 63,083. 63,083 on this fine afternoon. Now the 2-1 pitch. Here it comes. And there's a ball fouled back just to our right. Count is 2-2 to Robinson, who has popped up, been on base on an error, and grounded out on a tremendous play made by Boyer on him in the 6th inning. As Boyer made a head-first dive toward the line to spear the hard ground ball, and then jumped to his feet and whipped Robinson out. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Comes in low, and the count now is 3-2 to Robinson. 4-2. The Reds lead the New York Yankees in the 8th of the second game. Yankees took the opener of the series yesterday. Ready for that 3-2 pitch now to Robinson. Here's the windup by Arroyo. And the pitch on the way is wide. A screwball for ball 4 as Robinson draws a walk. And that brings up the homer hitter of the 4th inning, Gordy Coleman, who was 1 for 3 this afternoon, and a 2-run homer in the 4th, earlier grounded out, and since then he has struck out. Arroyo broke Joe Page's New York Yankee club record of 60 appearances in one season, set in 1949. He was in 65 games this year. There's an attempted bunt missed for strike 1. Dashing in from third base was Boyer. And the count now is strike 1 to Coleman. Robinson on first. There's nobody out. We're in the top of the 8th. Louis no newcomer to the big leagues, but this is his biggest year of all. Here's the pitch. Coleman sends a dribbler along the third baseline. Arroyo goes over the field and makes a throw to first base. It's a wild throw. It's by Skowron. Robinson is rounding third. He's being waved into the plate. He scores. There's a throw being made to third base, and the out is made on Coleman sliding in as Blanchard picked up the ball and made a fine throw from right field to third for the out. Coleman topped that ball along the third baseline, and a few feet in, Arroyo went over to pick it up, made a wide throw by the first baseman as the run scored, and then the throw from Blanchard going to third base to Boyer nabbed Coleman, who tried to stretch it all the way over to that hot corner. I'll give you the scoring in just a moment on it. The run by Robinson gives the Reds a lead of 5-2. Batter Wally Post in the foul for strike 1. Scored as a hit, and then an error by Arroyo. Here's the pitch. Swung on. It's a line shot to left field. In comes Berra, and the ball goes by Berra. He apparently misjudged it. Couldn't quite see it out there. On the way to second base is Post. He rounds third. He's on the way to third, and he goes into third standing up. Berra came darting in, and he reached down just below his waist, and the ball just seemed to go right by him. I don't believe he touched it at all, as the ball went right by him. It's a very vicious sun field out there in left, and Berra may have been looking up in the sun that time and missed the ball. So Wally Post is on third base. And there's going to be an intentional walk now to Gene Freese. We're awaiting the scoring on that ball hit by Post. Freese draws his second intentional walk, and that will bring up Johnny Edwards, who responded last time after the intentional walk with a base hit. In this inning, Robinson led off with a walk. Coleman dribbled the ball just to the left of the mound inside the third baseline. Arroyo picked it up and threw wild by Skowron at first base as Robinson kept racing around the bases to score as the ball went caroling outside the right field line. Coleman, who got credit for a hit, kept moving up on the error by Arroyo. He was thrown out at third base on Blanchard's throw to Boyer. Now Post is on third on his ball hit by Berra. Freese on first, and here's Edwards. And the pitch is inside for a ball. Ball 1 to Edwards. Here's the next pitch coming up, and Edwards swings and lifts a little pop-up in a very short left over the head of Boyer. Coming in to score is Post. Freese goes to third, and into second base goes Edwards. The bat broke in half that time as Edwards sent a little pop-up in a short left with the infield in. Boyer couldn't get back on it. It hit, just about 15 or 20 feet beyond third base. And on the play, Post scores, Freese races to third, and Edwards, with a broken bat double, is on second base. So, the score is now 6-2 Cincinnati, and the batter is Joey J. The infield is drawn tight with runners on second and third. One out. There's ball one wide. The Yankees have committed 2 errors in this inning. And the Reds have come up with 2 hits. Infield drawn tight. There's a false break of third by Freese. The pitch is wide for a ball. Ball 2 to Joey J. as Freese broke about a third of the way from third toward home and then put on the brakes. Freese on third. Edwards is on second. Reds have scored twice in the inning. They lead 6-2. Louis Arroyo winds. Here's the pitch to Jay, and it comes in low, ball 3. To Joey J. Here's Arroyo's next pitch, and it's over for a called strike. 3-1. 3-1 to Jay. Score of the ball game is 6-2. The Reds lead. Jay now steps out of the batter's box, looks down to Otero at third, the coach, before stepping back in. Runners on third and second with 1 out. Here's the 3-1 pitch. Swung on and missed. Count is 3-2, and that time as Freese made a false start again toward home plate. Skowron, watching at first base, started to come in just in case the squeeze might be on. Here's the next pitch, and a swing and a miss for the strikeout. So Jay goes down swing on a 3-2 pitch for the strikeout. And that brings up the leadoff batter, Elio Chacon. As the Yankee infield now goes back with 2 away, 2 runs across, and Chacon stepping up. Runners on third and second. Here's a ball on 1 hop to Richardson, and there's the out at first base as Chacon is out to retire the side. Well, it was a big inning for the Cincinnati Reds, as in this frame they came up with 2 runs. There were 2 hits, 2 Yankee errors, and 2 left on base. And the score at the end of 7.5 innings, Cincinnati 6 and the Yankees 2. In the bottom half of the 8th inning, Kubek leads off, followed by Maris and Berra. Score of the ball game is 6-2. The Reds leading with 6 runs and 8 hits. The Yankees have 2 runs, 3 hits, and 3 errors. And here's the pitch coming up to Kubek. There's a curve sent right back through the middle, through Jay's legs to center field. Kubek goes on with a single to center, right through Jay's legs. And the batter now is Roger Maris, who is 0 for 2 and has drawn a walk. So Maris steps up. That hit was number 4 off Jay. Yankees have had 3 singles and a home run. As Roger Maris comes up now with Kubek on first and nobody out. Jay looks in to get the sign from Edwards. Kubek takes a lead off first base. Here's the pitch, and it's on the inside corner for a called strike. Strike 1 to Maris. Yogi Berra on deck. Yogi at the plate this afternoon has delivered 2 hits, including a 2-run homer. Roger Maris at the plate with Wally Post playing deep and right. And Chacon, the second baseman, is playing on the edge of the outfield grass, and he's moved closer to the right field line. The next pitch coming up, it's a strike call. 2 strikes to Roger Maris. And now Edwards hustles out to speak to Jay at the mound. Score of the ball game, Cincinnati 6 and the New York Yankees 2. The Yankees 2 runs, a 2-run homer by Berra. The Reds had a 2-run homer for Coleman to lead off their scoring. Added single runs in the fifth and the sixth, and 2 more in the top of the 8th. Now Edwards is back. Count on Maris, strike 2. Jay takes a look toward first base, then comes in with the pitch, swung on and missed. Maris is out on the strikeout. That's the 5th strikeout for Jay, and he's nabbed Maris twice. And this brings up Yogi Berra. Yogi playing a rough sun field here in Yankee Stadium. Saw a ball well tagged by Wally Post go by him. Yogi may have ticked the ball with his glove as he came rushing in. The ball was not impeded much as it kept bouncing back, and Post moved to third on the play. It was scored as an error for Yogi. At the plate, though, Yogi is at a 2-run homer and a single. Tall right-hander set to work. Delivers, and Berra swings and sends a ball to right center field. Pinson moves, and he has it. That ball was topped a bit on Berra's swing. It was sinking very rapidly. Fly ball into right center, not too deep, as Pinson made the catch for out number 2. That brings up Johnny Blanchard. And we note that just on the infield area, with the lights pointing in that direction, that they have just started to put on one of the banks of lights. So it's Blanchard now stepping in. He's popped up, grounded out, and popped up again. And the pitch on the way is low, ball 1. Ball 1 to Johnny Blanchard. Jocko Conlon kicks a little bit of dirt off home plate. Now comes back as Blanchard steps back in. Kubek on first base with 2 down. Joey Jay on the mound for Cincinnati, pitching a stout-hearted ball game this afternoon. The pitch is over for a called strike, and the count now is 1-1 to Blanchard. Blanchard has been a real clutch player this past season for the New York Yankees, coming up with big hits and game-winning homers. Left-handed batter, hit and waiting with a count of 1-1. 2 down. Here's the pitch. And there's a pop-up, which is foul outside of third, near the seats. Freeze is racing for it, still moving. He has it. And he sank to his knees in front of the Reds dugout as he made the catch. So in the bottom half of the 8th inning, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 man is left. And the score at the end of 8 full innings of play, Cincinnati 6, the Yankees 2.
A no-hitter, a perfect game for Don Larson.
That's from the most famous World Series game ever, Don Larson's 1956 no-hitter. Here's the actual play-by-play of the final out.
I'll guarantee that nobody has left this ballpark. Mitchell waiting. 2 strikes, ball 1. Here comes the pitch. Strike 3. A no-hitter, a perfect game for Don Larson. Yogi Berra runs out there. He leaps on Larson. Listen to this crowd roar.
A baseball classic, and the big story is in the Gillette World Series Encyclopedia. This handy pocketbook contains 256 pages of baseball knowledge, records of every player, cartoons by Willard Muller, practically every World Series fact and figure. And it's yours free when you buy the Gillette adjustable razor with Super Blue Blades at the regular price of $1.95. Get your free Gillette Encyclopedia real soon.
We move now into the 9th inning with the Reds holding their 6-2 lead. Eddie Casco leads off against Louis Arroyo. Casco is 1 for 4 this afternoon, right-handed batter. Arroyo, left-hander, winds. Here's the first pitch. It is a curve for a called strike in the outside corner. Strike 1 to Eddie Casco, be followed by Pinson and Robinson. Arroyo winds. Here's the left-hander's next pitch. A screwball comes in low, and the count now is 1-1. Score of the ball game, as we are in the 9th now, is 6-2, Cincinnati leading the second game of the series against the Yankees. Reds have had 8 hits, the Yankees 4. The Yankees have committed 3 errors. The pitch, Swung on. There's a pop-up. Bobby Richardson is moving under it, waiting for it now. And he has it just about 3 or 4 feet back in the grass in short right. As Casco is out number 1 in the top of the 9th inning. The batter stepping up is Vada Pinson, who is 0 for 4. He's grounded out in this game. Flied out, struck out, and then he lined out. Left-handed batter. Comes up with 1 out and nobody on, facing Louis Arroyo. Ralph Terry started out the ball game, pitched a fine, creditable ball game today, followed by Arroyo in the 8th. Pitch comes in low. Ball 1 to Vada Pinson. Frank Robinson is on deck. And for the Reds so far has been Joey J pitching this afternoon with an excellent effort. The pitch to Pinson. Swung on and missed. The count now is 1-1. Each team has had 1 home run this afternoon. 2-run homer by Coleman and a 2-run homer by Yogi Berra. 1-1 pitch coming up to Pinson. And it's over for a called strike 2. Ball 1, strike 2. The Reds actually brought a very fine temperament, you might say, as a whole ball club into this series. Ball 1, strike 2 to Pinson. Pitch comes in wide. The boys were tense naturally, as anybody would be before a World Series game. But they were certainly not overawed by the fact that they were going into a World Series for the first time for these particular players, or that they were facing the vaunted New York Yankees on the New York's home grounds. The pitch accidentally fouled as Pinson falls back from the pitch. The count now is 2-2. I noted the attitude speaking to the Reds players, and they've demonstrated it with very alert play out here right throughout the second game in particular. On the bases, defensively, and as a consequence, they're leading at this moment by a score of 6-2. The pitch coming up to Pinson. Swung on. There's a fly ball to short left. Berra's racing for it toward the line. He cannot get it. Plays it on the hop. There's Pinson on the way to second, and he goes in, standing up, beating the throw. Vada Pinson on second base with a double as Berra moved toward the line in short left. Couldn't get to it. Oh, that's a wicked sun up there. Notice that Yogi was looking up as he ran. Robinson now steps up with Pinson in scoring position and 1 away. Score is 6-2 as Cincinnati leads. Here's the pitch. Robinson takes wide for a ball. Robinson is 0 for 3, but he has scored 2 runs this afternoon. He got on base on an error and on a walk, and he scored both times. Ball 1 to Robinson. Arroyo set to work. Here's the next pitch. A high pop-up, which is just foul outside the left field line. Back goes Boyer, and he reaches and has it. Tony Kubek was going over right beside him as Robinson is out on the foul pop-up. The foul line extends toward the seats, which jut out there, and Boyer went over close to the seats to pull that one in for out number 2. And that brings to the plate Gordy Coleman, who has 2 hits today, including a 2-run homer. He topped the ball in the 8th inning, which actually opened up the gates again for the Reds. Scored as a base hit and an error. He swings with a vicious cut and misses for strike 1. Arroyo went over to pick up the little top ball. His throw was wild at first as Robinson, who was on the bases, came around to score. And Coleman got credit for a hit, kept moving on Arroyo's poor throw, and was nabbed at third on Blanchard's fine throw from right into third base. Here's the pitch, and there's a hard hit ball, which is taken by Skowron, covering as Arroyo for the out. So the side is retired, and a good defensive play. And on the top of the 9th, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. And the score at the end of 8.5 innings, Cincinnati 6 and the Yankees 2. We pause 30 seconds for station identification.
Are you mixing with the best? Saratoga Vichy with the yellow label. It outsells all the rest. The genuine Vichy with the yellow label tastes better tonight, feel better tomorrow. Saratoga with the yellow label.
For true excitement, you can't beat the World Series, and for the true excitement of a perfect mixer, you can't beat Saratoga Vichy. WGY WGFM Schenectady.
Here in Yankee Stadium in New York, Bob Wolf with Wade Hoyt, the score of the ball game 6-2, and now the Yankees come up in the bottom half of inning number 9. And Elston Howard will be leading off against Joey J. He'll be followed by Bill Skowron and Clete Boyer, the listed hitters. Although Ralph Houk, of course, always has the prerogative of making changes if he wants to during this bottom half of the 9th inning. Howard, who will be leading off, grounded out. He has walked and he hit into a double play last time around. Jay all set to work. The bottom of the 9th inning, 6-2 Cincinnati. Jay starts the windup, and here's the first pitch to Howard. It's inside, ball 1. Casey Stengel is walking toward an exit way, rousing the crowd here as they crane up to take a look at the very colorful former Yankee manager. There's a ball topped just in front of home plate. It's picked up by Edwards, the throw to first base, and the throw is made to first base for the out. Howard is claiming a foul at the plate, and Ralph Houk is coming up, and there's a possibility that in swinging twice there, Howard took the swing and then looked as if the ball may have hit the bat a second time. Edwards picked up the ball as it dribbled a few feet in front of the plate, made a throw to first base. And, of course, the Yankees are up there discussing the situation right now, but Howard is out. Now, whether or not the out will be made at first base or for hitting the ball twice with the bat, we will have to wait and see, but it was a fair ball, and the out is registered, and Howard is out, and Ralph Houk goes back into the dugout. Here's Bill Skowron. Jay winds, and the pitch is strike 1. Strike 1 to Skowron, who is 0 for 2 and has walked. Here's the windup. And the next pitch. Swung on and missed. Good curveball, the outside corner. The play, the official scorer has ruled, went from Edwards to Coleman for the out there, as Howard's contention was that the ball was fouled in the batter's box. And umpire Jocko Conlon, right there in the scene, waved that the ball was into fair territory where Edwards made the play at first base. 2-3 if you're scoring. Count is ball 1, strike 2 now to Skowron. We're in the bottom half of the 9th inning. There's one away. And the score is 6-2. Cincinnati leads the New York Yankees. Ready for that 1-2 pitch. Jay starts the windup. Here's the pitch on the way. A swing and a miss. The ball looked like it was just barely ticked, but it steadied right in the mid of Edwards for the strikeout. So they're 2 down in the bottom half of the 9th. That's strikeout number 6 for Joey J. And the batter now is Clete Boyer, who is 0 for 2 and has walked. So, 2 down in the bottom of the 9th. And Clete Boyer steps in as the Reds are pressing at victory's door. Here's the pitch coming up. And there's a ball fouled back out of play for strike 1. Strike 1 to Boyer. 2 down, nobody aboard. 6-2 Cincinnati over New York in the second game of the series. Joey J. on the mound, 21-game winner this past season, rubbing up the ball, now puts the glove back on. Jay looks in. Gets the sign. This is his first big league series assignment. Here's the pitch coming up to Boyer, and it comes in low, and the count now is 1-1. Reds infield talking it up behind their young right-hander. Jay toes the rubber. Count is 1-1 to Boyer. 2 down, bottom half of the ninth. Here's the sign from Edwards. Jay starts the windup, and here's the 1-1 pitch. It's swung on as a foul, which is going off to the left and going out of play, and the count now is ball 1, strike 2. Jay goes back off the mound once again, rubbing up a new ball. The count, ball 1, strike 2. Boyer steps back in the batter's box. He's waiting. Jay off the mound again as the glove off, again giving that ball a good rubbing. And now the right-hander peers forward, gets the sign. Count is 1-2 to Boyer. 2 outs, nobody on. Bottom of the ninth. We're all set to go as Jay starts the windup. And here comes the 1-2 pitch. Wide on a breaking pitch, and Jay went up with both arms as to say, oh, that was close. 2-2. Ready for the next one now. 2-2 to Boyer. Here's the sign from Edwards. Jay all set. Boyer has that bat resting in his shoulder now. Takes it off as Jay starts the windup. And here comes the 2-2 pitch. High 3-2. And Jay obviously is bearing down, trying to get just that one more, which could be so elusive. He slipped just slightly coming off the mound that time. The count now is 3-2 to Boyer. The score of the ball game, 6-2 Cincinnati over the New York Yankees, with 2 outs in the bottom half of the ninth inning. And it's all the way to Boyer, 3-2. The Yankees with a past history of coming up with those unexpected rallies, particularly in the late innings, trying to ignite one now. 3-2. Jay getting the sign, the right-hander starts the windup. And here's the 3-2 pitch. There's a foul back. Count holds. Joey Jay again back off the mound. 26-year-old right-hander. 6'4", 225-pounder. Again looks in, sights the target from Edwards. Count is 3-2. Boyer digs in. Now we're set for that 3-2 pitch. Here's the windup. And the pitch. High as Boyer walks. And there's a man on first base with 2 away. As the Yankees now go to the bench once again. And coming up as a pinch hitter is Billy Gardner, who'll be batting for Louis Arroyo. Billy Gardner. At a .225 batting average this past season, he's a right-handed batter. Acquired earlier in the year from the Minnesota Twins by the New York Yankees. Gardner steps in. The man on first 2 outs. The pitch is lined right to Casco. And there's the ball game. Gardner lines out to Casco as Jay accepts congratulations coming down off the mound into the dugout. The bottom of the ninth, there were no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. And the final totals on the ball game: Cincinnati, 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors. And for the New York Yankees, 2 runs, 4 hits, and 3 errors. In a moment, we'll review the highlights of the game for you. In last year's series, the Yankees got more hits, scored more runs, and racked up the highest team batting average in the history of the series. Yet, the Pirates walked off with a champion's share. You'll find this and 1,000 other facts in the new Gillette World Series Encyclopedia, which is yours free with the purchase of the Gillette Adjustable Razor Set at the regular price of $1.95. This 256-page book is a statistical gold mine, jam-packed with series facts and figures, including the lifetime record of every player who ever appeared in a series. It contains every word of the new $5 hardbound World Series encyclopedia, yet it doesn't cost you a cent. It's yours for free with the purchase of the Gillette Adjustable Razor. The Adjustable, you know, is the famous razor with 9 different blade settings, one just right for you. With it comes a dispenser of those amazingly comfortable Super Blue blades. Sound like a bargain? You bet. The Adjustable Razor with Super Blue blades, plus your free World Series encyclopedia, all for just $1.95, the price of the razor set alone. And now to sum up the highlights of this ball game, let's hear from Wade Hoyt.
Well, first of all, I guess they're going crazy in Cincinnati right now. Today, when the Cincinnati Reds defeated the New York Yankees 6-2, it was the first time in World Series history that the Cincinnati Reds have defeated the New York Yankees. As you recall, back in 1939, the Yankees took 4 straight from the Reds. And as the Yankees won the first one yesterday with Whitey Ford pitching, it was 5 straight defeats for the Reds by the Yankees in World Series history. The Cincinnati Reds, not dismayed one whit, snapped to it today and won their first victory over the Yankees, and Joey J becomes the first Cincinnati pitcher in Yankee history, or rather in Cincinnati history, to defeat the New York Yankees in a World Series. I would say Joey J's great pitching, supported by the Reds' batting, fielding, and a couple of breaks that went the way of the Reds today, overcame the New York Yankees. And Jay and Chacon and Casco, I would say, combined to give the Cincinnati Reds today a great defense. Of course, pitching is part of defense. And when Joey Jay held the hard-hitting New York Yankees to 2 runs and 4 hits, why, he did another remarkable pitching task. And as a matter of fact, now the Yankees in 2 games against Cincinnati pitching have had a total of 4 runs and 10 hits, as they had 6 hits in yesterday's game. In the matter of batting, Coleman, of course, with his home run, scored the first runs by the Reds in this series, as Coleman propelled a long home run into the right field bleachers in the 4th inning after Robinson had reached base through an error. Of course, the Yankees came right back and tied it up, as Joey J walked Roger Maris, and then Yogi Berra, who's always a threat and always a tremendous hitter in the World Series, parked one out there in the right field pavilion to tie it up at 2-2. But twice in the ball game, they walked the rookie Johnny Edwards. They walked the 7th batter in the lineup, Gene Freese, to get at Johnny Edwards. And twice in 2 successive turns at bat, the rookie Johnny Edwards came through with base hits to drive in 2 runs. In the 6th inning with a single, and in the 8th inning with a double. And of course that added materially to the Reds' build-up of the 6 runs. The Reds played a very good ball game today. Fine defensive work, as I say, by Casco. Excellent work by Chacon, who substituted for Blasingame because Blasingame is out with an injured index finger. There were 2 double plays by the Reds to spark it. And I would say also, we can't forget that the New York Yankees third baseman, Clete Boyer, certainly played another remarkable defensive game, and he is a tremendous third baseman. And of course, on the offensive, Yogi Berra was in there with that homer. Now, quickly, Chacon had 1 hit, Casco had a single, Pinson had a double, Robinson had no hits, but he did score 2 runs. He reached base through an error and a base on balls. Coleman had 2 runs batted in with a home run, then he had an additional single, and Posthead was in there with a single and a double. He also scored 2 runs. Gene Freese was walked twice intentionally. Johnny Edwards batted in 2 runs with a single and a double. For the New York Yankees, Richardson had 1 hit, Kubek a single, Maris had no hits in 3 official trips. Maris has gone 7 turns to bat now without a hit. However, he did walk, and he scored on a home run by Berra. Berra had a home run and a single. Then the rest of the batting order, Blanchard, Howard, Scowen, Boyer, Terry, Lopez, Arroyo, and Gardner had no hits whatsoever, as the Yankees wound up with 2 runs, 4 hits, and 3 errors The winning team, the Cincinnati Reds, 6 runs, 9 hits, no errors. The attendance was 63,083. A total attendance for the 2 games here in the stadium of 125,480. The time of this second game, the second World Series game, was 2 hours and 43 minutes. Terry was the losing pitcher, and Joey Jay was the winner. Jay was very good all the way through. He was a little bit wild, but on the other hand, Jay struck out 6, and he walked 6. The starting pitcher, Terry, walked 2, struck out 7. Arroyo, the reliever, walked 2 and struck out 1. This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. And our deep thanks to our engineer, Harry Alexander, our producer, Lenny Dillon, and now this is Wade Hoyt speaking for Bob Wolf, inviting you to be sure to tune in Saturday at 1:45 Eastern Daylight Time for the third game of this exciting 1961 World Series, brought to you by the Chrysler Corporation, where engineering puts something extra into every car, and Gillette Safety Razor Company. This has been an NBC Radio Network production.
Are you mixing with the best? Saratoga Vichy with the yellow label, it outsells all the rest. The genuine Vichy with the yellow label tastes better tonight, feel better tomorrow. Saratoga with the yellow label.
Hope you've enjoyed the game. Know you'll enjoy Saratoga Vichy. Make sure you're mixing with the best. Saratoga Vichy. This is WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
This is Wade Hoyt along with Bob Wolf, welcoming you to the 5th game of the 1961 World Series.
Brought to you by Gillette, maker of the 195 adjustable razor and the remarkable Super Blue blade that gives all but unbelievable shaving comfort. Foamy, the cream of all instant lathers. And Right Guard, the new power spray deodorant for men.
And Chrysler Corporation, where engineering puts something extra into every car. Chrysler Corporation with the live new cars for 62.
In appreciation of your continued support, Gillette and Chrysler bring you the All-Star Baseball games and the 1962 Rose Bowl game exclusively on NBC. Well, win or lose, the city of Cincinnati will witness its last 1961 World Series game with the unfolding of today's drama here at Crosley Field in Cincinnati. Of course, if the Reds can return a victory today to the loyal and intense fans of Cincinnati, the struggle would be continued Wednesday at New York. But to use football parlance in a baseball broadcast, the Cincinnati Reds are making their goal line stand today, for a defeat by the New York Yankees would end the 61 series in 5 games. Today's pitchers, Joey Jay, the lone winner so far for the Reds, and Ralph Terry, the Yankee pitcher, who started the second game and the only one so far to suffer a defeat. Jay's victory was a 6-2 4-hit affair over the Yankees, and Terry in the second game at the Yankee Stadium. What will October the 9th, 1961 produce? This broadcast is authorized under broadcasting rights granted by the Commissioner of Baseball solely for the entertainment of our listening audience, and any publication, rebroadcast, or other use of the descriptions and accounts of this game without the express consent of the Commissioner is prohibited. Well, the first news of the day is that Yogi Berra cannot play as he injured his right shoulder sliding into third base yesterday, and Mickey Mantle's hip is still so aggravated that he cannot play. So the Yankees are minus 2 of their most potent batters and 2 of their most brilliant ball players as they go into today's ball game. Berra with a bad right shoulder, Mantle still with that aggravated hip. Manager Freddie Hutchinson will be going with his ace right-hander for the second time. Joey Jay of Lutz, Florida will be the pivot man for the Reds, for around him hope swirls in heady expectation. A defeat for the Reds today and it's all over. Ralph Terry, of course, wants a victory very badly. In World Series efforts, Terry has been beaten 3 times, and as yet the Chelsea, Oklahoma right-hander has not gained the thrill of victory. Cincinnati fans as well as Yankee fans are still talking about Whitey Ford's record-breaking pitching of yesterday and the Reds' second shutout as Ford and Coates divided the whitewash. Ford pitched 5 innings, a little beyond the required time, to set the all-time consecutive scoreless inning record of 32. One time held by Babe Ruth at 29 2/3 innings. Ford is the left-handed pitching wizard of 1962 and stands as the unscalable barrier to whatever chances remain for the Reds. The National League champions are now faced with the necessity of winning 3 straight games, including the requirement of defeating Ford in the 7th game if the series gets that far. Ford will lose sometime, the Reds say, and they hope to get another crack at Whitey. Ford was spiked by Robinson in the top of the 6th inning and forced to retire. The Cincinnati Reds, however, cannot be sold short. Admittedly, their task is what may be termed in the slang of the day as strictly far out, but the Reds have been down before. At one point this season, the Cubs powdered the Reds by scoring 46 runs in 4 straight games, with the Reds playing worse than schoolboys. Whereupon they left Chicago, won 3 out of 4 in Milwaukee, and not much later took 5 out of 6 from San Francisco and Los Angeles. So their pattern has been one of unpredictable comeback. Cincinnati has been written off a dozen times last summer, but here they are in the World Series. And other than yesterday, they played fine baseball, and until yesterday, they actually led the Yankees in total runs scored and total hits made, and in almost everything but power and home runs. But yesterday, the Yankees grabbed the lead in total runs with 14 for 4 games and 27 hits for 4 games. The Reds' totals are 8 runs and 24 hits over the same 4 contests. In the 4 games, the Reds have made but 1 error. The Yankees have made 4 miscues. The Reds have had 7 double plays, and the Yankees have had 1. Gillette has been asked to bring you the following public service message. Now more than ever, United States savings bonds strengthen America's power abroad and our economy at home. And they help you, the buyer, too. They help you build financial security. They help you reach important goals like buying a home, sending the children to college, retiring someday. And today, interest rates on U.S. bonds are the best ever. So sign up at work for the automatic payroll savings plan, or make regular bond purchases at the bank. Own a share in America with United States savings bonds. Well, just to the folks in Canada, I want to say a very happy Thanksgiving to all folks in Canada, as it is the Canadian Thanksgiving Day. And many happy returns of the day, I should say to you all. Continuing on with a little pregame review, you know, Whitey Ford's scoreless inning record of 32 consecutive scoreless frames is one of 2 records made so far in this series by the actual manipulation of a bat, an arm, or a leg. In short, actual play. The other is Ford's most strikeouts in total series, or 70. The other records being broken are smashed because of protracted participation in World Series play, such as Ford's now being the only series pitcher to pitch in 8 World Series. The most games started by a pitcher 16, the most pitching victories 9. Every Yankee regular has at least 1 hit, and 5 different Yankees have had home runs: Howard, Skowron, Berra, Blanchard, and Maris. Other than home runs, the only Yankee extra base hits have been 4 doubles, 2 by Howard and 1 each by Boyer and Richardson. The Reds have had but 1 home run, that one by Coleman with a man on second, and rather I should say a man on in the second game. The Reds have had 6 doubles: Robinson 1, Edwards 2, and Cardenas 1. Pinson 1 and Post 1. Bobby Richardson of the Yankees has the most hits, 8 hits in 17 turns at bat. Gene Freese, sadly for the Reds, and Gene himself, is the one regular so far who has not broken into the hit column. Gene has gone 0 for 12. But other batters of prominence have suffered too. Robinson of the Reds has but 1 hit in 11 turns, although Robbie was hit twice yesterday and has 3 bases on balls, and once he was on through an error. Vader Pinson, the National League's runner-up for the batting title, who batted .343 during the season, has had but one hit and 17 times at bat. On the Yankee side, Maris' game-winning home run Saturday took the sting out of that statistic. The Yankee home run champion has had but one hit, that one game-winning home run in 14 turns at the plate. Boyer has had but 2 for 10, Kubek 3 for 16, Howard 3 for 15. And so now the Reds are on the goal line. They must hold the goal line today or lose the series. The fifth game of the 1961 World Series is being brought to you from Crosley Field in Cincinnati. The last series to end in 5 games was in 1949 when the New York Yankees beat the Brooklyn Dodgers. You can read about that series and every series ever played in the Gillette World Series Encyclopedia, a handy pocketbook containing the complete text of the new $5 World Series Encyclopedia. Its 256 pages are loaded with lively reading, humorous cartoons, and every significant World Series record. This Gillette Encyclopedia is yours free when you buy the $1.95 Gillette adjustable razor set at the regular price of $1.95. The adjustable is the razor that lets you dial the setting from 1 to 9. A setting just right for you. With it comes those remarkable Super Blue Blades for amazingly clean and easy shaves. That's the deal. Free World Series Encyclopedia, Gillette adjustable razor, and Super Blue Blades, all for the price of the razor set alone, $1.95. And here are the lineups. The Cincinnati Reds, Blasingame back in the game, playing at second base, leading off. Eddie Casco at shortstop, batting second. Beta Pinson in center field, batting third. Frankie Robinson in right field, batting fourth. Gordy Coleman at first base, batting fifth. Wally Post in left field, hitting sixth. Gene Freese at third base, batting seventh. Johnny Edwards catching, batting eighth. And Joey J is just on his way to the pitcher's mound. For the Yankees, the first man coming out of the Yankee bench, Bobby Richardson, the leadoff batter, who will play at second base. Tony Kubek, the shortstop, batting second. Roger Maris, the center fielder. Maris in center field, batting third. Johnny Blanchard, the right fielder, batting fourth. Blanchard in right field, batting fourth, as Berra and Mantle are out of the game today. Elston Howard, catching, is batting fifth. Bill Skowron at first base, batting sixth. Hector Lopez in left field, batting seventh. Ken Boyer, the third baseman, batting eighth, and Ralph Terry, the right-hander, will do the pitching. Joey J has won one game in the series and lost none. Terry, who opposed him in that same game, has won none and lost one. And so now we have the very distinct pleasure and privilege of turning the microphone over to the very fine broadcaster for the Minnesota Twins, Bob Wolf.
Thank you, Wade Hoyt. Hi, everybody. Beautiful afternoon for this afternoon's ball game. And leading off will be Bobby Richardson for the New York Yankees. Blue skies overhead, temperatures in the high 70s. Very slight breeze is blowing out from home plate. And Bobby Richardson, who is hitting .471 and has 8 hits in the first 4 series games, is coming up. The record for hits in a 4-game series is 10, set by Babe Ruth in 1928. But the record for hits in a 5-game series is 9. Shared by Home Run Baker of the A's twice in 1910 and 1913, Eddie Collins of the A's in 1910, Heine Grove of the Giants in 22, and Joe Jumore of the Giants in 37. So Richardson is one away from tying that record as he steps in. Joey J, all set to work. Here's the windup of the right-hander, and the first pitch is over for a called strike by plate umpire Ed Runge of the American League. Jocko Conlon of the National League is at first. Frank Umont of the American League at second. Augie Donatelli of the National League at third. Shag Crawford along the left field line. Bob Stewart along the right field line. The pitch swung on, and there's a base hit. Bobby Richardson with a liner to left center field. Being fielded by Pinson, the throw comes into Casco, and now over to Blasingame. Richardson is on with a single to left center field, a liner between Casco and second base. So Bobby Richardson, with his 9th hit in a 5-game series, has now tied that World Series record and has a chance during this game to set a brand new World Series mark. Tony Kubek is hitting 188. A left-handed batter steps in now to face Joey J with Richardson on first and nobody out. All set to work, a look toward the runner. Here's the pitch, and it is foul back below us for strike one. Strike one to Tony Kubek. Richardson on first, and Roger Maris is on deck. Third baseman Gene Freese has moved in just a bit, just off the infield grass at third. The outfield playing just slightly around toward right, not too much. Here's the pitch coming up, and it's wide of the plate. And the count now is 1-1. Batter is Tony Kubek. Roger Maris batting third. And in the number 4 slot this afternoon for the New York Yankees, John Blanchard, who's playing right field. Beautiful sunny day. Bobby Richardson, the leading Yankee hitter in the series, he had 11 hits in last year's World Series. The pitch on the way. Swung on. There's a fly ball going out to center field. Pinson is going back. He's near the fence. He's waiting now and has it. Up on the embankment in center, slightly to right center field, and within 10 feet of the fence there. So Kubek is along out number 1. Richardson is back at first base, and here is Roger Maris, who is hitting 071. Roger Maris steps in for the New York Yankees. He has one game-winning homer in the series, and that is his only hit so far, 1 for 14, and 1 RBI, but it was a big one. The heralded left-handed batter in and waiting. Richardson on first, there's one away. The pitch is inside and low as Maris started to move for it, held back, and the count now is ball 1 to Maris. Johnny Blanchard is on deck. Bobby Richardson at first base. So far, he has the only stolen base in the series. Came in the third game. Maris waits for the pitch. Here it is. And there's a ground foul outside of first base, picked up by first base coach Wally Moses. Incidentally, if the series is not prolonged beyond this game, and if that stolen base by Richardson stands up as the only one during this set, this will tie a World Series record for fewest stolen bases by both clubs in a 5-game series. But we anticipate plenty of action on the bases this afternoon, so let's see what develops. A look toward the runner to Richardson. Here's the pitch on the way, and there's a fly ball going out to right field. Robinson moves in a bit for it. He's under it now, and the right fielder takes it for the out. So there are 2 down, Richardson on first, and the batter is John Blanchard, who is hitting 167. You know, just before the ball game, I was speaking to John, and I said, Johnny, have you ever batted cleanup before for the New York Yankees? And he said, let me ask you, am I batting cleanup today? And I said, here's the scorecard. He took a peek, and a big smile came up over his face. He said, I've only done it once before, Bob. And that was in the game right after the Yankees clinched the pennant at Baltimore. Blanchard, left-handed batter, at the plate. He's been a clutch hitter for New York. There's a lob throw over to first base. So Blanchard, just once in 3 years, has batted in the number 4 slot for New York. And now in the World Series, he's up there, and the pitch comes in wide for a ball. But he has been a big man for New York during the course of the season. He's had a pinch hit home run in the series. He hit 4 pinch hit homers during the regular season, and he won or tied 7 games for the Yankees with home runs. A constant threat. Count is ball 1 to Blanchard. Richardson is on first, and they're 2 away. We're in the top of the first inning. Bright sunny skies here in Cincinnati. Now here's the sign from Edwards. Jay all set to work. There's the stretch and the pause by Jay. And a quick throw to first base, and it goes by Coleman. Richardson is on the way to second base and goes in at second. Richardson is advanced into scoring position as we await the official scorer's ruling on who will be charged with the error. The error is charged on Coleman as that ball went through him off his glove and rolled outside the right field line. The official scorers for the series: Earl Lawson of the Cincinnati Post and Time Star, Ken Smith of the New York Mirror, and Ed Rummel of the Christian Science Monitor. Richardson edges away from second base. There are 2 down. Jay takes a look back toward second as he pauses, belt high, and then comes in with the pitch. It is swung on. There's a fly ball going out to deep right field. Robinson turns. He's going back. He's near the fence. He looks up. It's a home run. Johnny Blanchard comes up with a big home run, his second of the series, as he drives in Bobby Richardson. And the Yankees now lead by a score of 2-0. Into the right field seats. Richardson is now tied for high in RBIs in the series with 3 altogether, tying Yogi Berra. Blanchard is tied for high as Richardson scored in front of him. Elston Howard now steps up, swings, sends a fly ball out to deep left center field. Back goes Post. He's looking up at the scoreboard. It hits and went through the scoreboard for a ground rule double. Well, there's an oddity. It hit up on the scoreboard and disappeared through it, and a chip of the scoreboard came down as Post and Pinson converged. And that ball's on the other side of the fence through the scoreboard for a ground rule double. Hit about halfway up. As Elston Howard came up hitting 200 and has a ground rule double through the scoreboard in left center field. And now the bullpen of the Reds gets busy. Maloney starts warming up. Here's Bill Skowron hitting .333. The score of the ball game is 2-0. The New York Yankees lead. Howard is on second base, and Skowron hitting .333 the batter. There are 2 outs in the top of the first inning. Here's the pitch, and it's inside for a ball. In this inning, Richardson led off with a base hit. Kubek and Maris went out on flyouts. Richardson moved to second on an error by Coleman on a throw from Jay. Blanchard with a 2-run homer in the right field seats made it 2-0 in front of for the New York Yankees. And Howard has laced a 2-bagger to left. Skowron waits. The pitch swung on. There's a long drive which is curving, and it curves foul into the screen outside the left field foul line. As Skowron unlimbered one which was long enough for a home run but fouled. Pitch coming up now. Here it is. Bill swings as a drive to deep center field. Pinson goes back. He's near the fence, still backing. Over his head, it hits the fence and rebounds far back into the outfield. Picked up by Robinson as Howard comes around third and scores easily. Bill Skowron, as he made the turn at first base, tripped and had to be content with a single on that one. Wally Moses, the first base coach, is looking at him. Looked like he may have hurt his left arm just a bit. And there goes Freddie Hutchinson out to the mound as Skowron has a long single over Pinson's head up against the center field wall. That wall of cement. The ball rebounded about 75 feet back in toward the infield, and Robinson picked the ball up there as Howard scored. That will be all for Joey J. as Maloney is coming in to relieve. Bill Skowron with a line single to center field, and he stumbled as he made the turn at first base and was content with a single. Joey J. gets a nice hand as he leaves the ball game on this top of the first inning. So the Yankees now lead by a score of 3-0. They've had 4 hits. The Reds have committed 1 error. As Joey J., who did so much this year to help the Cincinnati Reds to their pennant with 21 victories this past season and but 10 losses, and 1 World Series victory in the series against New York, has now left the ball game. And Hector Lopez will be greeting the new pitcher, Jim Maloney, a right-hander who has now taken over at the mound. Well, the Yankees' long ball power, heralded this season and in years past, has exploded here in this first inning. And for those of you who may have missed the early doings and scoring, here is what has taken place. Richardson led off with a base hit, his 9th World Series hit. After Kubek flied out to center field and Maris to right, Richardson moved on to second as Joey J tried to pick him off first. The ball went through Coleman. Richardson reached second. And then Johnny Blanchard stepped up for the New York Yankees. And Blanchard, who this past season had 21 homers and a .305 batting average, came up with his 2nd World Series home run, batting in the cleanup role, into the right field seat, scoring Richardson. Then Howard sent a liner which went through one of those apertures in the scoreboard out there in left center field for a ground rule double. And Scarlin then came up and blistered a line drive off the cement wall in center for a long single, scoring Howard and removing Jay. Maloney is all set to work now as Hector Lopez, hitting .200, comes up with a score 3-0 in favor of the New York Yankees. Lopez, a .200 batting average, has 2 RBIs in the series, a right-handed batter. He takes high from Maloney for ball 1. Optimistically, just a few moments ago in the press box, the announcement was made the pitches in the next game would be Perky against Stafford. Saw the Reds in the press box, and certainly those in the stands are still looking very optimistically toward the future. Here's the pitch, and Boyer swings as a long drive to deep left center field, heading out toward the scoreboard, hits up against the scoreboard. Coming in to score is Lopez. Here's a throw to second, and it's a 2-base hit for Boyer as he slides in, beating a throw. Taken by Blassingame. Boyer with a double up against the scoreboard in left center field. Lopez scoring, and that brings up Ralph Terry, who has not thrown a pitch as yet, but still has a 5-0 lead. The Yankees are putting on a most impressive batting demonstration this afternoon. Here in this first inning, they have had a homer, a triple, 2 doubles, and 2 singles. And the pitcher, Ralph Terry, now steps up with Boyer on second. The Yankees have scored 5 runs. So Terry now steps in. Jim Maloney, all set to work. There's a look back toward Boyer on second. The pitch comes in low for a ball. The remarkable thing about the Yankees, not only the power of their starting lineup, but the power of their reserves. As we have seen right here this afternoon, Blanchard playing right field with a 2-run homer. Lopez in left with a 3-base hit. There's a pitch coming in low for a ball, ball 2. Ball 2 to Ralph Terry. Jim Maloney on the mound. As the stretch and the pause by Maloney. The pitch on the way is over for a called strike. Count now is 2 balls and a strike. 2-1 to Ralph Terry. Boyer takes his lead off second. Score the ball game, New York 5 and the Reds nothing. Terry is a pretty fair hitter, although he has no serious hits to his credit. Here's the pitch coming up. He swings and misses, and the count now is 2-2. Terry is trying to crash the World Series victory column after pitching twice against Pittsburgh in 1960, once this series, and at present has an 0-3 record. Jim Maloney this past year had a 6-7 record for Cincinnati. Right-hander set to work. The count now is 2-2 to Terry. As a look back toward second, to Boyer taking a big lead off second. The pitch swung on and missed, and Terry is on the strikeout to retire the side. 9-man batting for New York in the top of inning number 1, with the total showing 5 runs for the Yankees, 6 hits, 1 error, and 1 man is left. The score after 1/2 inning of play. New York 5 and the Reds are coming up.
For the cool, refreshing lift you crave, try a Gillette foamy shave. Shave and cool and shave and wet. Beat any kind of shaving yet. Shave Gillette.
Foamy's fast, all right, and how it refreshes. Just touch the nozzle on the Foamy container. Rich, creamy lather billows out. Lather that holds oceans of moisture against your beard. And this full-bodied lather stays moist right through the whole shave. What's more, Foamy contains K34, the antiseptic that destroys harmful bacteria. No wonder more men are switching to Foamy than any other instant lather. Give yourself a refreshing lift. Try yourself a Gillette Foamy shave. Foamy, either regular or with cooling menthol added, costs only 79 cents. Or save money on the giant economy size. Holds almost twice as much. Costs just 98 cents. Ralph Terry takes the mound. It will be Don Blasingame, Eddie Casco, and Veda Pinson coming up. We're in the bottom half of the first inning now, with the Yankees holding a 5-0 lead, with an awesome display of power in the top of the first inning. A home run by Johnny Blanchard with Richardson, who had singled on base. A double by Howard, a single by Skowron, a triple by Lopez, and a double by Boyer. And now, as we move into the bottom of the first, here is Don Blasingame leading off. Blasingame has no World Series hits. Left-handed batter, and the first pitch comes in low for a ball. Ralph Terry on the mound, right-hander. Blasingame this past season hit for a .222 average. He takes a called strike. He is 0 for 3 in the World Series so far. Count now is 1-1. Terry this past season at a 16-3 mark for the Yankees with a 3.14 earned run average. Here's the 1-1 pitch and a bunt right back to Terry. They throw to first for the out. So there's one down in the bottom half of the first inning as Eddie Casco comes up. Casco has played a fine defensive game for the Reds in the series and is swatting .294. He's a very versatile fellow. He can play other positions in the infield beside shortstop. Casco steps in, right-handed batter. He swings and sends a base hit to left field. Lopez comes in to field it, and Casco is on with a single. That brings up Veda Pinson, who is hitting .059. Veda Pinson with a .343 average this past year. 16 homers, left-handed batter. In the series, he's 1 for 17. Casco on first. The pitch comes in low for a ball. Well, we've seen the Yankees break loose in the top of the first. They scored 5 runs. And the question now is, can the Reds break loose this afternoon? And incidentally, all those runs came over after there were 2 away. Casco takes his lead at first base. The pitch, Pinson swings and pops one high in the air. Converging near the mound, Boyer, and he has it. Skowron came over along with Richardson, but Boyer made the grab. So Pinson is out number 2. And the batter is Frank Robinson, whose series batting average is .091. Robinson also did so much to help the Reds to the pennant, with 37 homers, 124 runs batted in. In the series, he is 1 for 11, but he has been on base a considerable number of times. The pitch, and there's a high fly ball to left field, not deep. Lopez is coming in, calling for it, and has it. So that retires the side. And in the bottom of inning number 1, there are no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left. And the score at the end of 1 full inning, New York 5 and the Reds nothing.
Friends, they're killing Lavajanos. They are beaten into pieces.
That's what happened back in 1947 when Cookie Lavagetto busted up Bill Bevan's try for a series no-hitter. Let's hear the actual play-by-play.
Both out of the lawn with walks. No hits by Bevins. 2 out last of the ninth. The pitch swung on. There's a drive hit out toward the right field corner. Henrik is going back. He can't get it. It's off the wall for a base hit. Here comes the tying run, and here comes the winning run.
Unforgettable. These World Series thrills are yours to relive when you leaf through the new Gillette World Series Encyclopedia. Yours free with the purchase of the Gillette Adjustable Razor Set for only $1.95. This 256-page Gillette pocketbook is crammed with lively reading, humorous cartoons, and practically every series fact and record. You get it free with the Gillette Adjustable Razor and a dispenser of those wonderfully easy-shaving Super Blue Blades for the price of the razor set alone, just $1.95. We pause for station identification.
Enjoying the game? You'll enjoy it more with Saratoga Vichy. Make sure you're mixing with the best. Saratoga Vichy. 810 on your dial, WGY Schenectady.
The Yankees held a lead of 5-0, and the first pitch to Barry Richardson is in the dirt for ball 1 from Jim Maloney. Richardson singled last time up. Later came around to score on Blanchard's 2-run homer. Maloney's pitch on the way. Swung on. There's a fly ball going out to right center field. Robinson moves under it. He's waiting now. He has it. One away in the top of the second. On the batter now is Tony Kubek, who's been up once and flied out to center field. Yankees scored their 5 runs when 2 were away in the top of the first inning. They came up after 2 were out with 5 successive hits. Earlier, Richardson provided the 6th hit, leading off the game. Pitch to Kubek. Swung on and fouled outside of first for strike 1. Those 5 hits for New York after 2 were away, provided by Blanchard, Howard, Skowron, Lopez, and Boyer. 5-0, the Yankees lead. Kubek the batter. The count now is strike 1. 1 away. We're in the top of the second of this 5th game here in Crosley Field. The pitch is wide, and the count now is 1-1. Can a team come back to win a World Series after winning 1 game and losing 3? It's been done only twice in a best-of-7 series. Pittsburgh did it against Washington in 1925. The Yankees did it against Milwaukee in 1958. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Kubek. And there is a base hit as Kubek puts one in the hole to left field. Picked up by Wally Post. He makes a throw into second base. Kubek lashed a low liner, which hit in the infield dirt out of the reach of Casco and skipped on into left. As Kubek is on with a single, and the batter now is Roger Maris. Hit number 7 for the New York Yankees. And these hits now have been pretty well distributed right throughout the batting order. The only ones who have not shared so far, Maris, who is up there now, and Ralph Terry, the pitcher. Maris has been up once and he has flied out. The pitch is a called strike. The Reds again got the bullpen busy. Ken Johnson again comes out to start warming up. Roger Maris at the plate. Maris has hit 4 balls beyond the infield during the entire series, but one of them, that 9th inning homer, won the 3rd game on Saturday. And his presence has certainly placed increased pressure on the Reds pitching staff. Here's the pitch. And there's the ball sliced out to short left field. The line is dropping, and it drops fair. Inside the line in short left field. Kubek is rounding third. He's being waved in, and he scores. Grote comes in, cut off by Freese at third. Into second base, it's Roger Maris with a double sliced into short left field, just feet inside the line. So Tony Kubek is now across the plate as Maris has his 2nd RBI. The Yankees add another double to the display of power that they've been putting on this afternoon, although this ball was sliced out into short left field. And here is Blanchard, who had a 2-run homer back in the 1st inning. The pitch is ball 1. That's run number 6 posted for the New York Yankees, who now have had 6 runs and 8 hits. And with just an inning and a third, everybody in the Yankee batting order is now hit safely, with the exception of pitcher Ralph Terry. Ken Johnson warming up for Cincinnati. 1 out. Blanchard the batter. The stretch in the pause by Maloney. The pitch comes in low for a ball. Ball 2. Blanchard's last 2 hits in the World Series have both been home runs. Here comes the pitch, and it's a called strike. But Blanchard is used to getting those homers in succession. He tied a major league record this year by hitting home runs in 4 consecutive times at bat over a 3-game span. 2 of the homers came in pinch hitting assignments. So when the mood comes over John, he usually responds with those long balls. 2-1 the count to Blanchard. Maris on second. There's 1 away. Here's the pitch, and there's a swing and a miss. Count is now 2-2. Last year in the World Series, Blanchard pinch hit 3 times. He caught in 2 other games. And altogether he batted .455 with 2 doubles included among his 5 hits. Here's the pitch coming up. And there's a ground foul outside of first base, snared by Coleman as he moves across the line. Count holds at 2-2 to Johnny Blanchard, who comes from Minneapolis. Played in just 93 games this past year for the New York Yankees, but hit over 300, 305. Of course, he's a combination catcher outfielder. So Blanchard waits with a 2-2 count. Maris on second, there's 1 away. New York leads by a 6-0 score. The pitch from Maloney. A fastball is low. It's blocked by Edwards as it hit the dirt. On the count now is 3-2 to Blanchard with Elston Howard on deck. Johnson warming up for the Reds. And this crowd here in Cincinnati has been understandably quiet during the Yankee barrage. Reds saving up their voices, the Reds fans, for when their team comes up, hoping to get back and start perking up against New York. 3-2 pitch coming up to Blanchard. As a look back to the runner, and the pitch on the way is high. As Blanchard draws a walk, puts men now on first and second. And that brings up Elston Howard, who line 1 through one of the openings on the scoreboard in left center. That scoreboard sticks up, 55 feet, way above that 18-foot wall. And there's Freddie Hutchinson, who again is moving out to the mound. And that will be all for Maloney, who will be the second Reds pitcher to leave the ball game. As the change is being made at this point. So Johnson now moves on the scene. Ken Johnson now moves on the scene to take over the pitching duties. And he is the 3rd pitcher to see action for Cincinnati. Coming in here in the second. Coming in with an inning and a third of the ball game having gone by. And the Yankees leading with 6 runs and 8 hits. As Maloney gets a nice round of applause as he leaves. Johnson now is coming up to see if he can put out this fire that the Yankees have ignited. Johnson is one of the fine comeback stories in baseball. There are many. He's 28 years old, 6'4", 200 pounds, and a right-hander all the way. Among his pitches, a fine knuckleball. This past season for the Reds, he had 6 wins and 2 defeats and a 3.25 earned run average. He was one of Freddie Hutchinson's major reclamation projects. He was purchased by the Reds from Toronto last July. He proceeded to win 6 games, equaling his total of victories in 3 previous tries with the American League Kansas City team. He attended the University of South Carolina for 1 year. So Ken Johnson is on the mound now, taking his warm-ups. And Elston Howard will be coming up to face him. Score of the ball game, Yankees 6 and the Reds nothing. As the Yankees scored 5 in the first and 1 here in the second. And the inning is not yet over. Maris is on second, Blanchard is on first, and there's 1 away. The 6th run in the second inning was scored by Tony Kubek, who came around on Maris's two-base hit after Kubek had singled. So we're all set to go as Howard, who is a ground rule double, steps in. The infield double play depth for Cincinnati. And the pitch is a called strike on the outside corner for strike one to Elston Howard. Howard has nothing but extra base hits in this series. And he has 4 of them. Waiting now with a one-strike count. Here's the next pitch. Skowron swings, sends a fly ball to deep center field. Pinson is going back. He's up against the fence and has it just a foot or so from the fence. High up on the embankment near the 383-foot mark. Skowron flying deep to Pinson to retire the side. He took it way up in the embankment, just a foot away or so from the wall. So the side retired. And in this inning, the Yankees have a run. There were 2 hits, and 2 were left on base. The score at the end of an inning and a half, Yankees 6, Reds nothing.
Papermate credit card contest winners now leaving for London, Paris, and other world-famous cities.
How would you like to fly anywhere, stay anywhere, dine anywhere, and just sign for it? Never get a bill. Well, the world is yours if you win the Papermate $50,000 credit card contest. You'll fly the finest on TWA Superjets and just sign for it using your TWA Air Travel Card. You'll stay at luxury hotels like the Royal Hawaiian in Honolulu, dine at famous restaurants in Paris or Rome, and just sign for it using your Diners Club card. You'll have a car when you want it with your Hertz Rent-A-Car card, gas when you need it with your Shell credit card. When it's time to pay, just pull out your Papermate pen and sign for it. Never get a bill. Grand prize is $10,000 in credit or cash, 500 other prizes. Get entry blanks and full contest details now wherever Papermate pens are sold.
Bob Wolf with Wade Hoyt here in Cincinnati, where the Reds trail by a score of 6-0 as they come up on the bottom half of the second to face Ralph Terry. Gordy Coleman will lead off. Coleman is hitting .250. Bill Henry is now warming up for Cincinnati. Coleman has gone 1 for 8 against New York southpaw pitching, but he is 3 for 8 against the Yankee right-handers Terry and Stafford, and one of his hits off the righties being Cincinnati's only homer of the series. Left-handed batter, he's up there now. He swings and fouls one off to the left. Gordy Coleman at the plate. Coleman will be followed by Post and Freeze. Terry winds. Here's the pitch, and it comes in high for a ball. Terry throws a lot of breaking stuffs. He likes to change speeds, and has a good fastball to go along with it. He's 25 years old. Had a great winning percentage in the American League this past season. Was the best in the league for a right-handed pitcher. .842. The pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back. Ball 1, strike 2. The only right-handers who topped him in victories were Frank Lowry and Jim Bunning of Detroit. This is his second World Series. Terry all set to work. 6'3", 190 pounds. The pitch coming up to Coleman. Swung on, and there's a ground ball going out to Skowron. Terry goes over to cover for the out. Skowron to Terry. 1 away in the bottom half of inning number 2. On the batter now is Wally Post, who is hitting .267. Wally, a long ball hitter. No homers, no RBIs as yet in this World Series. Score is 6-0. Yankees scored 5 runs in the first inning and added 1 more in the second. And now Wally Post steps in with 1 out, and the first pitch is slammed to left. In there for a base hit. Lopez plays it on the hop, makes a throw to second base, and Wally Post is on with a line single to left field. Hit number 2 for the Reds. Here's Gene Freeze looking for his first World Series hit. Gets a nice hand with a great defensive play that he made on Elston Howard. So Gene Freeze steps in. Yesterday put on quite a demonstration of pulling balls foul here, which kept the crowd on tenterhooks. The pitch swung on and popped high in the air to very short center field. Kubek is going back, coming in as Maris. Maris calls, and the center fielder has it just about 20 feet back on the outfield grass behind second base. So Freeze is out number 2, and the batter now is Johnny Edwards, hitting .375. You know, the Reds catching staff, whose defensive play was emphasized during the season, has provided them with some of their lustier hitting in the series. Darrell Johnson is 2 for 4, a .500 percentage, while Johnny Edwards has connected for 3 for 7. His batting average should be .429. And Jerry Zimmerman, the third Cincy catcher, has appeared only defensively in 2 games. So it's Johnny Edwards up there now with 2 outs, post on first, and there's a base hit on the ground to the right of Richardson, being fielded by Maris. Throw comes into second base. Wally Post moving to third on the base hit as Edwards comes up with a ground single in between Richardson and second base. Wally Post moving to third on Edwards' base hit, and Gus Bell is coming up to bat for Ken Johnson. Now on first and third for the Cincinnati Reds as Gus Bell now steps in. Gus Bell coming up as a pinch hitter. Left-handed batter, .255 during the regular season. And the Yankee bullpen now gets busy. Here's the pitch coming up to Bell. He takes a called strike. New York is holding a 6-0 lead. Henry is warming up for the Reds. Wally Post, who had hit number 2 for the Reds, came up with a single in this inning with 1 away, and after 2 are out, Edwards lashed a base hit to right center, moving Post to third. The pitch to Bell. Swung on and popped up foul. Elston Howard is coming back, still moving. He's near the screen, and he has it. So Bell is out to retire the side with the total showing. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 are left. And the score at the end of 2 full innings of play. New York 6 and Cincinnati nothing. The Yankees, are trying for their 19th World Championship today. And going into the series, they hold the record with 18, according to the Gillette World Series Encyclopedia. Boy, this book contains just about everything that you might want to know about the series. There are line scores of every series game and game-by-game highlights, lifetime statistics of every series player, and there's lots more. And this book is free with the Gillette adjustable razor. Now, how about that? The adjustable, is the razor you dial to 1 of 9 settings that's just right for your skin and beard. With it comes a dispenser of those remarkable Super Blue Blades for all but unbelievable shaving comfort. Get the whole deal for only $1.95. The Gillette adjustable Super Blue Blades in your free pocketbook World Series Encyclopedia. As we move into the 3rd inning now, Bill Henry is on the mound for Cincinnati, and Daly and Renniff, who were warming up briefly for the Yankees, have gone back to sit down. We pause 30 seconds for station identification.
Are you mixing with the best? Saratoga Vichy with the yellow label, it outsells all the rest. The genuine Vichy with the yellow label tastes better tonight, feel better tomorrow. Saratoga with the yellow label.
It's a hit in any man's league. That's Saratoga Vichy. Look for the yellow label that marks the champion, Saratoga Vichy. WGY 810 on your dial, Schenectady.
For a called strike. Lopez tripled last time up. He leads off the third. The score is 6-0 in favor of New York. Here it comes. And there's a foul back out of play. Ball strike 2. 2 strikes to Hector Lopez, be followed by Boyer and Terry. Bill Henry, southpaw on the mound. He is the 4th Reds pitcher. to see action as the third inning is now underway. Preceded by Jay, who started the ball game, Maloney and Johnson. Now was set as Lopez digs in with a 2-strike count. The pitch coming up is a foul as Lopez was set to swing that time. He checked his swing and the ball came in and slid off his bat. A curveball broke right in on the handle and slid it away for foul ball. So it's strike 2 still to Lopez. 2 strikes to Lopez. We're in the third inning. Henry all set to work. Southpaw dips low in the windup. Here comes the pitch, and it is high for a ball. Just missed that time. Ball 1, strike 2. Lopez now hitting .333 in this World Series. The Yankees in this game have had a 2-run homer. They've come up with 3 doubles, and they've come up with a 3-base hit, plus 3 singles. The pitch, there's a foul off to the right, and this one is going toward the seats, and the count holds at ball 1, strike 2. 8 hits altogether for the New York Yankees, and the Reds have had 3. The Reds got a man as far as third in the second. No member of the Reds was able to get past second against Ford or Coates yesterday. As a matter of fact, in both of Whitey's appearances, no Reds runner got past second. But nobody came in to score. Now Lopez waits for the count of 1 and 2. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Lopez is on a strikeout. Leading off the third inning, that brings up Boyer, who doubled to left, driving a run in the first. So there's 1 out in the top of the third. The score is 6-0 in favor of the New York Yankees over Cincinnati. Bill Henry on the mound. Left-hander all set to work as Boyer, batting number 8 in the batting order for New York, steps in. Henry is 33 years old. Born at Alice, Texas, now lives in Houston. 6'2", 180. Here's the pitch coming up to Boyer, and it's wide of the plate for ball 1. This past season with the Reds, Henry had a 2-1 record and a 2.04 earned run average. Here's the next pitch, and there's a high foul going toward the seats outside the right field line, and in the seats going out of play. 1-1 the count to Clete Boyer. This is Henry's second appearance in the series. He pitched 1 inning previously with no hits given up. He was a very effective left-handed stopper this past year for the Reds. He has seen prior service in the big leagues with the Red Sox and the Chicago Cubs before going to Cincinnati. Henry now looks in to get the sign from Edwards with the count ball 1, strike 1 to Boyer. Score 6-0 New York. Here's the pitch, and it is low and in the dirt. The count now is 2 balls and a strike. The Reds have been chipping away. They have 3 base hits, but they've all been of the singles variety. And, of course, the Reds have depended so much on their long ball power throughout the course of the season. Ralph Houck, before the ball game, was rather plentiful in his praise of Mickey Mantle for playing as he has in the series despite the post-operative pain from surgery in his right hip. Here's the pitch coming up to Boyer, inside and high. Mantle is sidelined this afternoon. He just couldn't do it today, but it's a tribute to Mantle that he has been able to see as much action as he has. Running has been obviously painful for him, but like all of these players in the World Series, he has wanted to stay in the lineup if at all possible. Yogi Berra came out reluctantly this afternoon as well. 3-1 to Boyer. All set to go. 1 away, top of the third, nobody on. The 3-1 pitch is wide, and Boyer draws a walk, putting a man on first base with 1 out, and bringing up Ralph Terry, who's been up once and has struck out. The only Yankee batter who is not on the hit column. Terry comes from Oklahoma. So the batter now is Ralph Terry, who comes up with 1 out and 1 on. And the third baseman, Gene Freese, now moves in just a few feet off the infield grass as Terry steps in. Here's the pitch coming up, and it's wide as Terry bluffed a bunt for ball 1. Terry now steps back in with a ball 1 count. Boyer on first base, and the Reds have Freese moving in now on the infield grass. He starts jogging in toward home plate. Now the pitch is low, and Freese was breaking toward the plate. Count is ball 2 as Terry now steps out to look down toward the third base coach, Frankie Crosetti. Score of the ball game 6-0 in favor of the New York Yankees. We're in the third. There's 1 out and 1 on. Terry, the batter, has passed up 2 pitches now. The count has gone to ball 2, and Freese stays in the infield grass. Terry, who comes from Oklahoma, now resides in the Kansas City area. Here's the pitch coming up, and it's over for a called strike as Terry slid the hand up along the bat but took the pitch. On the count now is ball 2 and strike 1. This past year, Terry had 9 complete games, and he had a pair of shutouts. Ready now for the 2-1 pitch to Ralph Terry. Boyer draws a throw and gets back to the bag. Bill Henry on the mound. He's been the 4th Reds pitcher. We're in the 3rd inning of play. Terry in and waiting. The count now is 2-1. Stretching the pause by Henry. Here's Freese coming in again. Here's the pitch, and this time it is bunted and is taken by Henry. The throw is to first base for the out. Blasingame covering at the bag. So the sacrifice goes 1-4 if you're scoring, with Boyer moving on to second. That ball was bunted, but it hopped high in the air, and the only play possible was to first base for the Reds. That brings up Bobby Richardson, who has 1 for 2. Bobby Richardson, who has 1 for 2. And Richardson's next hit, if he attains it during this game, will set a new series mark in hits for a 5-game series, provided, of course, that the series does not continue beyond that. The record for a full set is 12 base hits. Richardson steps in, and the pitch is low and inside for a ball. Ball 1. He followed by Tony Kubek if he gets on. If he gets out, the side will be retired. On second base, Boyer takes his lead. They're 2 away. Yankees scored 5 runs in the first inning with 2 away. They added 1 run in the second inning to lead by a 6-0 score. Ready now for the next pitch coming up to Richardson. A look back by Henry. And here's the pitch to Bobby. It's a strike on the outside corner, called by Ed Runge. Speaking of Ed and all the umpires, Conlon, Umont, Donatelli, Crawford, and Stewart, they've been alert, authoritative, and on every play right here during this World Series, doing a fine job. Richardson with a 1-1 count. Henry all set to work, left-hander. Glances back toward second to Boyer. Richardson waits. Here's the pitch coming up. And there's a ground ball going out to Casco. Takes it near second. Fires to first for the out. So that retires the side with no runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. On the score at the end of 2.5 innings, Yankees 6 and the Reds nothing. Well, we've spoken a lot about Bobby Richardson, haven't we? What a big man he's been for the Yankees. And he's a big booster for Gillette, too. You should hear him praise that Super Blue Blade. Bobby says, never since I started to shave has anything shaved me so smooth and easy. That echoes the feelings of millions. How about you? Give the Gillette Super Blue Blade a try tomorrow. See what a difference the amazing new edges in this blade can make. They're produced by a special Gillette process that nobody has been able to duplicate. And of course, the Super Blue Blade is double-edged. 2 edges instead of 1, so you get more shaves for your money. Slip a Super Blue Blade into a Gillette adjustable razor and see what I'm talking about. The adjustable lets you choose exactly the shave you want. You shave fast, easy, feel cool, refreshed. Right now, when you buy the adjustable, you get a dispenser of Super Blue Blades plus your free pocketbook World Series encyclopedia. All for just $1.95. or get Super Blue Blades in dispenser of 10 for 69 cents, 15 for $1. The score of the ball game. At the end of 2.5 innings, New York 6 and Cincinnati nothing. And the totals to this point, 6 runs, 8 hits, no errors for New York. Cincinnati, no runs, 3 hits, and 1 error. And it's Don Blasingame who lead off in the bottom half of the third, facing Ralph Terry. Here's the pitch, and it's a called strike. The next pitch coming up. Swung on. It's a ground ball to the right of the mound. Into center field. Richardson trying to flag it down and couldn't get it. It's fumbled just a bit by Maris, but he picks it up quickly, throws into second base. And Blasingame is on with a single to center. Leading off the bottom of the third and bringing up Eddie Casco. Casco is a fellow who gets around the infield. In fact, is a freshman with the St. Louis Cardinals under Freddie Hutchinson back in 1957. Eddie made the Sporting News all-rookie team as the third baseman. So here's Casco, who's been up once, is singled. The pitch is a called strike. Strike one to Casco, who is hitting .333. And the Yankees again get the bullpen busy. The next pitch is swung on as a fly ball going into short left field. Lopez is breaking in. He can't get it. Blasingame goes to second base. Casco is on first. Lopez got a late break on that one. Looked as if he took a step back, and then he saw that ball didn't have too much carry and broke in. It landed just a foot or so away from us. It fell to the ground, and Casco was on with his second hit. Blasingame is on second. And the batter is Veda Pinson. That sun is very difficult in left field, making fielding very hazardous. Casco on with a single. Blasingame is on second. Here's Veda Pinson, who's 0 for 1. He's popped up in his one appearance. As the Red fans come to life, the Yankees lead 6-0. There's a fly ball going out to right center field. Blanchard is going back. He's there now, and he makes the catch. The tag up by Blasingame, and he moves from second to third. Benson is out. Casco stayed at first. Renna and Daly warming up again for New York. And the batter is Frank Robinson. Benson gave that one a good ride out time. Out to deep right center. Robinson steps in with Blasingame on third. Casco on first to one away. The pitch swung on. It's a fly ball to deep right center field. Blanchard is going back. He's near the fence. Home run! Three-run homer by Frank Robinson over the fence in deep right center field. And the score of the ball game, the Yankees 6 and the Reds 3. Ralph Houck has gone out to the mound, and Ralph Terry will be leaving at this point with Bud Daly coming in to take over the pitching. The Reds have had their biggest inning in the series, and after 13 scoreless innings in a row, they have come up with Robinson's 3-run homer, his first home run of this series. Robinson has 4 RBIs, which is tops in the World Series now, with a 3-run blast here in the third, and Ralph Terry is leaving the ball game, walking very slowly toward the dugout. The Yankees are taking no chances at this point, as the Reds have had 3 hits in this inning, and Terry leaves. Terry cannot be charged with a loss, but he cannot get credit for a win if the Yankee lead holds up, as he has not pitched the required 5. And now Bud Daly is on the mound. Terry, while he was in there, yielded 6 hits and 3 runs. And all of a sudden, the Reds are very much alive once again. Reniff continues to warm up as Daly, a left-hander, now steps on the scene. Score is 6-3 New York. That was the second home run of the series for the Reds. Coleman had the other. And Robinson, who has been one of the Reds' big hitters all season, has broken loose with his first home run, which was about 20 feet from the 390 sign over toward its right. Going over the fence there, I'd say about 375 or so from the fence out there. Now Bob Perky starts warming up as Coleman steps in to face Daly, and the pitch, a bunt by Coleman along the first baseline. Daly fields it close to first. Coleman is safe. Bernie Coleman drags a bunt for a hit. Listen to this crowd. Post steps in with Coleman on first base as he dragged the bunt for a base hit. Beating Daly's throw, Daly went over to field the ball on the first base side. Post the batter. Pitch swung on as a fly ball curving foul outside the left field line. A long strike. Score of the ball game, 6-3. The Yankees are leading. And Sheldon has joined Reniff, joining up in the bullpen, warming up for New York. Perky is warming up for the Reds. The Reds need to keep this game on the win column, have to get it there to stay alive. Perky, slated to pitch the next game, if there was to be a next game, is warming up now. Pitch to post comes in low. On the count now is 1-1. In this inning, the Reds have come up with 3 singles and a 3-run homer. And they have 7 hits. The Yankees have had 8. Daly's pitch swung on. It's a foul back to the right. Going into the seats. The count now is ball 1, strike 2. Well, as you fans have noted, this year, every year in baseball, you can't anticipate. The unexpected is always around the corner. The Yankees started out this game as if they were just whitewash, steamroller the Reds with 5 quick runs, 1 more in the second. The Reds have now scored 3. The pitch is fouled back out of play. Count now is 1-2. Bud Daly, among other pitches, also throws a knuckleball. Has a good sweeping curveball. 28 years old. And ever since the Reds have come alive, this crowd has kept up a continual din, as you've heard in the background. The 1-2 pitch coming up to post, swung on and lifted high in the air in a very short left. Lopez is coming in, sunglasses on, calling, and has it. So Wally Post is out number 2, and the batter now is Gene Freese, who's went up once and is flied out to center field. 6 runs, 8 hits, and no errors for New York. 3 runs, 7 hits, and 1 error for Cincinnati. Gene Freese now steps in with Coleman on first. 2 away in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Freese, right-handed batter, all set to face Bud Daly. And the first pitch is inside on a curveball, ball 1. Daly comes from California, 6'1", 185. He was 12 and 17 this past year for the Yankees. Next pitch coming up to Freese. Here it is. And there's a long drive going out toward the scoreboard and deep left center field. Up high against the scoreboard. Coleman on the way to third. He's held up there. Going into second is Freese with a double. High up against the scoreboard. Gene Freese has his first World Series hit, an extra base blow. There are runners now for the Reds on third and second. And here is Edwards coming up. Here's Edwards, his single last time up. Men on third and second. The pitch is wide for a ball. Edwards has had 4 hits in this series. Left-handed batter. Yankee bullpen busy. Coleman on third, Freese on second. They're 2 away. It's a 6-3 ball game. New York leads. Pitch to Edwards. Wide again for ball 2. Both bullpens busy here, as the Reds have come alive in the bottom half of inning number 3, and Edwards, who is up there now, is the 8th man about for them in this inning. Count is ball 2. Coleman on third, Freese on second, 2 down. Daly starts the windup. Here's the pitch. Inside, ball 3. And, of course, if Edwards gets on, we can look for Freddie Hutchinson to come up with a clutch man off that bench, as the number 9 man, the pitcher, is in the next slot. Here's a 3-0 pitch. Strike called. The count now is 3-1. 3-1 to Edwards, who looks down to Reggie Otero, the third base coach, now steps back in. Daly on the mound for New York. Gets the sign now from Howard. Runners on third and second. Here's the 3-1 pitch. There's a hop-up along the third baseline. Foul. Boyer's there and has it. So the side is retired. And in the bottom half of inning number 3, the Reds come up with 3 runs. 5 hits in the inning. There were no errors and 2 are left. And the score at the end of 3 innings of play. New York 6 and the Reds 3. Here are the totals for the first 3 innings of play this afternoon in a thrilling ball game. 6 runs, 8 hits, and no errors for New York. For Cincinnati, 3 runs, 8 hits, and 1 error. And Sheldon and Reniff now go back to sit down. A few moments ago, I ran down the coaches for the New York Yankees with you. Manager Freddie Hutchinson has on his staff, in addition to Sisler and Otero, the first and third base coach we've spoken about. Jim Turner, the pitching coach. Coach Pete Wissenant, and Otis Douglas, their physical training consultant. Now in the fourth inning, it's Kubek, Maris, and Blanchard coming up to face Bill Henry. Henry was slated as the next man up, but we never had a chance to see what Hutchinson had in store along that bench there as the third out was made with 2 runners left stranded. Kirky, meanwhile, has gone back to sit down. And here is Kubek leading off for New York. Tony is 1 for 2 as he steps up now to lead off the fourth inning. All set to go now as Henry looks in to get the sign from Edwards. Here's the windup. And the pitch. Swung on and foul back. Roger Maris on deck. Now Henry gets the sign from Edwards. Left-hander's next pitch on the way. Is swung on as a hard hit ball right by the pitcher going to center field. As Kubek is on the leadoff single on the top of the fourth. So he drilled one through the middle. And that brings up Roger Maris, who after flying out to right, sliced a 2-base hit just inside the left field line, driving in a run back in the second inning. Kubek becomes the first Yankee to have 2 hits in this game. Here's Maris stepping in. Third baseman Gene Freese has moved in just a bit. Kubek on first, nobody out. We're in the fourth. And here's the pitch coming up. And there's a ball sliced to short left field again. Post is coming in, still moving. He's got it. Maris is out. Quick throw to first base. Comes over on the hop to Coleman, but Kubek is back at the bag. Maris goes out. There's 1 out. 1 on, and here is Blanchard, who is a 2-run homer and has walked. Score of the ball game, 6-3. The Yankees lead Cincinnati. We're in the top of the fourth inning. Johnny Blanchard steps up now. Henry all set to work. There's the stretch and the pause by Henry. A look toward first base to Kubek. Here's the pitch coming up to Blanchard, and he takes low for ball 1. Yankees now have 9 hits. The Reds have had 8. 6-3, New York in front. Bill Henry on the mound. Followed Jay, Maloney, and Johnson. Here's the pitch. Swung on. There's a line drive going out to right field. Robinson is racing for it. It's by him. Goes up against the fence on the hop. Kubek's on the way to third. Cressetti holds him up there as the throw comes in. And now Kubek gets back to the bag as Blanchard is in at second with a double. On the batter is Elston Howard, a right-handed batter coming up. So here's Howard, who has also doubled. He's lined out to Freese, stepping up with men on third and second and 1 out. Blanchard this afternoon has had a 2-run homer and a 2-base hit. The Reds draw the right side of the infield in about 5 or 6 feet, and they're putting Howard on with an intentional walk. And that means that Skowron is coming up. He has singled across a run and has flied deep to center field. It was Skowron who yesterday came up twice after intentional walks have been granted to Berra, and both times hit safely. Skowron yesterday was 3 for 3. Days 1 for 2 with a single and a long fly out. He comes up now with the bases loaded. And the Reds bullpen busy. Score, Yankees 6, Cincinnati 3. Sherm Jones warming up for Cincinnati. And now the infield alignment. Coleman has moved in on the edge of the infield grass. Freese is almost in a line with the base at third. Casco and Blasingame at double play depth. 1 out, 3 on, Skowron the batter. Here's the pitch coming up. Swung on, and there's a base hit to center field. Kubek comes in to score. Blanchard is being waved in. There's the throw from center. It's wide and high. Backed up by Henry behind Edwards. As Blanchard scores on the play, as well as Kubek, of course, who scored from third. And Howard is in at second, and Skowron is on first base. with 2 runs batted in. Pinson's throw was a high one, and Henry backed up behind the catcher to prevent further damage on the play. And as you have noted, every time that somebody has been walked intentionally in the series by either side, the following batter has come up with a base hit. Uncanny, but it's true. Here's Lopez, runners on first and second. Yanks lead 8-3. Pitch, called strike. Have you noted that? It's happened every time. Happened 6 times going into this afternoon's ball game. And after Howard was walked, Skowron came up. It's 3 times that Skowron has come through after the preceding batter is walked. The pitch to Lopez is fouled off to the right. Score is 8-3, New York over the Reds. Skowron has 3 runs batted in this afternoon, now has 5 in the series. So he now is atop the roost when it comes to RBIs in this series. Lopez, the batter, is tripled across the run. He is struck out. Howard is on second, Skowron on first. 2 runs across in the 4th. New York leads 8-3 with 11 hits to 8 for Cincinnati. Lopez waits the pitch, and there's a fly ball going out to deep left center field, heading out toward the wall, and it is over the wall for a home run. Here's Howard scoring, Skowron scoring, and here's Lopez scoring with a 3-run homer to the right of that big scoreboard, and over the wall near the 383-foot mark and out of the ballpark. And there's Freddie Hutchinson going out to the mound. And Sherm Roadblock Jones, a right-hander, now goes out to the mound. The 5th Reds pitcher this afternoon. The Yankees scored 5 in the first, 1 in the second, and they have added 5 in the 4th. And how often does this happen? That when reserves come in with the regulars incapacitated, that the reserves take over. Blanchard, who is in the outfield this afternoon as a reserve, has had a 2-run homer, a walk, and a double. And Hector Lopez, also off the bench this afternoon in left field, has had a triple driving in 1, has struck out, and now has a 3-run homer. He's had 4 RBIs in this game. He now has 6 to top the series in runs batted in. So, a new pitcher on the mound, and Clete Boyer is coming up. There's still just 1 out in this inning. That was the Maris fly out. And the Yankees, who are putting on an awesome extra base display this afternoon, now hold an 11-3 lead with 12 hits to 8 for Cincinnati. Boyer has doubled, and he is walked. And he faces Jones, the right-hander, as the Reds continue to keep that bullpen busy. Here's the pitch coming up to Boyer, and there's a pop-up. Going for the ball is Edwards in foul territory, and the catcher has it for the out. That means there are 2 down. And this brings up Bud Daly, the pitcher. Bud Daly is coming up. He relieved Terry in the 3rd inning. Daly is a pretty fair hitter, I might add. He swings left. Comes up to face Jones. We're in the 4th. Score 11-3. Here's the windup, and the pitch coming up to Daly. And there's a ground ball to the right of the mound. Moving forward is Blasingame. He fields it, makes a throw to first for the out. And Daly is out to retire the side. So in this 4th inning, here are the totals. The Yankees come up with 5 runs. There were 4 hits. No errors, and nobody left. And the score, the end of 3.5 innings of play. New York 11 and Cincinnati 3. Well, we've seen some great fielding plays in the series. We've seen them by the Yankees, seen them by the Reds. This afternoon we saw a great one by Gene Freese. We've seen them by Clete Boyer, and on and on. Speaking of Clete, he's made some really sensational plays in Yankee Stadium. Sensational. You know, that's a word I've used frequently lately as the only way to describe that new Gillette Power Spray deodorant for men. Right Guard. What a boon this Power Spray feature is. Just touch the nozzle, and in 2 seconds, you have 24-hour protection. Right Guard sprays with the power a man needs. Its fine aerosol mist gets right through to where odor begins, stops it fast. There's no stickiness like old-fashioned creams. No dripping like hit-and-miss squeeze bottle sprays. No gummy roll-on feeling. Right Guard dries on contact, leaves you feeling fresh, cool, and clean. Try Right Guard today, the power spray deodorant for men. Now you can save money on Right Guard by buying the new king size for only $1. It also comes in the regular size container for 89 cents. Gurnett is now coming up to bat for Jones. Dick Gurnett, a right-hander, coming up as a pinch hitter here in the bottom half of the 4th inning to bat for Jones. Right-handed batter, didn't have any home runs this past season or 3 base hits, but ended up over the 300 mark with a consistent batting average for Cincinnati. So Dick Gurnett, who is 32 years old, comes from Reading, Pennsylvania, 6'3", 210 pounds. Has a degree from Temple University in Philadelphia. All set to go as Daly delivers, and the first pitch is wide for a ball. 11 runs for New York, 3 for Cincinnati. 11-3, we're in the bottom half of the 4th inning, and the fans have seen a lot of action this afternoon. Here's the pitch. That's a called strike and a good curveball. The attendance, you may have suspected, just the same. 32,589. And there's not an empty seat in the house. Here's the pitch, and there's a ground foul outside of third. Count now is ball 1, strike 2 to Gurnett. Fouled by the top of the batting order. Yankees have had 12 hits, and the Reds have had 8 hits in this game. In the Reds' extra base department, Robinson with a home run, Freeze with a double. Here's the pitch, and it's a called strike in the inside corner as Gurnett is out on a strikeout. So there's 1 down in the bottom half of the 4th, and the batter is Don Blasingame, who is 1 for 2. That's the first strikeout registered against the Reds in this game. Daly all set to work now on Blasingame, a left-handed batter. Here's the windup, on the pitch on the way is over for a called strike. Strike 1 to Don Blasingame. He'll be followed by Eddie Casco. Blasingame's hit last time up was his first of the series. He sends a ground ball going out to Skowron, who goes over, touches the bag for out number 2. And they're now 2 away in the bottom half of the 4th inning as Eddie Casco, who has 2 for 2, now steps in. Casco is hitting .368. He gets a nice hand. He's been playing very well in this series. As the veteran steps up with 2 outs and nobody on. Daly all set to work. Strike. Strike 1 to Casco. And the next pitch is inside for a ball. Bob Perky warming up for Cincinnati. One and 1 pitch coming up to Casco. It's low and a curveball. Count now is 2 balls and a strike. Casco steps out for a moment. Now he's back in. 2 outs, nobody on. Now a set. Daly starts the windup. On the pitch on the way. Swung on. It's a ground ball going out to Boyer. He's up with it. The throw for the out. So Casco on a ground out. And the side is retired in the bottom of the 4th with 3 up and 3 down. The score at the end of 4 innings of play. Yankees 11, Cincinnati 3.
Mays is racing back, still going back, and he makes a beautiful catch over his head.
For my money, one of the greatest catches ever in series play. Let's hear again the actual broadcast of how Willie Mays saved the first game for the Giants.
Vic Wirtz, the Indian first baseman up there now, has a perfect day thus far. The pitch is swung on, and there's a drive going deep out into right center. Mays is racing back, still going back, and he makes a beautiful running catch over his head. A beautiful, beautiful catch by Willie Mays.
An astonishing grab. Thrills like this all but come to life in the new Gillette World Series Encyclopedia. Yours free with the purchase of the Gillette Adjustable Razor Set for only $1.95. This 256-page Gillette book is crammed with lively reading, humorous cartoons, and practically every series fact and record. Get yours free with the Gillette Adjustable Razor and a dispenser of those amazingly easy-shaving Super Blue Blades. All for the price of the razor set alone. Just $1.95.
The new pitcher is Bob Perky, and he is the 6th Reds pitcher of the afternoon, which is one away from tying the record for most pitches in one game by one club, held by the Yankees, 7 against Brooklyn on October 5th of 1956. So Bob Perky, who has pitched such fine ball in his previous series appearance, out there now all set to pitch in the 5th inning to Bobby Richardson, who has 1 for 3. Score 11-3 as the 5th inning gets underway. Perky, a right-hander, ready to work. Richardson is singled, flied out, and grounded out. A wind-up. Perky's pitch is over for a called strike. Perky has a good sinker and, of course, an acclaimed knuckleball. Takes the mid off, rubbing up the ball. He was the loser in that 3-2 game in which Maris's home run provided the difference. Here's the pitch coming up to Richardson. He swings, sends a ground ball back to Perky. They throw to first, 1 away. Tony Kubek has 2 for 3. He's flied out, then he's single to left, and he is single to center. That will put Roger Maris on deck. Bob Perky, 32 years old, on the mound, 6'2", 194. Had a 16-12 record this past season. Perky looks in to get the sign out from Edwards. And his pitch to Kubek. Swung on. It's a fly ball going to deep left field to the line. Post is going back, racing toward the line, and makes the catch. Fine play by Wally Post in deep left, just up on the edge of the embankment there, and racing within feet of the line. So Kubek is along out number 2. And with 2 away in the 5th, the batter now is Roger Maris, who has flied to right, double to left, driving in a run, and has flied to left. Maris steps in, 2 outs, nobody on. 11-3, Yankees over the Reds. Here's the windup by Perky, and the pitch. Maris swings, sends a high foul off toward the right, heading toward the seats, and in the seats. Strike 1 to Roger Maris. Strong sun beating down on this very mild, pleasant afternoon. Yankees with a 3-1 lead in the series, leading in this 5th game, 11-3. Maris set. Here's the pitch coming up. He swings and sends a foul back out of play. On the count now is strike 2. 2 strikes to Roger Maris, 2 outs, nobody on. Robinson playing him deep in right field. Coleman, the first baseman, has moved a bit closer to the line behind first base. Now Perky looks in to get the sign. Right-hander all set. Maris waits. Here's the windup. And the pitch. And a swing and a miss. Maris is out on a strikeout. So in the 5th, New York goes down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. And the score at the end of 4.5 innings of play. New York 11, Cincinnati 3. The first half of today's game was brought to you by the Gillette Safety Razor Company. The second half of today's game is brought to you by Chrysler Corporation. There have been many exciting moments for me in the World Series. One big one has been the opportunity to work side by side with one of baseball's greats, the voice of the Cincinnati Reds, Wade Hoyt. Wade?
Thank you, Bob. And Veda Pinson up there now. Veda Pinson leading off in the bottom of the fifth inning as Bud Daly, the left-hander, makes his pitch. There's a curveball in there. Strike one. The score at the present time is the New York Yankees, 11 runs, 12 hits, no errors. The Cincinnati Reds, 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. Pinson up there now with a count of no balls and 1 strike. Bud Daly comes up, the left-hander pitches. Pinson took up a strike 2 as he moved away from the plate, and he looked at umpire Ed Runge in somewhat surprise. The Yankee infield is playing a little to the right. The third baseman, Boyer, is well off the bag. Kubek, the shortstop, has moved over towards second. Richardson at second base playing a normal second. The next throw, Pinson looped a ball in a right center. It's a base hit for Veda. Veda's going to try for 2 bases, and he is called out at second base as the throw came in there. Maris to Kubek. Maris made a perfect throw in the second. Veda was out trying to take 2 bases on a single to right center. That's Pinson's second hit of the series, by the way. So there's 1 out for the Reds in the 5th inning. The score is the New York Yankees 11, the Cincinnati Reds 3. Robinson is up. He hit the 3-run home run. Back there in the 3rd inning, he took a cut at Daly's curve and he missed. Strike 1. Yes, 11-3, the Yankees are out in front. With Daly in action again, he throws. Robinson hit a high fly ball back of first base. The second baseman Richardson is making an effort. He made the catch down in the bullpen, down in right field. Down in the Yankee bullpen in foul territory, and Robinson becomes the second out in the bottom of the 5th inning. Bring up Gordy Coleman. Coleman has had 1 hit, a bunt single in the 3rd. He's had 1 out of 2 so far today. He's been up the plate 18 times with 5 hits for the series, and he's given a good account of himself. Played very nice ball, this boy. Gordy Coleman batting left-handed as Bud Daly looks him over. As Daly pitches, the throw to Coleman, he batted slowly in the ground down to the first baseman, and it's handed off to Daly. Daly dropped the ball, and the first base umpire, Jocko Conlon, fell down in his original attempt to cover the play. Conlon went to his knees, but Daly dropped the ball anyway. We'll wait the official scorer's decision. And it's charged as an error to Daly, as Skowron fielded the ball, handed off to Daly, and it went as an error for the Yankee pitcher. That is the first Yankee error of the ball game. The score is 11-3. The Yankees are leading. With 2 out on the bottom of the 5th, the Yankees 11 runs, 12 hits. The Cincinnati Reds 3 runs, 9 hits. This is Wally Post up now. He's had 1 hit in 2 turns. Coleman on first as Daly pitches. Post hit a line foul into the box seats, which may have hit somebody in the box seats down there, but may not have, though. I think it bounced off a railing and into the lap of a spectator. Hector Lopez, the left fielder, is playing him up on the terrace. Maris, the center fielder, playing in left center. And right field, Blanchard is giving Post. It's wide open. Wally hit a ball hard hit, and it's going to be a home run. It hit the top of the screening in left field for Wally Post's first home run of the series and his 6th hit of the series. And 2 runs of scoring for Cincinnati as Coleman is coming around, followed by Wally Post just jogging into the plate. As he crosses the plate with a handshake from Coleman. The score is 11-5 now. This will bring up Gene Freese. The Yankees have 11 runs, 12 hits. The Reds have 5 runs and 10 hits. Gene Freese up there batting against Bud Daly. There is 2 men out. The bottom of the 5th. The pitch to Freese. Freese took a curveball in there. Strike 1. Louis Arroyo, the left-handed relief ace down there in the bullpen for the New York Yankees. Infield deep on Freese now. 2 away in the 5th. As the pitch again made to Freese. Freese took a high one. Brosnan is throwing in the Reds bullpen. 1 ball, 1 strike. So the left-hander Bud Daly ready, pitches. That's a curve around the plate. 2 balls and a strike. 2-1. 2-1 on Freese. Daly comes up, fires. Freese took the curve. Strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Score is 11-5, with the Yankees leading. 2 out in the bottom of the 5th here at Crosley Field. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2-2. They pitch now to, that's in there to Freese, and that's strike 3. Howard dropped the ball. He picked it up, tagged Freese. Freese was actually called out on strikes. So in the 5th inning, the Cincinnati Reds scored 2 runs. They had 2 hits in the inning. There was 1 Yankee error, and there was no one left on base. The Reds have 5 runs, 10 hits, 5 men left on. And so at the end of the 5th inning, the score is the New York Yankees 11 and the Cincinnati Reds 5. We'll pause here 30 seconds for station identification.
Are you mixing with the best? Saratoga Vichy with the yellow label, it outsells all the rest. The genuine Vichy with the yellow label tastes better tonight, feel better tomorrow. Saratoga with the yellow label.
For true excitement, you can't beat the World Series. For the true excitement of a perfect mixer, you can't beat Saratoga Vichy. WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
Ball 1, low outside. The score is New York 11, the Cincinnati Reds 5, going into the top of the 6th. It was this fellow Blanchard at the plate who tied the score with a home run off Perky with 2 out in the 8th inning of the 3rd game. Now the pitch to Blanchard. He took it outside again. That's 2 balls with no strikes, 2-0. In this game, Blanchard so far has had a perfect day. He's had a home run in the 1st inning. With a man on, he walked in the 2nd, and he doubled in the 4th. So Perky is checking now with his catcher. They're playing Blanchard as a dead right field hitter. Perky swings around, he pitches again. There's a foul ball. That's almost here in the booth, but not quite. 2 balls and 1 strike, 2-1. Of course, the right side of the Reds' infield plays very, very deep on Blanchard. And Robinson in right is back in the terrace. Pinson is not playing too much right center. He's playing more on a dead line from the home plate. Among the 12 hits the Yankees have had today, they've had 5 singles, 4 2-base hits, a triple, and 2 home runs. With Perky working again, the knuckleball broke outside. That's 3 balls and a strike, 3-1. The Yankees scored 5 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, and 5 again in the 4th inning, for a total of 11 runs. The Reds have had 6 singles, 7 singles, 2 home runs so far in the ball game, and 1 2-base hit. Perky firing again. There's a pitch outside. He missed outside for ball 4. All right, Blanchard on first base. Batter is Elston Howard. He doubled in the 1st inning. He lined out to Freese in the 2nd inning, and he was walked intentionally in the 4th inning. Elston Howard batting right-handed. With Perky set to pitch, and he does. And the ball is fouled against the backstop. Strike 1. Every Yankee batter except the starting pitcher Terry and the present pitcher Daly have had hits. So Perky hesitates again. Here he comes. The pitch made. That's low outside. Ball 1, strike 1. 1 of each. The Yanks have had 11 runs, 12 hits. The Reds, 5 runs, 10 hits. Both teams have made errors. 1 error apiece. Perky is the 6th Cincinnati pitcher, you know. 1 more throw. There's a ball grounded down to shortstop, and it went right through the legs of Casco in the left field. Perky is covering at 3rd. The throw is into 3rd base, not in time, as Blanchard came all the way from 1st to 3rd on the ball that got through the legs of Casco. Casco is charged with an error. He didn't stand there to make the stop. Casco had a shift to his right, and then he went over and got into his set position, but still the ball went through the wicket. The batter is Bill Skowron, who has been devastating in his more recent turns at the plate. He's had 2 hits today, and he's had 3 runs batted in this afternoon, batting right-handed. The pitch now to Skowron is a low one by Perky. Ball 1. Casco generally in this series has played a very excellent ball game. Defensively fine, well at the bat. He's held his end up marvelously. Bill Skowron up there with the count of 1 ball, no strikes. The Yankees leading 11-5 with no one out in the top of the 6th inning. As Perky ready to fire. That's too low. That's ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0. 2-0 with Howard standing stationary just a little to the rear of the, Skowron standing stationary just to the rear of the plate. Howard remaining on first is just moving off there, and Blanchard on third is sneaking up now. That's strike 2 as Skowron took a cut at that knuckleball and missed it. 2 balls, 1 strike, 2-1. 2 ball, 1 strike count. Edwards is holding a low target. Perky pitching. Skowron missed, and that is strike 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2-2. That may have been a slider. Now Perky throws a slider, a knuckleball, a curve, and a fastball. Now you'd think from my saying so that was quite a compliment or a repertoire of deliveries to throw, but he doesn't throw some of them so often. This fellow's a powerful fellow, this man at bat, Skowron. Very, very solid. With Perky delivering again. There's strike 3. Skowron took a swing and he missed a low breaking ball. Skowron struck out. So Blanchard is still at third. Howard is still at first. And so far in this inning, the infield has been playing back. With the Yankees leading 11-5, the Reds want to cut down the big innings if possible. Although they are trailing by 6 runs. The Yankees leading 11-5 with 1 out in the top of the 6th. Now this is Hector Lopez. This fellow filled the breach all right. He has had a triple and a home run. He's had a 3-run home run and a triple which batted in a run. He's batted in 4 runs today. Batting right-handed, Hector Lopez. The pitch to him, he bunted, and Perky's feeling the ball, throwing it home, and it's a bad throw past the catcher, rolling into the Reds bench. Blanchard has scored, and Howard came around to third, and Lopez went on to second. So it was a push bunt, which had the effect of being a combination squeeze play and attempted base hit. We'll see what. Now it's scored as a sacrifice for Lopez. They didn't give him a hit on it. A fielder's choice and an error by Perky. So Blanchard scored on the sacrifice. And Perky's charged with the error for Lopez eventually reaching second as Perky's throw went by Edwards into the bench. And Boyer, the succeeding batter, is going to be given a base on balls. An intentional, well, you hold that now. Yes, he's being walked purposely. So the score is really 12-5 now. The Yankees leading 12-5. Let's see now what's going to take place here. Daly's going to bat. Daly's going up there to bat for himself. So Howard is on third, Lopez is on second, Boyer is on first. Bud Daly, the last time at bat in the 4th inning, Daly grounded out. Batting left-handed, the infield is still playing back with, that is the second base combination. Casco and Blasingame are back. Perky took a peek at his man on third. He pitches. There's a ball hit out in center, and Pinson faded with it, made the catch. Here comes Howard making tracks for the home plate. The throw is over toward third, cut off by Casco, and the Yankees are now leading 13-5. So that was a sacrifice fly by Bud Daly to Veda Pinson. Howard scored. Lopez remained at second, and Boyer is at first. The batter is Richardson. Richardson has tied one record today, a minor record of a type, as he singled in the first inning, making 9 hits in a 5-game series if the series ends in 5 games. Could break that if he has another base hit. Now Perky's pitching to him. The right-handed batter popped a foul over near the Yankee bench, and Edwards followed it over, made the catch right near the box seats, and Richardson is out. And so in the sixth inning, the Yankees added 2 runs. There was not a hit in the inning. There were 2 Cincinnati errors, and there were 2 men left on base. And so the Yankees in 6 turns, 13 runs, 12 hits, 6 men left on, and 1 error. And so at the end of 5 1/2 innings, the score is the New York Yankees 13, the Cincinnati Reds 5.
What's the word on the new Dodge Polara? Action, live action for 62. This car isn't built for everyone. The Polara 500 is a limited production, full-size Dodge with a high-performance 361 cubic inch engine. You'll know it's special by its distinctive exterior trim and the interior's custom, adjustable bucket seats. Quality workmanship that has made Dodge your guarantee of dependability for years. Like all the 62 Dodges, it's a full-size, people-size car. The Polara 500, one of the new lean breed of Dodge for 62 from Chrysler Corporation.
And they're simply beautiful.
Looks like it's gonna be a Chrysler year.
See the Dodge Polara 500 during October open house.
Going into the bottom of the 6th inning, Johnny Edwards will be the batter. The young man has had 1 hit in 2 turns. Jim Brosnan is warming up, and Leo Cardenas is on deck. He will probably pinch hit for Perky, as Freddie Hutchinson is going to throw all his resources in this ball game to try to salvage as much as he can out of it. So this is Johnny Edwards batting. Jim Brosnan is warming up in the bullpen, and if he makes his entry into the game, the pitch now to Edwards is a high curve, ball 1. If he makes his entry into the game, that is Brosnan, it will tie a World Series record for most pitches used in one game by one club. The Yankees, 1956 against Brooklyn, used 7 pitches. The ball is hit by Edwards down to the second baseman Richardson, who threw Edwards out at first. 1 away for the Reds in the bottom of the 6th inning. The Yankees have 13 runs, 12 hits, 1 error. The Cincinnati Reds 5 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. And Leo Cardenas is batting for Perky. Cardenas batting for Perky. He's been up twice in this series with 1 hit, a long double that he hit off the scoreboard the other afternoon. Cardenas batting right-handed against Daly, and Cardenas takes a low curve inside. Another pitch to Leo is inside low. Ball 2, 2-0. As Daly in action again, pitches. There's a high fly ball in left center. Maris and Lopez have started for the ball. Lopez indicates he'll try it. He made the catch, and Cardenas is the second out for Cincinnati in the bottom of the 6th inning. No one on base. The Yankees leading 13-5. The Yankees have 13 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. The Cincinnati Reds, 5 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. Don Blasingame coming up. He's had 1 hit in 3 turns so far. Blasingame had a single in the 3rd inning, single to center. But that was off starting pitcher Terry. The pitch now to Blasingame. He hit foul back in the net. Strike 1. No balls, 1 strike. Bottom of the 6th, 2 out. Left fielder Lopez doesn't play Blasingame too deeply now. And even with the 8-run lead, the third baseman's playing in. Now the curveball is high. 1 ball, 1 strike. Boyer is still playing in front of third. The Yankees are leading by 8 runs. 13-5. 2 out in the 6th. Daly delivers again. Blasingame missed the curve, and that's 2 strikes. 1 ball, 2 strikes. But Daly delivers. That's strike 3 as he hooked the curve in there, and Blasingame looked at it for the 3rd strike. And so in the 6th inning, Cincinnati no on the base. They have 5 runs, 10 hits, and 5 men left on to show for 6 turns at bat. And so at the end of the 6th inning, the score is the New York Yankees 13, the Cincinnati Reds 5. We'll pause 30 seconds for station identification.
Are you mixing with the best? Saratoga Vichy with the yellow label, it outsells all the rest. The genuine Vichy with the yellow label tastes better tonight, feel better tomorrow. Saratoga with the yellow label.
It's a hit in any man's league. That's Saratoga Vichy. Look for the yellow label that marks the champion. Saratoga Vichy, WGY, WGFM, Schenectady.
The first pitch now by Jim Brosnan to Tony Kubek. He hit into the grandstand down there beyond third base. The strike one. Brosnan becomes the 7th pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds, which ties the World Series record. He's throwing there to Kubek. He hit a fly ball in the center, and Pinson is loping in, just trotting in under it. Has it, and there is one away. Roger Maris coming up now. Roger Maris flied out to right in the first. He doubled to left in the second, then flied out to left in the fourth, and he struck out in the fifth. So he's had 1 out of 4 for the day. As Brosnan ready to work. He pitched there now to Maris. He hit a long foul over the grandstand down there in right field. Back in 1956, the Yankees used 7 pitchers against the Brooklyn Dodgers. Strangely, in that game, Brooklyn won that game 13-8. There's a foul hit by Maris against the backstop. The score here is 13-5 with the Yankees leading the Reds. Throw to the plate, strike 3 as Brosnan struck Maris out with a change of pace pitch on the outside edge. 2 away now for the Yankees in the 7th inning. The Yankees, however, are leading 13-5. The Yankees have had 13 runs and 12 hits. The pitch to Blanchard is a high inside pitch. Ball 1. The Yankees have had 13 runs, 12 hits, and 1 error. The Reds 5 runs, 10 hits, and 3 errors. Brosnan scoops around. The right-hander let loose. Blanchard, he hit down and toward first, and Coleman knocked the ball down, cutting in front of Blasingame. And we'll wait the official score's decision on that one, as it looked as though it were going to be fielded without much trouble. But Coleman, in his eagerness to make the stop, cut in front of Blasingame and merely succeeded in knocking the ball down. That goes as a base hit for Blanchard. That's 3 hits for Blanchard today, plus 2 bases on balls. So he's had a perfect afternoon so far. The batter is Elston Howard. He's been on base 3 times. The pitch to Howard, the right-handed batter took outside. Ball 1. Howard doubled in the first, lined out in the second, walked intentionally in the fourth. He was on through an error in the 6th. And Blanchard, who was on first, has had 2 bases on balls, a double, and a 2-run home run. Pitch to Howard. Howard's cracked a single in the center field. Blanchard stopped at second. So there are 2 on now, 2 away, and 2 on for the Yankees in the 7th inning. The Yankees are leading 13-5, and that was the 14th hit by the Yankees. The Yankees have 13 runs and 14 hits. The Reds 5 runs and 10 hits. Bill Skowron up now. He takes Brosnan's first pitch low. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. 1 ball, no strikes. With Brosnan working again, he pitches. As a ball hit high in the air out there to the left fielder. Post is shading his eyes, moving in. Has it, then the side is retired. And so in the 7th inning, the Yankees did not score. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left. In 7 turns at bat, the Yankees 13 runs, 14 hits, 8 men left on and an error. And so at the end of 6 1/2 innings, the score is the New York Yankees 13, the Cincinnati Reds 5. Here at Crosley Field in Cincinnati in the 5th game of the World Series, into the bottom of the 7th inning with the New York Yankees leading the Cincinnati Reds 13-5. And the first batter for the Reds in the bottom of the 7th inning as the game draws to the final stages is Eddie Casco. Eddie Casco has had 2 hits in 3 turns. As Bud Daly, the left-hander who came in the game in the 3rd inning, is pitching now to Casco. Hit a fly ball out there in left field. Hector Lopez cutting over to the line up on the terrace under it, has it, and it was just a fair ball, but it was caught by Lopez. About 2 feet fair up in the terrace or the incline in left field. One away for the Reds in the 7th inning with Vader Pinson up. Pinson has had 1 hit in 3 turns. He had a single in the 5th inning, and he was out trying to stretch it to a double. So Daly is pitching to Pinson. Pinson took a low one. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes. Daly's taking his signals, standing there, stationary. Here he goes. He's pitching. There's a ball hit by Pinson in the short right, and Blanchard galloped in and caught the ball. Made an ankle-high, one-handed catch. Didn't think he was going to catch that at first. The sun delayed him a little bit. He didn't get a good peek at the ball once he started in, but then he accelerated, came in, picked it off about ankle-high, and Pinson is out. 2 away for the Reds in the 7th inning. The Yankees have 13 runs and 14 hits. The Reds 5 runs and 10 hits. Robinson up. Robinson dodged a high one inside. Ball 1. Robinson has had a 3-run home run in the 3rd inning. He hit one into the right center field seats with 2 men on base. Robinson hit a line drive. Fair. The third baseman nicked the ball. There goes Robinson on for 2 bases. Boyer took a dive at the ball. It hit his glove in fair territory, and it's considered a fair ball. And Robinson has a double. It landed foul. I guess I should have told you, because it perhaps confused you a bit by saying it was fair immediately. But you see, it was a line drive, and Blanchard leaped at the ball, and it ticked his glove. Boyer ticked the ball with his glove, and the ball continued on without hardly losing any speed. And it landed foul, but you see, Boyer was in fair territory when he hit the ball with his glove, and that's a fair ball. So Robinson went on for a 2-base hit. Now the batter is Gordy Coleman, 2 men out in the 7th inning. Coleman is a rather peculiar batter in a way. He'll fall away from some pitches, and then you give him the same thing over again, and he's liable to hit it over the center field fence, which he has done on a number of occasions. Daly taking the signals, standing there stationary in the mound, standing sideways. Now he's ready to pitch. He throws. Coleman batted a bouncing ball down to the second baseman. Richardson fielded the ball and threw Gordy out at first base. And so in the 7th inning, the bottom of it, the Cincinnati Reds, no runs, 1 hit, and a man left. In 7 turns, Cincinnati 5 runs, 11 hits, 6 men left on base. And so at the end of the 7th inning, the score is the New York Yankees 13, the Cincinnati Reds 5.
There's a new lean breed of cars this year, Dodge Dart for 62. Every pound is live weight. Dead weight is out. This year's automatic transmission, for example, is 60 pounds lighter. It's made of aluminum alloy, stronger but lighter and more compact. It takes inches off the transmission hump for more legroom. Full size and people size, that's Dodge. For easier handling, there's a new low-friction steering gear. Even without power steering, your new Dodge Dart will drive as if you had it. Your new Dodge has self-adjusting brakes, goes 32,000 miles before it needs a grease job, goes twice as far between oil changes as it did last year. Dodge for 62 from Chrysler Corporation.
Looks like it's gonna be a Chrysler year.
See your Dodge dealer during October open house.
The 8th inning coming up here at Crosley Field, with the Yankees leading the Reds 13-5. So Hector Lopez will be leading off in the 8th. Jay Hook is beginning to warm up down in the Reds bullpen, as Brosnan now pitches to Lopez inside, ball 1. Another pitch to Lopez, that's low, that's ball 2, as Brosnan wasn't very long between pitches, and 2 balls and no strikes. 2 balls, no strikes, with Brosnan firing again. Ball hit the bat, bounced down on the ground to the shortstop. Casco grabbed it, threw it. Lopez is out at first. He half hit that ball. He tried to retract his bat, but his bat came out in front of the plate and hit the ball not very solidly down to Casco. 1 away for the Yankees in the top of the 8th inning. The Yankees with 13 runs and 14 hits and 1 error. The Reds with 5 runs, 11 hits, and 3 errors. Clete Boyer up now. Boyer has had a double with a run batted in. He walked twice and he fouled out once, batting right-handed. The pitch to Boyer. There's a ball hit for a single in the center field. That's his second hit of the game. And the Yankees' 15th of this game. So the Yankees are mounting those hits. They have 13 runs and 15 hits. So it's Boyer on first base, one out in the top of the 8th inning, and the batter is Bud Daly. Daly grounded out in the 4th inning, and he drove in a run with a sacrifice fly in the 6th inning. There's a bunt, a high bunt to Freeze. Freeze is fielding the ball, throwing the first to Blasingame. And Daly is out. There are 2 away now. That sacrifice went from the third baseman to the second baseman, or otherwise Freeze to Blasingame, putting Boyer on second with 2 out on the top of the 8th. The Yankees are leading 13-5. The Yankees with 13 runs and 15 hits and 1 error. The Reds 5 runs, 11 hits, 3 errors. Richardson up there. This may be his last chance to crack a 5-game record in the World Series. He's had 1 hit in this game so far. The pitch to him missed outside, ball 1. Been up 5 times in this game with 1 hit. He had a single the first time up. He started all that woe for the Reds in the first inning. Ball grounded. It's hit down to Casco, fielded the ball, threw it to first, and Richardson is out at first. And the Yankees are out in the 8th inning. In the 8th inning, the Yankees no runs, a hit, and a man left on. In 8 turns, the Yankees 13 runs, 15 hits, 9 men left on. And so at the end of 7.5 innings, the score is the New York Yankees 13 and the Cincinnati Reds 5.
You know, the only thing more exciting than the World Series is your first look at the new cars. And this year, Chrysler Corporation makes it more exciting than ever. 180 brand new cars are offered free during October open house. One of them could be yours. 30 Imperials, 30 Chryslers, 30 Dodge Darts, 30 Lancers, 30 Plymouths, and 30 Valiants. If you own a car, any make or model, any year, all you have to do to qualify is stop in and register with any authorized Plymouth, Valiant, Dodge, Lancer, Chrysler, or Imperial dealer. But this is important. You must register during October open house, and that ends October 31st. Why not see your dealer tonight? Free car offer void in Nebraska, Wisconsin, Florida, Canada, and wherever else prohibited by law.
As we go into the bottom of the 8th inning, it will be Wally Post. And Post, who has upheld his end of the World Series for the Cincinnati Reds gloriously. He has been to the plate in this series 18 times, and he has had 6 hits. The last time he was at bat, he had a 2-run home run. So Wally Post leading off for the Reds in the bottom of the 8th, and the Reds trailing by 8 runs. The Yankees are leading the Reds 13-5. Wally Post batting against Daly. So the Yankees switch a bit to the left as Daly pitching the Post. Post hit a ball with one hand. He hit it foul. He hit it in the upper deck down there in left field. No balls, 1 strike. Wally hit that with one hand. He does that quite a lot. The left hand slips off the bat and he comes through with the right.
Bobby Richardson tied a record for a 5-game series with 9 hits. The record he tied is held before the win.
So Daly in action again. Pitches, and that was inside. Post went to the ground, hit by a pitched ball. So while he was hit by the curve, it was not a pitch thrown at him. He just couldn't get out of the way of the ball. Post is on first base. Gene Freeze batting. Freeze had a double in the 3rd inning. The Yankees are leading 13-5 with no one out in the bottom of the 8th. The pitch to Freeze. Freeze hit a high fly ball up in left center. Maris and Lopez both started after it. Maris caught the ball in front of Lopez, and there was 1 out for the Reds in the 8th inning. Johnny Edwards batting. Edwards has had 1 hit in 3 turns. So Bud Daly pauses. Now he pitches. The curve is hit in the ground. Hit down to Skowron, who played the ball to second. The Quebec 1 out there just to force out of Post at second. Skowron to Quebec. 2 away for the Reds in the 8th inning. So Post was forced at second. Edwards on first. Jerry Lynch. Jerry Lynch will bat for Brosnan.
Jerry, the Reds' glorious pinch hitter, I might say, during the series, during the season, he was tremendous. Daly's pitch to Lynch. Lynch took a swing at the curve and he missed. Strike one. In the Cincinnati 9th position, there has not been one pitcher who batted today. There have been 4 pinch hitters: Bell, Gernert, Cardenas, and now Lynch. 1 strike. Daly fires again. Lynch took the curve low outside. Edwards on first base, 2 away in the 8th. This is the bottom of the 8th inning, 2 out, and the Yankees have 13 runs and 15 hits. The Reds, 5 runs, 11 hits. Lynch hit the ball on the ground. He hit it down to Richardson. Richardson played the ball to first base. Lynch is out at first, and the Reds are out in the 8th inning. In the 8th inning, Cincinnati, no runs, no hits, 1 man left on, and they have 5 runs, 11 hits, 7 men left on. And at the end of the 8th inning, the score is the New York Yankees 13, the Cincinnati Reds 5. We'll pause here 30 seconds for station identification.
Windshields at times get hot enough to fry an egg, at other times cold enough to deep freeze rubber. Your wiper blades must be ready hot or cold to give you clear, safe vision of the road ahead. Constant ANCO research has fortified ANCO rubber for such service far beyond all competition. Stop for ANCO blades or refills at any of the more than 125,000 service stations displaying the familiar Anderson's bright yellow ANCO service cabinet.
WNBC, AM and FM, New York.
Ken Hunt, H-U-N-T, is pitching for the Cincinnati Reds, and this breaks a World Series record, as this is the 8th pitcher to be used by one club in one game. The record was formerly held, an unenviable record, I would judge, by the New York Yankees themselves back in 1956, when they used 7 pitchers against the Brooklyn Dodgers. The score now 13-5 as the ball pitched to Quebec. Quebec bounced the ball to Blasingame, who threw him out at first base. That was just a routine bouncer. In fact, a two bouncer, a high hopper to Blasingame. 1 up, 1 away in the top of the 9th inning. Ken Hunt pitching. Roger Maris up now. Roger Maris has had 1 hit in 5 turns today, a double in the 2nd inning. The pitch to Maris. Maris took a curve around the plate. Ball 1. 1 ball, no strikes, 1-0. Hunt's a big fellow, tall. Hunt was born in Ogden, Utah. He fires. The curveball missed outside. 2 balls and no strikes. 2-0. Hunt winds and fires. That's a low one, and that is ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. And that's ball 4 as Maris stood there, took it, and took a base on balls. Johnny Blanchard coming up now. Maris on first. Strangely, this tale in this World Series so far has been actually a tale of reserve strength, as Mantle saw very little action. Maris went to bat 19 times with 2 hits. Berra's activities were curtailed. The pitch now to Johnny Blanchard outside low, and this fellow at the plate came a catcher by trade, came in to fill in the most tremendous way. Today he's had a single, a double, and a home run and 2 bases on balls. A single, a double, and a home run and 2 bases on balls for Johnny Blanchard today. Pitch to plate. There's a ball hit off the glove of the pitcher, who picked it up, whipped it to first, and Blanchard is out at first. It was a line drive that Hunt knocked down. It rolled in front of him and over toward the third base line, but he quickly retrieved it and threw Blanchard out at first. Maris advanced to second, and Maris is on second with 2 away in the top of the 9th inning with Elston Howard batting. Howard has had a single, a double, a base on balls. He lined out, and again he was on. Another time he was walked purposely. Correction there. He was walked once, and he was on to an error. Batting right-handed, Elston Howard. 2 away in the top of the 9th inning. The pitch to Howard is a curve in there. Strike 1. Howard missed, and that's strike 2. No balls, 2 strikes. Nothing in 2 on this right-handed batter. Turns that left side in, keeps pumping that bat. Reds play him straight away, infield back and pretty widely spread. No balls, 2 strikes, so Hunt's in action again. Now he pitches. That's in there for strike 3 as Howard took the curveball over the plate for the 3rd strike. And so, in the 9th inning, the New York Yankees, no runs, no hits, the man left on. The Yankees, 13 runs, 15 hits, 10 men left on base. So at the end of 8.5 innings, the score is the New York Yankees 13 and the Cincinnati Reds 5.
Don't miss your chance to win a brand new 62 Chrysler Corporation car. Stop in at your dealers now and sign up to win one during October open house. Plymouths, Valiants, Dodge Darts, Lancers, Chryslers, Imperials. 180 brand new cars are offered free, and one of them may be yours. If you own a car, any make or model, any year, all you have to do to qualify is come in, see the complete rules, and register with any authorized dealer who sells Plymouth, Valiant, Dodge, Lancer, Chrysler, or Imperial. That's all there is to it, and you may win one of 180 beautiful 1962 Chrysler Corporation cars. But be sure to register at your dealers by October 31st. You can't win unless you do. Free car offer void in Nebraska, Wisconsin, Florida, Canada, and wherever else prohibited by law.
Looks like it's gonna be a Chrysler year.
Well, we have a defensive change for the New York Yankees. Roger Maris has moved to right field for the 9th inning. Roger Maris has moved to right field, and Jack Reed, R-E-E-D, Jack Reed, is playing center field in the 9th inning. And Elio Chacon is going to bat for Blasingame. Chacon batting for Blasingame. So Chacon batting for Blasingame against Bud Daly. The pitch to Chacon inside, ball 1. Chacon is batting .273 for the series so far. The score is 13-5. The Yankees leading the bottom of the 9th. There's a foul hit back into the upper deck. Chacon has had a very nice series. The times and games that he has been in there, he's played very well for the Reds. One ball, 1 strike, 1-1. Bud Daly fires again. The ball is batted slowly to the shortstop. Kubek fielded the ball through to first. Chacon is up and out. One away in the ninth inning for the Cincinnati Reds. The New York Yankees are leading 13-5. Eddie Casco has had 2 hits in 4 turns at bat today, and 7 and 21 for the series is up there. He's had 7 hits and 21 turns at bat during the series. Stu Eddie's in there for strike 1 call. Call, strike. Daly fires again. There's a high fly ball hit up in right. Richardson is going back, and in comes Maris. Maris yelled him off, but he made the catch himself, and Casco is out. So the New York Yankees are 1 out away from becoming the 1961 World Champions. Vader Pinson is the batter. Vader Pinson batting. As Daly makes his pitch to Pinson, the ball hit the bat, flew out there in left field. In comes Lopez, made the catch. The game is over. The Yankees are champions of the world for the season of 1961. In the last inning, the Reds went down 1-2-3. Bud Daly is being patted on the back down there by his teammates, who all rushed him when he came off the mound, giving him a big whack on the back. The score then was the New York Yankees 13 runs, 15 hits, 1 error. The Cincinnati Reds 5 runs, 11 hits, and 3 errors. And this is Wade Hoyt about to bid you good afternoon and thank you a great deal for your courtesy and attention during this series. And now the highlights by Bob.
Thank you, Wade. Well, the New York Yankees are the world champions once again, winning the series 4-1. And the Yankees 15 hits this afternoon, included a barrage of 2 home runs, 1 triple, 4 doubles, and 8 singles. And Cincinnati coming up with 11 hits, which included 2 home runs. This incidentally accounted for all their runs, the 2 homers, and they also had 2 doubles. The totals in the ball game: 13 runs, 15 hits, 1 error for New York. For Cincinnati, 5 runs, 11 hits, and 3 errors. And the winning pitcher was Bud Daly. The losing pitcher was Joey J. The Yankees once again showed their great reserve strength this afternoon as 2 replacements today, Blanchard and Lopez, going in the outfield to replace Yogi Berra, and Mickey Mantle came up with superb performances. Blanchard had a 2-run homer and also 2 other hits, and Lopez had a triple and also a 3-run homer and had 5 RBIs. He led the series with 7 runs batted in. So the story this afternoon is the Reds tried vainly to stop the New York Yankees, and they used 8 pitches, a series record in the game in the bargain. And now, let's join Mel Allen and some of the victorious New York Yankees. Take over, Mel Allen.
Switch cap. The world title for the 19th time in 26 World Series that they have participated in 58 played. And here is a fellow that had to tie a record. A rookie manager who won a pennant and a world championship in his freshman year in the majors, Ralph Houck, as nice a guy as ball players have ever said nice things about.
Well, thank you very much, Mel, but I want to give all the credit to the players and the coaches and to the owners. I think everybody had a great year, and those boys that played that game are the ones that are responsible for any success we've had.
Ralph, what did you believe might have been the turning point of this whole series?
Well, I think when we went 1 game ahead of them, that was a big turning point, and then when we got the last man out today, they had a good ball club, and it was a hard-fought series.
At what point were you concerned, beyond the fact that Mickey Mantle was injured and out?
Well, of course, I was concerned today because of the injuries to Mantle and to Berra, but I guess I got a little more concerned when Robinson's ball went in the seats today.
Well, Ralph Terry has had some tough luck. He's been a great pitcher for you. He won 16. He lost 3. And yet he has never won a World Series game.
Well, I hope that he gets the opportunity to win a lot of them before he's through pitching, and I think he will. He's a great pitcher.
Who would you single out for? I know you hate to single out anybody. You like them all. But,
Mr. Webb.
Mr. Webb, who would you single out on your team for special accolade?
I really, Mel, I just couldn't. I think they were all great, and every one of them played their part in winning this thing.
It was the team effort.
Without a doubt.
One story, Mickey Mantle trying to get into the ball game yesterday, the day before, and I had heard that before, when he heard that Berra was to be out today, that even though the wound had opened, did he say anything to you?
Well, I think he would have played, but I just didn't have that much nerve to put him in the lineup in the shape he was in.
Well, congratulations to you, Ralph.
Thank you very much, Mel.
And Del Webb, co-owner of the New York Yankees. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you. The skipper did a great job, didn't he?
He certainly did. I want to say this about Ralph Houck. I have never seen a team that was as happy as they have been. They made a remark to you on one occasion after you'd won the pennant. In fact, it was Mantle who said it to you. If you'll recall, in the clubhouse, we were there covering it. He said, Ralph, I have never been on a ball club where I've seen everybody so happy there hadn't been the slightest squabble. That's a tribute to you.
We did have a great year, and the players are all great, and the coaches and the owners and Mr. Hamey, everybody we had a real good year, Mel. It was a great year for me, no question about it.
The Cincinnati pitching was extremely rough in those earlier games, wasn't it?
They certainly were. I mean, we sure never had anything for granted the whole series. That's
the question being that sometimes people wonder, hitting bad is pitching good. And same thing was asked of Freddie Hutchinson. He said, "Well, we're not hitting," but then on the other hand, you might have thought your pitching was good.
Well, you got to give the fella credit that gets him out, I think.
And who do you think was the toughest pitcher that might have faced the Yankees?
Well, all 3 of their starting pitchers were real rough for us. O'Toole and then Perky and Jay all pitched very well against us, Mel, very well.
And the old meal ticket, Whitey Ford, came through.
Well, they never scored a run off of him, so he must have done a great job.
Well, thanks a lot, Ralph Houck. Let's get here Johnny Blanchard. Here's a guy that Ralph Houck put into ball games and said he ought to be playing somewhere, either in the outfield or back of the plate.
Mr. Webb, great job. I'm going to leave you here.
Thank you, Mr. Webb.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Fine. Thank you. I just want to say one thing. I think our youth program paid off.
The youth program paid off. Johnny Blanchard this year hit 4 pinch hit homers. On one occasion at 2 in a row. And your first game after that, you hit 2 home runs, first 2 times up. Then you were a guy that was lost in the headlines when you hit the pinch hit homer in the first game here that tied the score because Maris hit the homer that won it. Did that bother you much at all?
No. As long as we won the ball game, I was happy as a guy in a world for Roger, really. I was happy I hit mine, but gosh knows, mine only tied. His won. His put us ahead.
Well, you must have felt a little something about it because you came right back in the first inning today to belt one to show him that you could do it more than once.
Oh, I was glad about that, believe me. That's the greatest day, the greatest thrill I've ever had right there. Oh, gee, Mel, I'm telling you, can't put into words how good you feel about it.
Well, now you can go home and call up your wife long distance.
So I'm going to go home and see her by plane.
All right. Wonderful. Where is Freddie? Here, Elston Howard, a fellow who handled the Yankee pitchers, had one of the great years, batting close to .350 all year. Ellie, did you ever feel at any time this series a little bit concerned about its outcome? You know, the first few games were really rugged.
No, Mel, I never felt any doubt.
Freddie! Excuse me, I want to follow up. Freddie Hutchinson. Fred, please come here. Great guy. You go ahead and talk while Fred comes over.
No, well, I never did have any doubt, Mel. I thought we had a better ball club, but you have to realize that Cincinnati won the National League pennant and we won the American League pennant, so a lot of people said that we should walk away with them, but I feel it was very good baseball, and thank God that we won the series.
Here, ladies and gentlemen, a guy that has played the greatest sportsmanship, which is typical of him, Freddie Hutchinson, who, like Ralph Houck, there were 2 guys that had the greatest respect to their ball players. I've never known 2 managers who the ball players loved as much as they did you 2 and gave you every bit of effort all the way. Fred, of course, it's tough somebody had to lose it. But your guys, even when they got behind, they scrapped.
Well, they did that, Mel. They did it all year. They played well, and I guess they didn't like me too well in the series. We didn't score enough runs.
Did you think there was any particular turning point in the series or any special thing that might have happened? For example, both center fielders were exciting ball players, but they were hurt. And I know Veda was hurt, but you wouldn't alibi that. But still in all...
Well, of course, Mel, I think that game that Perky pitched hurt us. He pitched a fine ball game, and they hit the home run that beat us, and I think that probably hurt us more than anything else because we played very well up until that time.
Well, I'll say one thing. You had a ball club that proved today that it was a championship team because even when they were behind 6-0, they kept coming back, kept trying to come back, even when they got further behind. They didn't quit, and that is a tribute to you as a manager.
Well, thank you, Mel. It's been a nice series. I've enjoyed it. Just sorry that we couldn't have done a little better here today and maybe won it.
Well,
we'll see you.
There'll be other chances, Freddie. Thanks a lot, Ellie.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I want one question about Whitey Ford, who pitched so beautifully that first. Which game do you think was the best pitchman by a Yankee pitcher?
Well, I think the one that Whitey pitched by far, Mel, was the best game.
Yeah, the opening game.
Yeah, he had all his pitches working, and everything was real well. And the second game he pitched the other day, he had just as good as stuff, but unfortunately he hurt his ankle, and he fouled off another pitch, hit him on the ankle. That's why he had to come out of the ball game.
Ralph Terry today wasn't quite as sharp, or is it just a case of maybe not taking a chance?
Wasn't quite as sharp, but I mean, that's a few mistakes we made today. And, with his fastball.
Well, one ball in that inning.
Frank Robbins went pitching real well, and fortunately he hit a home run today.
Well, you know they're going to do that, and you will too.
Hitter. That's right. He's a very good hitter. You have to realize that.
Thanks a lot, Elston Howard.
Thank you.
And here's the man we're talking about, Whitey Ford, who this World Series pitched his third consecutive World Series shutout. Then yesterday went 5 more innings to break a record held by Babe Ruth, when he was the pitcher, of 29 2/3 consecutive scoreless innings. And Whitey went 32, and then in the 6th inning he had to go out.
Yeah, still got a sore toe though, Mel. Just hope I can get out and play golf tomorrow though.
Whitey, they tell me that you didn't feel particularly excited about the fact that you had put your name in the record book in place of the Babe when he was a pitcher. Well, is that true or not?
Not at the time it happened. It was nothing, Mel. And I sort of got a bigger thrill out of it after the game in the dressing room here when we won the game. But at the time, we hadn't scored a run yet, and I didn't get as big a thrill out of it as I did later on.
Who were the toughest men that you had to face on that Cincinnati club, do you think?
Well, it's funny. Gene Freeze, he didn't get a hit off of me, but I thought him and Casco had as good a swings at me as anybody else on their team.
Well, Whitey, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
On having also won more World Series games than anybody else in history. What, 9?
Yes.
And total starts, which totals what now, 16?
Something like that.
Yeah. Congratulations to you. And there's so many others here, and everybody's milling about that we don't have time to get them all on. We'd like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for having looked in on this World Series. I hope you fans have enjoyed hearing from these very happy New York Yankees.
There's the story from the clubhouse. And here at Crosley Field, the folks are filing out after this final game of the series, as New York has won the series 4-1. And they have now won their 19th World Championship. And the final score, once again, 13-5 in favor of New York. Our engineer, Harry Alexander. Our producer, Len Dillon. That wraps up the 1961 World Series. Be with us again December 30th for the Blue-Gray football game, when your hosts, as today, again will be the Chrysler Corporation, where engineering puts something extra into every car, and the Gillette Safety Razor Company, world leader in shaving. Now this is Bob Wolf speaking for Wade Hoyt, saying good afternoon from Crosley Field in Cincinnati.